World of Martial Arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 601, Riding a Tiger. The law enforcement team of the Tower of Babel represents the 12 lords. Who has the guts to attack? Attacking the law enforcement team is equivalent to going against the 12 lords. In the Tower of Babel, the 12 lords are the emperors, holding the power of life and death. Now, Lin Ming is openly slapping the lord in the face. Moreover, although the members of the law enforcement team are not very talented, their rage is there, and they are not weak. Otherwise, how can they enforce the law on the 3rd floor? But just now, 5 or 6 people came together and were knocked away by Lin Ming's casual attack, using fingers instead of guns, sweeping the law enforcement team with one blow. The spearlight is so terrifying, although it is not aimed at me, but I also feel like a thorn in my back. The surrounding warriors are not weak hands, and they secretly wonder what would happen if they faced that attack just now. However, the conclusions they came to made them depressed. Most of them believed that they had no resistance to that attack. Even some who thought they might take it would be slightly injured. This was just a casual attack by Lin Ming, and he didn't even use his gun. Lin Ming, you are looking for death. The captain of the law enforcement team had a rage in his eyes, but he was shaking and complaining in his heart. He had brought his team here, but was swept by a blow. However, he could only watch, and did not dare to do anything to Lin Ming. Lin Ming did not kill them just now, otherwise these people would not be seriously injured and vomit blood, but would be killed directly. Lin Ming dared to kill 5 people in a row in the forbidden fighting area, and I'm afraid that he can kill them in the law enforcement team. Now the captain of the law enforcement team is in a dilemma, and he does not know what to do. So many eyes are watching him. If he is slapped in the face in public and walks away in disgrace, it will be a disgrace to his grandmother's house. How can he enforce the law on the 3rd floor in the future? It is not right to escape, and it is not right to continue to hold on. When the captain of the law enforcement team was feeling bitter in his heart, a noisy sound of footsteps suddenly sounded. Turning around, a team of more than a dozen warriors rushed over. They were wearing uniform battle armor, and their personal strength and cultivation were even better than those of the 3rd floor law enforcement team. It's the 4th layer guards. These warriors were stunned for a moment. The 4th layer guards were actually equivalent to the Lord's personal guards. Their status was higher than that of the law enforcement team. Has the Lord arrived? In the Tower of Babel, there has not been such a scene for many years. It alarmed the Lord. Get out of the way, all of you. The captain of the 4th layer guard shouted at everyone. Although his attitude was extremely barbaric, no one dared to say a word of no, and they all retreated, fearing that they were too slow. Surrounded by these 4th layer guards, a dwarf demon warrior in a black robe slowly walked out. He had a ferocious smile on his face, and looked at Lin Ming coldly. He was the Lord of Darkness. Lord. The pupils of the warriors present all shrank slightly. In fact, not many warriors had really seen the Lord. However, just by feeling this momentum, they could vaguely guess that the warrior in front of them was one of the 12 lords, the top figure in the pyramid of the Tower of Babel. Lin Ming, it seems that this is the first time we meet, the Lord of Darkness said, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. At this time, Lin Ming was still sitting in the restaurant eating meat and drinking. He glanced at the Lord of Darkness, put down his chopsticks, and slowly stood up. Facing the Lord of Darkness, he also became serious. Are you Darkness? Calling the Lord by his name directly made the surrounding warriors feel nervous. So arrogant. The Lord of Darkness narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Ming. His eyes were like knives, trying to see through Lin Ming. This kid is really much stronger. Calling me by my name directly, disrespecting me, killing people in the forbidden fighting area, attacking the law enforcement team. You are so bold. I'm so bold. Lin Ming laughed. Darkness, did you hire that old man from the dwarf demon tribe to set up a locking formation in front of the king's cage? Want to trap and kill me in the king's cage? If it weren't for Lin's forced breakthrough in the crisis, I'm afraid I would have died in the king's cage. His words were aggressive, and with the burst of the Shura force field in his body, his words were like morning bells and evening drums, shaking people's hearts. What? When Lin Ming said this, everyone was shocked. It was no secret that Suoj had been busy in the king's cage these days. The training grounds in the Tower of Babel were all ancient ruins. Suoj could not possibly be here to repair the formations. He did not have the ability to do so. So what was the purpose of him tossing around in the special training ground for several days? Besides, Lin Ming later entered the king's cage for 108 days, which was also shocking and full of doubts. What did Lin Ming experience in the king's cage? Why did he stay there for so long? Third, since the Tower of Babel determined that Lin Ming was dead, why did the king's cage not open for so long? All the doubts, but Lin Ming said so, and the warriors present suddenly realized in their hearts. They were not fools. After connecting various possibilities, they immediately judged that what Lin Ming said was most likely true. The 12 lords wanted to trap Lin Ming to death in the king's cage, but I don't know what means Lin Ming used to get out of the Tower of Babel. With the airlocking formation set up by Suoj and the increasingly inhuman environment in the king's cage, Lin Ming actually stayed in the king's cage for 108 days and then broke out of the formation. Is this still a human? The conspiracy was exposed by Lin Ming, and the face of the Dark Lord suddenly became extremely ugly. His plan was originally a sure kill plan, and he never dreamed that Lin Ming could still come out alive under such circumstances. Lin Ming, I asked Suoj to come here, but I just want to engrave a new teleportation formation in front of the king's cage to improve the escape talisman and give warriors who enter the king's cage a greater chance of escape. Who do you think you are, worth this effort to deal with you? The Dark Lord said disdainfully. However, no matter how vivid the disdainful expression on the Dark Lord's face was, no one among the warriors present believed his explanation. They were children who were easy to fool. Of course, although they knew what happened, none of them dared to reveal anything. Haha. Is that so? Lin Ming sneered, with obvious sarcasm in his eyes. The Dark Lord subconsciously clenched his fists. At this point, things were getting more and more difficult. If he directly attacked Lin Ming today, he could certainly capture Lin Ming alive or kill him. But he was in the wrong, and by then, he would inevitably be known as the Lord of the Polished Tower of Babel who tried every means to kill a genius. The reputation of the Polished Tower of Babel could not withstand such damage. This damn kid. Darkness cursed in his heart. At this time, he was in a dilemma. He couldn't kill Lin Ming directly, and letting Lin Ming go was certainly not an option. It couldn't be handled. At this moment, there was another noisy sound of footsteps. The Dark Lord turned around and saw that not far away, Yanqi, Maha, and Qiang flew here. Seeing these three people, Darkness was delighted. Using the three of them, he had a safe solution. Chapter 602. 3 consecutive battles. Yanqi, Maha, Qiang. Seeing these three people appear, the warriors present were all shocked. 3 of the 7 demon stars appeared at the same time. Compared with Lin Ming, the aura of any one of the 3 was not inferior. At this time, they were faintly superimposed together, and they were about to overshadow Lin Ming by a large margin. Your Excellency. Yanqi bowed slightly. Whether it was because of the signing of the contract or for resources, the always arrogant Yanqi had always been respectful to the 12 lords. The Dark Lord nodded with satisfaction. He saw that the strength of Yanqi, Maha, and Qiang had improved a lot. He was now glad that he had allowed these 3 people to enter the Emperor's path a few months ago. He raised troops for 1,000 days and used them for a moment. Very good, you didn't disappoint me. The Dark Lord said slowly, turning his head to look at Lin Ming. Lin Ming, I remember that you have been in the king's cage for a total of 108 days. With some time before, you owed 2 or 3 games, right? When Lin Ming heard what the Dark Lord said, the corners of his mouth curved. What do you want to say? You doubted me, offended me, and framed me. If I kill you for this, it will inevitably lead to gossip and accusations that I'm unfair. In this case, I will give you a chance. I believe that you will be much stronger after you come out of the king's cage. In this case, you should finish the games you owe these days. When the Dark Lord said this, all the warriors present understood that the Dark Lord meant to let Lin Ming enter the fighting arena to fight the 7 stars of the Sky Demon. And according to the rules of the Tower of Babel, if you owe a battle in the training ground, then one battle is a continuous battle. There is no rest time in between. At the beginning, Lin Ming fought against Yanhu and Mingsang in succession, which was the case. It was just that Lin Ming killed Yanhu with absolute advantage, causing Mingsang to surrender without a fight, so there was no successive battle. But this time is different. The opponent is the 7 stars of heavenly demons. Who dares to fight in succession? Question mark. Time, opponent, Lin Ming said calmly, without any fear at all. The Lord of Darkness was stunned. This kid is so confident. Facing the continuous battle against the 7 stars of heavenly demons, he didn't care at all, and even let the Lord of Darkness arrange the opponent. To what extent is this confident? The surrounding warriors were secretly shocked. Seeing that Lin Ming was calm and unconcerned now, this was definitely not pretended. The Lord of Darkness's face darkened and said coldly, "Okay, since you are so confident, I can't let you down." 10 days later, in the martial arts arena, you will fight Yanqi, Maha, and Qiang. 3 consecutive battles. The warriors present knew clearly that the Dark Lord wanted Lin Ming to die, but they did not expect him to directly set up 3 consecutive battles. Logically, Lin Ming only owed 2 battles, and the 3rd battle would have to wait for a while. They all looked at Lin Ming to see if he would refuse. Lin Ming smiled slightly. 3 consecutive battles. Sure. Lin Ming agreed immediately, and the warriors around him were stunned. Fighting the 7 demon stars in a row, especially the Salt Idiot and Maha, who were the top 3 figures among the 7 demon stars, was too crazy. Lin Ming is too reckless. It is true that he is strong. However, according to reliable information, Yanqi, Maha, and Qiang have entered the Emperor's Road. After several months of training in the Emperor's Road, their strength will not be worse than Lin Ming's entering the King's Cage. In fact, it is even better. In this case, it is already a big deal for Lin Ming to fight Qiang alone. He actually fought 3 people in a row. Indeed, Lin Ming does not understand the strength of the 3 people at all. He agreed to it. It is too reckless. Fighting continuously is a great test for the warrior's true energy and physical strength. Unless there is an overwhelming advantage, the more you fight, the more tired you will be. Once the sharpness disappears, the loss of true energy will be accelerated, and you will eventually be defeated. Even the conferred god would not dare to boast like this. Some people even suspect that after Yanqi entered the Emperor's Road, his strength may not be worse than that of the conferred god. This kid is stupid. Yanqi sneered. HMPH. You really don't take the road to heaven, but you break into hell. When I, Maha, take action, even the gods dare not despise me. If you want to die, I will grant your wish. Maha's eyes were filled with murderous intent. When had the 7 stars of the heavenly demon been so despised? They were actually being treated like pawns and fought continuously. Haha, let me take the first match, otherwise I'm afraid I won't have a chance to take action. Qiang said with a smile. He had greatly improved on the Emperor's Road this time, and he had taken a piece of the demon god's bone that he had treasured for a long time. He was no longer the same as before. Now that he had such an opportunity to show his strength, he certainly didn't want to miss it. Whether he could attract the Lord's further attention, he had to fight here. He not only had to win, but also had to win beautifully. Now even a fool could see that the Dark Lord wanted Lin Ming to die. In this way, if he killed Lin Ming, he might even get a piece of the demon god's bone as a reward. Okay, Qiang, you'll be ranked first, and then Maha will fight second. The Dark Lord said that the best way to arrange the formation was from weak to strong. Haha, I'm afraid there's no need for Maha to take action. Qiang said with a grin. Qiang was also extremely confident in himself. Lin Ming's mouth curled up. He didn't feel anything after 3 consecutive battles. He really didn't understand the strength of Yanqi, Maha, and Qiang. He only had absolute confidence in himself. After the Zuman was opened, Lin Ming's recovery ability had reached a terrifying level. What about consecutive battles? Even if they fought together, he was not afraid. Let's go. The war had been signed. The Dark Lord turned around and left, and the guards also retreated like a tide. Before Qiang left, he sent a voice transmission to Lin Ming's true essence. Boy, wash your neck, and wait for death. If I kill you, I may be rewarded with a piece of demon god's bone. To me, you are a reward of a piece of demon god's bone. Lin Ming was too lazy to talk. He sat down in his seat again, picked up the chopsticks, and ate the meat piece by piece. Eating meat, drinking, extremely calm, as if nothing had happened just now. Seeing Lin Ming so calm and composed, the warriors present were convinced. In 10 days, he would fight against Yanqi, Maha, and Kiang, but he was still so calm. This calmness was definitely not fake. This was a life and death battle. Who would pretend to be calm before a life and death battle? What was the point of pretending when his life was gone? This could only mean that Lin Ming was really calm. Without knowing the strength of Yanqi, Maha, and Kiang, he could still be so calm. How confident was Lin Ming in his own strength? The news of Lin Ming's consecutive battles against Yanqi, Maha, and Kiang spread like a tide. Not only the third floor of the Tower of Babel, but also the warriors on the second and first floors soon knew about it. This was really explosive news. Lin Ming's first battle, after returning from the king's cage. With the title of the first genius of all ages, the influence of this battle can be imagined. Even if Lin Ming fought against an ordinary opponent in the top 10 of the third floor, it would attract great attention. But now, Lin Ming's opponents are all the 7 stars of the heavenly demon, and it is 3 consecutive battles. Yanqi, Maha, Kiang, especially the first 2, are famous. When Lin Ming first arrived in Hungry City, he heard the names of Yanqi and Maha. In Tangshan Tower, even many mortals know their names. And there is reliable news that the 3 of them entered the Emperor's Road a few months ago, and their strength is no longer the same as before. There are even rumors that Yanqi is no less than Feng Shen, and even Maha can fight Feng Shen. Lin Ming fought with 3 people at the same time, which is crazy. Even if Lin Ming is not crazy, the warriors on the 3rd floor of Tangshan Tower are crazy. All the warriors who were in seclusion came out, and all the warriors who were training in the training ground ran out, just waiting to watch this unprecedented battle. The admission tickets have been sold at sky-high prices. On the 1st floor of Tangshan Tower, the Warrior Service Center, a beautiful and weak girl in green clothes stared blankly out the window, lost in thought. The girl was only 15 or 16 years old, with a childish face. Although her hair was neatly combed, and her clothes were tidy, her face was haggard and sick, which made people feel pity. This girl was Lin Ming's maid when he was in the Warrior Service Center on the 1st floor. Wana. Originally, the owner of the Warrior Service Center wanted to give Wana to Lin Ming as a concubine, but for half a month, Lin Ming did not touch Wana once. Later, when he went to the 2nd floor of the Tower of Babel, a black-cloaked dwarf demon warrior threatened Wana and forced Lin Ming to fight him. Wana knew nothing about it at the time. Later, after Lin Ming defeated the black-cloaked warrior, Zhu Yan told Wana about it. Wana felt very complicated when she learned about it. She had never thought that a trialer would take risks for a mortal. If there was anyone who felt sorry for Lin Ming from the bottom of their hearts when the rumor spread that Lin Ming had fallen in the king's cage, it would not be Mogu, nor Dagu or Zuanji, but Wana. Wana knew very well that she would never have any more contact with Lin Ming. She would never have the chance to serve Lin Ming again, never keep watch for him again, and even seeing him once was a luxury. But she still worried about him from the bottom of her heart. During the days when the rumor spread that Lin Ming had fallen, Wan lost her appetite and lost weight. However, she still firmly believed that Lin Ming would come out. Now, Lin Ming has really come out, but within a day, news came out that Lin Ming was going to fight to the death with Yan Kai, Maha, and Kiang. Wana didn't understand the warriors' affairs and their strength. Because she was worried, she asked Zhu Yan. Although Zhu Yan said that he believed Lin Ming could win, his answer was very reluctant. His occasional sighs and shakes of his head also proved that he didn't think highly of Lin Ming. Wana. A voice suddenly called out. Wana looked up and saw that the person who came was none other than Zhu Yan. Over the past year or so, Zhu Yan had also entered the 2nd floor of the Tower of Babel, but he still came back from time to take a look. Brother Zhu Yan, is there any news from Brother Lin Ming? Wan looked hopeful. Well, the competition is tomorrow, but I can't afford the ticket price, even if I spend all my money, and I don't have the authority to enter the 3rd floor. Zhu Yan shook his head. They could do nothing but wait for the result. Oh. Wana responded softly. Zhu Yan sighed and wanted to say something comforting, but he didn't say anything. How can Lin Ming win after fighting against Yanqi, Maha, and Kaiang? Only 3 votes away from making the list. Haha, please help me. Chapter 603 Battle of Kaiang. On the day of the decisive battle, in an elegant restaurant next to the fighting field. At this time, there were only a few quarters of an hour left before the decisive battle began. Lin Ming, the Dark Lord clearly wants you to die. Why did you still accept these 3 duels? This kind of duel is not fair at all. Even if you are a god, you dare not accept such a competition. Sitting opposite Lin Ming, Emogu was looking at the big hourglass next to the house and shaking his head. There are 100 scales on the hourglass. Each scale is a quarter, and a day is exactly 100 quarters. Now, the sand of the hourglass is about to approach 50 quarters, which is also the time for the duel to start. Lin Ming was calm and drank a glass of wine, saying, I agreed to the duel, to condense the heavenly demon to 2. Lin Ming is only in the early stage of the 8-winged heavenly demon. If he wants to condense the 10-winged heavenly demon, he will naturally have to fight the 7-star heavenly demon. The arrangement of the Dark Lord is what he wants. Are you still thinking about condensing the heavenly demon to 2 now? Emogu was speechless. It seems that Lin Ming is not worried about this game at all. Instead, he is thinking about condensing the heavenly demon to 2. What else could he say about this? It's time. Lin Ming put down his wine glass, stood up slowly, and walked down the stairs steadily. Emogu shook his head and followed him down. At this time, outside the martial arts arena, there was already a lot of noise. The 3rd floor martial arts arena, which was usually deserted, now had a long queue. Many of them were martial artists on the 2nd floor, but they were able to enter the 3rd floor because of various connections. Of course, it cost a lot of money. The martial arts arena on the 3rd floor was not big, and it was already full today. It is no exaggeration to say that today's battle is the most grand battle on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel in the past 100 years. Look. Fengshen. Fengshen is here too. A martial artist had sharp eyes and saw a young man from the goblin tribe in white clothes, carrying a long sword on his back, walked into the martial arts arena, glanced at Kaiang with an indifferent expression, and then went to the honorable area to sit down. This young man in white clothes was naturally the famous Fengshen on the 3rd floor. At the beginning, when Lin Ming fought against Yanhu and Mingchen, Fengshen did not appear, because at that time Lin Ming was still too far away from his realm. However, he never expected that in just a few months, Lin Ming had grown to a height almost similar to his. This growth rate was really shocking. Lord of Darkness. Oh my god, even the Lord is here in person. After the conferred god, another big shot arrived, and it was the Lord of Darkness. Usually, the Lord rarely showed up, and it was unknown how many years it had been since he came to the fighting arena to watch the warriors competition. This shows how grand this battle was. On one side was the first genius in the blood killing plane in 10,000 years, who had practiced in the king's cage for 108 days and broke through the barrier. On the other side, the 3 strong joined forces. They were originally the best among the 7 stars of the heavenly demon, and they entered the Emperor's Road to train for several months. Their strengths soared again. Even Yanqi and Maha were qualified to compete for the title of the top master of the 3rd level. Such a strong lineup, 3-1. No matter how you look at it, the 7 demon stars are stronger. There is no doubt that Lin Ming has made a major breakthrough in the king's cage, but no matter how many breakthroughs he has made, how much higher can he be than the 7 demon stars? They have entered the Emperor's Road. I guess Lin Ming can beat Kaiang, but it will be difficult to fight Maha. He will probably lose. It's not that he will probably lose, but it's impossible to win. Kaiang is not bad to begin with, and he has entered the Emperor's Road. No matter how great Lin Ming is, he will probably be exhausted after defeating Kaiang. How can he fight Maha again? This Maha may not be inferior to the conferred god this time. The audience was talking about it. Kaiang was standing on the fighting stage. As a warrior of the dwarf demon clan, he had a strong soul power and keen perception. The discussions of these people fell into his ears without missing a word. Humph, you think Lin Ming can beat me and then lose to Maha? You really think I'm cannon fodder? Kiang sneered. What do these idiots know? A bunch of fakes are talking about the third level masters. They really think they are awesome. I have been in seclusion in the Emperor's Road for a month. How can you imagine the suffering I have endured? Do you think I will lose to Lin Ming? Wait and see. Thinking of the experience of the Emperor's Road, Kiang still has lingering fears. However, after such an experience, he suffered so much and injured to the limit. His gains are also huge. After his strength leaped, he injured and waited for the moment of soaring into the sky. And at this moment, Lin Ming appeared. He was dressed in green and walked into the center of the field with a purple spear in his hand. He walked steadily and calmly. Lin Ming, you finally showed up. Kiang's mouth showed a ferocious arc. The moment to prove himself has come. Let me defeat you with the most powerful attitude and overwhelming advantage, so that everyone will be shocked and realize how stupid their judgment just now is. Swish. Kiang drew out his precious sword. This was a pure black sword that looked like it had no luster. Looking at it, one felt as if one's soul was trapped. Black sword, soul destroyer. Seeing this sword, many warriors were shocked. It was said that Kiang's soul destroyer sword came from an ancient battlefield. It was a precious sword of an ancient killing god. Countless warriors fell under the sword, and many wronged souls were gathered and sealed in the blade by the black sword. Once the blade hits the body, the soul can be directly shattered. In addition, Kiang was originally a warrior of the dwarf demon tribe, and was proficient in soul attacks. The combination of the two was extremely powerful. Seeing the soul destroyer sword, and feeling the deep and gloomy aura on Kiang, some warriors who had predicted that Kiang would lose to Lin Ming shut up. Kiang's strength was definitely abnormal. It was just covered by the fame of matter and yanqi, and was subconsciously ignored. Lin Ming held the purple Zuan spear, and stood calmly in front of Kiang. His aura was restrained and hidden, like a peerless spear. Kiang's aura suppressed him, and was naturally split by his aura. It did not have any effect on Lin Ming at all. Tit for tat. The audience held their breath, and Feng Shen folded his arms across his chest, staring at Lin Ming intently. The Dark Lord sneered, waiting to see Lin Ming fall. There was no noise from the other audiences. A sense of oppression was shrouded, and the air seemed to condense into substance, extremely heavy. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Ming and Kiang. Lin Ming, you seem to be very confident in yourself, but in the Tower of Babel, confident people usually die the fastest. You don't know my strength at all. It's extremely stupid to rashly declare war. Go to hell. Kiang shouted, took a step forward, and the soul-destroying sword rolled up rolling magic energy, slashing down at Lin Ming. Magic cloud storm. The magic cloud condensed into a black wind, sweeping towards Lin Ming, making it impossible to look directly at it. The warriors who were close to him felt that the dark wind seemed to blow into the gaps between people's bones, making people feel inexplicably cold. Lin Ming didn't even look at it, and stabbed it casually. Bang! The black soul storm was torn apart by Lin Ming's shot, and the storm turned into nothingness, while Lin Ming stood there unscathed, with only the corner of his clothes slightly lifted. If you don't use all your strength, you won't have a chance. Humph, arrogant. Kiang gritted his teeth, and his magic energy was running to the extreme. Around him, black light arcs condensed, and the light arcs lingered, like black thunder. This seems to be a move Kiang has never used before. Kiang has been on the third floor for several years. Many of the warriors present have some understanding of Kiang's skills. Kiang has never used this move. It seems to be an attack move that integrates soul and material attacks. With the power of soul destruction, it is probably Kiang's hidden strength. Soul attack. Lin Ming seems to have a strong defense against soul attacks. Lin Ming has fought with many dwarf demon warriors in the Tangshan Tower. He has fought from the first floor to the third floor for so long, and has never been injured by soul attacks, not even frowning. The warriors present also know this information very well. The soul attack on Lin Ming has a greatly reduced effect, and Kiang still used soul attacks on Lin Ming. Is he so confident in his soul attacks? At this time, Kiang was shrouded in a circular light shield. Outside the light shield, there was violent black thunder surrounding his body. Kiang was in the middle of it, with a ferocious arc on the corner of his mouth. No one knew that this move of his was learned from the path of the Emperor. It seemed to be an ordinary soul attack, but in fact it contained an illusory will of the Emperor, which was also his biggest trump card. Let's start. Let me defeat you with the strongest attitude, and prove my strength at the moment. Soaring into the sky, Yang shouted in his heart, and the expression on his face changed from ferocious to crazy. Soul Destroyer. Taking a sudden step forward, Yang's body merged with the Soul Destroyer knife, and turned into a stream of black light. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. This is. Gently stroking the purple Zuan gun, Lin Ming finally took it a little seriously, but only a little seriously. While he was exploding the true essence in his body, he opened 30% of the power of the evil god. A spear stabbed out, and the spear light, which was 3 feet thick, pierced the sky and hit Yang's black blade light like a meteor. Absolute power impact around the golden spear light, surrounded by thousands of tiny thunders. Boom. The blade shattered, and Lin Ming's spear hit Yang solidly. Puff. Yang spat out a mouthful of blood, fell heavily to the ground, and smashed the stone bricks. At the same time, a strange will penetrated into Lin Ming's body like a poisonous snake, and rushed straight to the sea of spirituality. This is not an ordinary soul attack, but a strange power that Lin Ming has never encountered before, as if it was going to tear his sea of spirituality apart. The sudden change made the audience unable to react in time, and at this time Yang stood up with the knife. Although his face was covered in blood, there was a crazy and ferocious look on his face. Ha ha ha. It's over. If you are hit by my Emperor's will, you will definitely die. Chapter 604. Instant kill. Lin Ming stood motionless in the center of the fighting arena, holding the purple Zuan spear, like a clay sculpture. In front of Lin Ming, Yang, whose face was covered in blood, laughed loudly. How is it? The Emperor's will tastes good, right? This scene stunned the audience. Yang's long prepared move was knocked away by Lin Ming's attack. They all thought Yang was finished, but unexpectedly, Lin Ming seemed to be possessed by an evil spirit. There is no doubt that Yang's attack just now had a mystery. The Emperor's will. What is that? It sounds like a sure death. Lin Ming seems unable to move. The Emperor's will must be a soul attack. Yang is worthy of being one of the 7 stars of the heavenly demon, and a genius of the dwarf demon clan who is proficient in soul attacks. Although Lin Ming's soul defense is very strong, he still couldn't block Yang's move. It's too scary. Seeing Lin Ming like a clay sculpture at this time, the protective true energy on his body disappeared. As long as Yang cuts him with the soul-destroying sword, Lin Ming's head will definitely fall to the ground. Is the battle over like this? Yang's eyes flashed with excitement. The time to prove himself had finally come. The first genius of 10,000 years fell in his hands, and he could even rob Lin Ming of a bit of his luck. He had endured so much on the road of the Emperor, just to get this bit of the Emperor's will. The Emperor's will came from the real Emperor level strongman. How could ordinary warriors bear it? Even a little bit would cause a great impact on the sea of spirit. It's a pity that you can't hear what I say. What if you are strong? You still died in my hands. Yang shouted, took a step forward, and rushed towards Lin Ming. Seeing this scene, the surrounding warriors didn't blink an eye. Emogu's palms were sweating, Feng Shen was silent, and the corner of the Dark Lord's mouth had already shown a hint of a grim smile. As a lord, he certainly knew the horror of the Emperor's will. He didn't expect that Yang could capture a bit of the Emperor's will for his own use. This boy can be properly cultivated more. Die. With your blood of the first genius in 10,000 years, prove my way to the Demon Emperor. A trace of madness flashed across Yang's face, and he swung his sword and chopped it straight for Lin Ming's throat. At this moment, a cold and calm voice sounded in Yang's ears. What a pity. I almost felt this will. Just wait a little longer. It was just a light voice, as if it instantly froze Yang's soul, making his whole body piercingly cold. What? Yang was stunned for a moment. The next moment, the extremely dazzling purple electric light filled the field of vision, and the sharp spear light sprinkled the entire fighting field, so sharp that people couldn't open their eyes, as if the soul was pierced by the spear light. Bang! The straight spear light pierced Yang's chest, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Yang's eyeballs spit out, blood spit out of his mouth, and his body was thrown out. Puff! Yang's body fell on the floor tiles like a dead dog. A shocking blood hole was pierced in the position of his heart. His heart was shattered, and blood gushed out like a fountain. What? Such a change caught all the warriors present by surprise. Just a breath ago, they thought Lin Ming was going to die in Kiang's hands. In the blink of an eye, the battle situation changed suddenly. Lin Ming, who seemed to be petrified, suddenly shot out a gun and pierced Kiang's heart with one shot. Killing with just one shot, although a little unexpected, is enough to prove the huge gap in strength between Lin Ming and Kiang. Ignore Kiang's attack and kill with one shot. Emogu muttered to himself. Lin Ming's strength was far beyond his imagination. Even Feng Shen lost some of his composure. He let out a long breath and shook his head slightly. No one knew what he was thinking at this time. A dozen feet away, Kiang, whose heart was shattered, was not dead yet. He grabbed the ground under him, and his black nails dug deeply into the floor tiles, bloody and blurry. Why is it like this? Kiang's face was distorted, his eyes were full of unwillingness and disbelief. He really was unwilling. He had endured a month of soul pain on the road of the Emperor, which was simply inhuman torture, and finally got a trace of the Emperor's will for his own use. He thought this would pave the way for him to become a demon emperor in the future, and he thought he would soar to the sky with this, but this was only the first battle, and he died. The Emperor's will had clearly penetrated into Lin Ming's body. Why was it this result? Kiang supported his body and looked at Lin Ming. The blood in his mouth was getting more and more, but the blood fountain in his heart slowly stopped. The blood had dried up. He wanted to say something, but his eyes slowly lost their spirit. Kiang fell to the ground and died with his eyes open. For a moment, the warriors present were silent. They were not surprised that Lin Ming won, but the battle had reached this level and ended in such a tortuous form, which made them unable to react for a while. However, there is no doubt that Lin Ming's strength is far beyond Kiang. In the position of honor, the face of the Lord of Darkness was extremely gloomy. The will of the Emperor was useless to Lin Ming. Maher also had a solemn face. He finally had to face Lin Ming. Although he did not take Kiang seriously, he might not be able to easily defeat Kiang while retaining most of his strength. This kid. Maher touched the handle of the sword behind him, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Who? On the ring, the bloody evil spirit on Kiang's body condensed into a demon clone and pounced on Lin Ming. Kiang's demon tattoo was the late 8-winged demon. Lin Ming pointed out with his finger, using his finger as a gun. The gun flashed and directly shattered the demon clone, turning it into pure evil spirit and injecting it into Lin Ming's body. The 8th demon wing on his body slowly unfolded. The peak of the middle 8-winged demon. After Lin Ming absorbed half of the evil spirit on Kiang's body, he was getting closer and closer to the 10-winged demon. Lin Ming let out a long breath and slowly suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Just now, he was hit by the Emperor's will, and Lin Ming was indeed greatly shocked. Even with the Samsara martial will, he almost lost his mind. So, Lin Ming let the heavenly demon martial will burst out in his body. The heavenly demon martial will can not only suppress the flesh and true essence, but also suppress the soul power. The heavenly demon martial will combined with the Samsara martial will, and the two martial wills suppressed the Emperor's will at the same time, and barely subdued it. Lin Ming wanted to take the opportunity to comprehend this Emperor's will, but unfortunately, Kiang had already made a move after comprehending it a little bit. So Lin Ming had to interrupt the comprehending, open 50% of the power of the evil god, and turn his hand to kill Kiang. Taking away Kiang's Zumi ring, Lin Ming shot out another blood-destroying evil thunder, sucking away Kiang's blood. Now, the Great Wilderness Halberd art is not the strongest killing move for Lin Ming, but Lin Ming has never given up practicing the Great Wilderness Halberd art, because this set of skills mainly based on attack and killing has given him a lot of inspiration. His 3 moves, Chasing Lightning, Chasing Sun, and Piercing Rainbow, were all derived from the slaughter in the art of the Great Wilderness Halberd. Lin Ming had unknowingly stepped onto the realm of martial arts fusion, creating inheritance and becoming a martial arts master. Holding the purple Zuan spear diagonally in his right hand, with the tip of the spear pointing to the ground, drawing a full moon, Lin Ming looked in the direction of Yan Kai and Maher, and said calmly, "Who's next?" Chapter 605, Bladefield. For a moment, all the warriors' attention was focused on Maha. Maha snorted coldly, "Do you really think you are invincible?" With a move of his figure, Maha took a step forward from a distance of several dozen feet and came directly to the ring. "Kill Yang, you seem to think you have defeated me?" Maha's mouth curled up. He had to admit that Lin Ming's sole defense ability, the Emperor's will, was actually carried by him. But it doesn't matter. As a troll warrior, Maha has always been based on violence and frontal combat. Soul attack is the domain of the dwarf demons. Pulling out the long sword behind him, Maha's sword is 7 feet long, and the handle is equal to the height of an adult man. The thick blade spine is 3 inches, and it looks like it weighs no less than tens of thousands of pounds. Troll warriors generally love this kind of heavyweight weapon. No point in talking, just attack. Lin Ming shook the purple Zuan gun in his hand, and the tip of the gun flashed with lightning. Maha held the knife in both hands, and his body was surrounded by layers of magic clouds. He slashed out with the knife, and the knife energy swept out. Wherever he passed, the floor tiles turned into ashes and disappeared. Destruction. Compared with Xingqian, Maha's destruction was several times stronger. The solid floor tiles were annihilated by the knife wind. Even the metal foundation blessed by the formation was sunken. This knife wind even blew into the audience. Fortunately, the warriors around were all masters. They stretched out their body protection magic to resist the invasion of the knife wind. However, their magic was just touched by Maha's knife energy, and it seemed to be weathered and melted quickly. Horror. Just the aftermath is like this. What will happen if it hits head on? Lin Ming also felt the pressure of this destruction. Facing the destruction, he was no stranger. There was no doubt that there was a place to comprehend the destruction in the Tower of Babel. Xingqian and Maha's destruction were all comprehended there. The power of the evil god was activated, and the blood seal spun to kill. A spear thrust out, the blood-drinking seal spun, colliding fiercely with the destruction state, making a teeth-grinding cutting sound. Catcher. The blade and spear light burst at the same time, and Lin Ming's body floated out like a light swan. Lin Ming easily broke through the destruction state, without blushing, without beating his heart, and without even breathing. Although the warriors present had long expected that Maha's sword would not be able to do anything to Lin Ming, it was still secretly shocking that it was blocked so easily. The destruction state is not an ordinary state, it is one of the highest states. No need to test it, just fight with all your strength. Lin Ming landed lightly, with the tip of the spear pointing directly at Maha. Arrogant. A cold light flashed in Maha's eyes. "In that case, I will grant you your wish." With the sword across his chest, Maha's demonic essence exploded to the extreme. In the light, his muscles bulged, and earthworm-like veins crawled all over his body. A black light shield enveloped Maha, and then instantly expanded to a radius of 10 feet. In this light shield, countless sword beams flashed, and each sword beam contained a destructive mood. It's the sword beam field. Maha's signature move. The sword beam field, which came from the western region of the Holy Demon continent, gave birth to countless sword ki with its condensed and unmatched true essence. After ordinary warriors imitated sword ki, they either attacked others or missed. In either case, the sword ki would dissipate and transform into destructive power. However, the sword beam field that Maha displayed could ensure that the sword ki would gather and not disperse, surrounding the body endlessly. This was an attack and defense move. If ordinary warriors were enveloped in the sword beam field, they would be directly chopped into pieces. The most powerful point of the blade manifestation domain is that every time Maha strikes a sword, this sword will be integrated into the blade manifestation domain, making the domain stronger and stronger. Seeing Maha go all out, the warriors present all opened their eyes. This time they were serious. Many of the troll warriors cheered for Maha. Maha, who displayed the blade manifestation domain, was basically a human meat grinder who could stand up to his edge. Not only that, compared to the outstanding attack power of the blade manifestation domain, its defense power was even more terrifying. The countless blade manifestations in the domain were endless. Any attack that entered it would all be shredded by the blade manifestations. Maha slashed with a sword, and the countless blade manifestations around him were affected by this sword. With a sword slash, the sword energy flew. This is a blade manifestation domain that integrates the artistic conception of destruction. The essence of the original blade manifestation domain is to shred everything. Now that the artistic conception of destruction has been added, its power can be imagined. Lin Ming's expression finally became serious. There is no false person under the reputation of the 7 stars of the heavenly demon. Even the weaker Qiang was just unlucky to run into himself, who was best at soul defense, so he was constrained everywhere. And the matter in front of him was obviously much stronger than Qiang. The power of the evil god was activated to 90%. Lin Ming's purple spear lay horizontally, and thunder flashed on the tip of the spear. The thick arc of electricity was like a dancing python, chasing lightning, pouring the potential of the will of the whole body into the purple spear. The artistic conception of thunder and the slaughter of the great wilderness halberd were combined into one strike. Lin Ming and the spear became one, turning into a whistling lightning, piercing the sword light field. Head-on attack. Not only the people watching the battle, but even Maha was shocked. The sword light field shattered everything. When facing this move, ordinary people can only attack from a distance, consuming the power of the sword light field bit by bit. How dare they collide head-on? Swish. The dazzling lightning filled the entire hall, and the indestructible sword light field was directly pierced by the sharp spear light. Then, countless blades and spears in the field intertwined, making a series of crackling noises, and the blades were shredded by the power of thunder. At the same time, the power of thunder was also weakening. In a flash, the audience had no time to react, and the lightning that Lin Ming turned into had already pierced in front of Maha. Humph, rushing in as to seek death. Maha roared, holding the knife with both hands, and slashed at Lin Ming. Break the mountain. Maha's mountain breaking attack can completely split a mountain. Now the knife energy condensed into a transparent knife curtain more than 10 feet wide, and slashed at Lin Ming. Such a magnificent knife was shocking. Catcher. Countless blades were shattered, and the purple lightning that Lin Ming turned into penetrated Maha's blade field, and broke out from the other end. At the same time, Maha's knife fell heavily on the ring. Before the floor tiles touched the blade, they were blown into fine sand by the knife energy and then disappeared. Then the blade curtain hit the metal foundation heavily, creating a huge crack 30 feet wide on the ring. The entire ring was split in two by Maha's blade. The audience felt that the blood flow stopped instantly. This blade was too terrifying. The floor tiles of the entire ring, which was more than 10 feet wide and 30 feet long, disappeared under the impact of the destructive state of mind. The farther away, they turned into fine sand. Even the solid metal foundation blessed by the formation was split open, leaving shocking deep cracks. All eyes fell on Lin Ming almost at the same time, but Lin Ming turned around calmly, after passing through the blade field, without any injury. On the other hand, Maha's face was slightly pale, and a trace of blood slowly flowed down from his shoulder. Maha is injured. Oh my god, such a terrifying sword. I felt as if I was chopped to pieces, even though I was so far away. But, it was Maha who was injured. That should have been Lin Ming's ultimate move. If this continues, he might win 2 games in a row and challenge Yanqi. He is worthy of being the first genius in 10,000 years. Lin Ming is strong, but I still can't understand it. Although Lin Ming's gun was extremely fast, it didn't look that terrifying. The destructive state of mind contained in Maha's sword light can be seen from the tragic scene on the arena. How could such a result be the result after fighting? The audience felt that they couldn't understand it. The state of destruction is praised as one of the highest state of mind. How could it be a false reputation? Moreover, Maha has already raised the state of destruction to such a high level. However, facing Lin Ming, his state of destruction seemed to be completely useless. Maha looked at Lin Ming with an ugly face. The audience didn't know, but Maha knew clearly that he didn't hit Lin Ming with the sword just now. When he slashed down with his sword, he suddenly felt a strange and inexplicable feeling. Then, Lin Ming dodged his frontal attack under impossible conditions, but was only hit by the aftermath of the sword energy. The aftermath of the sword energy could not break Lin Ming's body protection essence at all. His mountain breaking attack missed. Lin Ming, if you have the guts, fight me head on and break my sword light domain. Maha tore off his shirt, that was shattered by the spear light, and looked at Lin Ming with burning eyes. Break your sword light domain? Lin Ming smiled slightly. The magic essence in Maha's body was extremely condensed, and the sword light domain was also endless and terrifying. It was not an easy task to break it. After all, Lin Ming's cultivation was not as good as Maher's, and Maher was defending, while Lin Ming was attacking. Maher's sword light domain was gathered but not dispersed. After Lin Ming's spear light pierced into it, he would be attacked by everyone, which was a great disadvantage. In this case, if he wanted to crush this sword light domain with absolute power, he would probably have to use the power of the 8 gates. Lin Ming didn't want to do this. The 8 gates of Dunjia was his biggest killer. Maher seemed to be more afraid of Lin Ming's strange evasive skills after the fight just now. This time he separated more sword beams around his body, surrounded him, and took the defense to the extreme. The sword beam field was originally an extremely excellent defensive move. Now that the defense is taken to the extreme, it is even more stable. Maher has made up his mind. At worst, he will fight a war of attrition. He has absolute confidence in his total amount of magic energy and recovery ability. Lin Ming saw Maher's plan. Fight a war of attrition? He is not afraid, but he doesn't want to. On the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel, there are enemies everywhere. Lin Ming prefers to keep himself in the absolute peak state. He doesn't want to open the 8 gates of Dunjia, nor does he want to fight a war of attrition. He moved his feet and walked towards Maher calmly, step by step approaching the sword beam field. What is he going to do? The audience present was confused. Lin Ming did not condense too much body protecting true energy on his body. He just walked towards the sword beam field, as if he was walking directly into it. Chapter 606. Punishment again. Walking into the sword light field with a physical body? You must be kidding. Under such a terrifying sword light, coupled with the blessing of the destructive state of mind, everything will be shattered. The body protecting true essence of ordinary warriors is no different from paper in the face of this sword light. Even if Lin Ming's true essence is condensed, it can only play a limited role. It is impossible to block such a stormy attack with only the body protecting true essence. What does he want to do? One more step, and he will enter the scope of the sword light field. In the seat of honor, Feng Shen looked at Lin Ming intently. He had fought with Maher before. Facing Maher's sword light field, he had no better way. He could only delay it slowly, and break it with force. Now, Maher's strength has obviously improved further, and his sword light field is even more terrifying. Just walking into the sword light field with a physical body, even the honorable master will die. Maher also didn't know what Lin Ming was going to do. He stared at Lin Ming closely, and his whole body's true energy was running to the extreme. You are trying to be mysterious, you are looking for death. Crack. Taking a step forward, Maher's sword light raised a gust of wind and enveloped Lin Ming. I don't believe that you can block these hundreds of sword lights. At the moment, when the sword light was about to pierce Lin Ming's body, Lin Ming gently stroked the purple Zuan gun, suddenly stepped forward, and stabbed out with a gun. It seemed to be a very ordinary shot, but an incredible scene happened. Lin Ming, with his gun, seemed to travel through space, and came to Maher in an instant, ignoring the storm-like sword light. What? Maher was shocked. When Lin Ming was in the king's cage, the space storm he faced was many times stronger than this sword light field. Using the space power in the sword light field, he instantly crossed the void. Chasing the sun, Lin Ming opened up the power of the evil god and stabbed out with a gun. The blazing power of fire burned the void, shining brightly, and the flame-shaped mark between Lin Ming's eyebrows emitted a dazzling light. After burning the blood of the ancient phoenix, Lin Ming can increase the power of chasing the sun to the limit. Maher had no time to think about how Lin Ming appeared. The spear light was right in front of him. He roared, mobilized all his strength, and slashed at Lin Ming with a knife. However, at the moment, when he slashed the knife, he felt that everything around him seemed to slow down suddenly. The originally frantically flying blade light slowed down, and Lin Ming's gun also slowed down. But although this gun was slow, he couldn't dodge it or block it, because his speed of slashing the knife became slower. No. Maher roared wildly, and his magic energy erupted like a volcano, and the blood vessels in his arms burst. However, no matter how he exploded his body's potential, he could not break through the lock of time. He watched Lin Ming's purple spear pierce his throat. Blood spurted. Swoosh. The next moment, Lin Ming had already rushed out of the sword light field, and behind him, Maher stood there stupidly, his eyes dull, blood gushing out. After killing Kai Yang, Lin Ming killed Maher again. Bang. The 7-foot-long thick-backed sword fell on the broken metal foundation, and Maher's tall and burly body lost support and fell on his back. The audience was dumbfounded. If Lin Ming killed Qiang because Qiang was restrained by Lin Ming in the field he was good at, then killing Maher was a real crushing and a fair situation. Maher could have been ranked third among the 7 stars of the heavenly demon, and his strength improved by leaps and bounds after entering the Emperor's Road. How could he die so miserably? Lin Ming only entered the King's Cage, and the progress he made in the King's Cage far exceeded the progress Maher made in the Emperor's Road. What a monstrous talent. Moreover, many warriors still don't understand how Maher died. What happened just now? Maher's sword light field, attack and defense are integrated, especially in defense, endless, perfect. Lin Ming walked into the sword light field with his flesh body, and then he unexpectedly crossed the space in an instant, completely treating the sword light field as air. Then he stabbed out with a seemingly random shot, seemingly not fast, but for some reason, Maher had no time to swing the sword, and was stabbed to death by Lin Ming. If it was an ordinary battle, people would almost think that Maher let it go, but now it was a life and death battle. Naturally there was no possibility of letting it go. Just now it was the time and space artistic conception. In the audience, a warrior recognized Lin Ming's moves. Too scary. After comprehending the ultimate realm of time and space, can Lin Ming teleport? It's not teleportation, it's just the steps of using the laws of space. We don't understand the laws, so we think it's teleportation. A fairy warrior explained. As a member of the fairy tribe, he also had some understanding of the realm of time and space. According to legend, it is possible to teleport after comprehending the realm of space to a very high level and contacting the laws of the origin of space. However, that realm only exists in the classics, and even the 8 meteorites war emperor has not been able to reach it. Alas, the gap in talent is too big. Everyone entered the cultivation ground. Maher entered the Emperor's Road, and Lin Ming entered the King's Cage. After the results came out, the gap in strength between Maher and Lin Ming was even greater than before. The Emperor's Road is good, but it depends on who enters it. Lin Ming has already been so abnormal after entering the King's Cage. What will happen if he enters the Emperor's Road in the future? Thinking of this, these warriors couldn't help but shudder. Kill Qiang. Punish Maher. Lin Ming swept all the way, not giving the other party any chance to fight back. Qiang's Emperor's Will and Maher's Blade Field were all ineffective against Lin Ming. At this time, a warrior whispered, "Don't be silly. Lin Ming will never have the opportunity to enter the Emperor's Road. How could the 12 lords allow this to happen? That would be like shooting oneself in the foot, unless Lin Ming could willingly submit to the Tower of Babel." The warriors present were not fools. They could see that the Dark Lord wanted to kill Lin Ming. This kid, if he is left behind, he will not only be a scourge to the blood-killing clean, but may even be a scourge to the dwarf demons and trolls of the Holy Demon continent. In the honorable seat, the Dark Lord touched his ring, with murderous intent in his eyes. Lin Ming is too similar to the 8 meteorites war emperor. Everyone experiences a different King's Cage. Whether it is the difficulty or the type of cage, it varies from person to person. However, Lin Ming and Bai Yun both eventually comprehended the realm of time and space in the King's Cage at the same time. This coincidence made the Dark Lord feel apprehensive. At the beginning, Bai Yun had a very high level of attainment in the realm of time and space, and had achieved the 8th level of life, so no one among the emperors of the same level could match him. Now Lin Ming is the same, and the most shocking thing is that he has stayed in the King's Cage for nearly twice as long as Bai Yun war emperor. If this continues, in a few decades, as long as Lin Ming does not die, he will become an emperor-level powerhouse. In a few hundred years, Lin Ming will be able to travel across the continent and have no rivals. It is not impossible for Lin Ming to become the strongest person in the Holy Demon continent after thousands of years. By then, the interests of the Dwarf Demon Clan and the Troll Demon Clan will inevitably be greatly damaged. On the stage, Lin Ming took Maher's Zumi ring without a sound, and at the same time, the evil spirit on Maher's body also rushed into Lin Ming's body. As one of the top 3 figures in the 7 stars of the Heavenly Demon, the strong evil spirit contained in Maher's tattoo can be imagined. Half of the evil spirit poured into Lin Ming's body, directly raising the level of Lin Ming's Heavenly Demon tattoo to the peak of 8 wings. It is not far from the 10-winged heavenly demon tattoo. It is still possible to reach 10 wings, but it is an extremely long and difficult process to go from 10 wings to 12 wings. At that level, it is first difficult to find an opponent. If you want to improve, you can only fight with the Lord, and who will fight with you? What's more, the 12-winged heavenly demon is a taboo in the blood killing plane, because such a person will not be killed by the mysterious power of the blood killing plane after he becomes an emperor level strongman in the future. He can return to the blood killing plane at any time, which is a huge destabilizing factor. After casually glancing at the Zumi ring, Lin Ming put it away. After killing Kaiang and Maha this time, Lin Ming has actually obtained the 100 winnings badge, and the points he has obtained are close to 100, but at this level, badges, points, etc. are not very meaningful. Next, the third battle is also the last battle. Lin Ming vs. Yan Kai. Everyone's eyes fell on Yan Kai. Yan Kai seemed surprisingly calm, without any fear at all. He had also entered the king's cage before, and won the title of Earth level Shura. Of course, compared with Lin Ming, he was eclipsed, but he would be a first class achievement in any 5th grade sect in the Holy Demon continent. Yan Kai is also an emperor level genius, no doubt. As long as he can maintain his current progress speed, he will have a great chance of becoming an emperor level powerhouse in the future. With light footsteps, Yan Kai slowly fell on the ring like a dead leaf, without a sound, and he drew out the weapon in the Zumi ring, which was a black earth level top grade sword. With the sword in hand, Yan Kai's momentum suddenly changed, becoming sharp and fierce. It is true that the dwarf demon warriors are proficient in soul attacks, but it is a big mistake to think that they are only proficient in soul attacks. Yan Kai is an excellent example. While he is proficient in soul attacks, he is also good at material attacks. As expected of a salt idiot, he didn't panic at all when facing Lin Ming. He's a master. Don't underestimate Salt Idiot. Lin Ming is strong, but Salt Idiot's strength is also unfathomable. No one knows how much Salt Idiot has improved on the road to becoming an emperor. Moreover, after 2 battles, although Lin Ming seems to have ended the battle easily, he actually consumed a lot of energy. Warriors have limited reserves of true energy. When warriors fight, they usually test each other at the beginning and then get serious. It's not surprising that a powerful martial art consumes 10% of true energy. It's also normal for a trump card to consume 20% to 30% of true energy. In this way, even if the battle ends easily, it usually consumes 10% to 20% of true energy. After 2 battles, he will only have 70% to 80% of his full strength. If it's a round robin battle, it will be difficult to hold on unless the strength gap is huge. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 607, Battle Spirit. Facing the Yan Kai on the stage, Lin Ming suddenly had a strange feeling. The opponent was just standing there casually, but there seemed to be an invisible will emanating from him. This will was different from the aura of a warrior. The aura directly oppressed other opponents who were enveloped in it. It was not surprising that the opponents with large differences in strength would vomit blood or even be killed by the aura. However, the Yan Kai's will was illusory and had no power, but it made people feel palpitating. Soul attacks seem to be useless to you. Yan Kai laughed and stroked the sword with his right hand. It's just, the power from will is not as simple as soul attacks. Take my sword. While Yan Kai was talking, his body suddenly moved. His seemingly short body became extremely light and a series of after images were left behind him, making it impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As Yan Kai moved quickly, his sword left after images on the ring. The speed was extremely fast. It was not surprising that the sword light left after images, but the strange thing was that once the after image of Yan Kai's sword appeared, it would not disappear, but stayed and turned into a complete lightsaber. More and more lightsabers flew all over the sky, weaving a large net, covering Lin Ming. Many warriors could weave a sword net with lightsabers, but Yan Kai's lightsaber was different from that of ordinary warriors. On the lightsaber, there seemed to be a grey-white flame burning. The flame was not hot, but had a cold feeling, from the depths of the soul. What a sharp move. These lightsabers seem to stab my heart, and I feel scared at a glance. How is it possible? No matter how powerful the sword moves are, it will be useless if they are not stabbed down. But now, the sword moves made by Yan Kai make people feel like they are stabbed at just one glance. The entire arena is covered with lightsabers, and there is no blind spot for attack. If we were to be attacked by this move, we would be defeated in an instant. The warriors in the audience were discussing. In the honorable seat, Feng Shen was silent, his eyes burning at the grey-white flame burning on Yanxi's lightsaber. Yanxi, has it come to this? 10,000 arrows pierce the heart. Swoosh. All the lightsabers, covering Lin Ming in a sphere, pierced straight down. The grey-white flame burned fiercely, as if it was burning a person's soul. At that moment, facing countless lightsabers, Lin Ming's heart was as calm as water. Golden Peng breaking the void. After the space realm was greatly improved, Lin Ming's Golden Peng breaking the void body technique had already reached the second major achievement. Now he took a step forward, as if escaping into the void. The power of space twisted under Lin Ming's feet, and he dodged the attack of the lightsaber from an almost impossible angle. Boom boom boom. Sword lights poured down on the metal foundation of the arena. The scene of hundreds of sword lights exploding together was extremely spectacular. The metal foundation blessed by the formation was completely blown up. However, at this time, no one cared about the effect of the sword light explosion. Their eyes were all focused on Lin Ming and Yan Kai. At the moment when Lin Ming got rid of the sword light, Yan Kai appeared in front of Lin Ming. It felt like Yan Kai had been waiting there for a long time, waiting for Lin Ming to hit him. Calculated Lin Ming's dodge direction? Yan Kai was not idle when Lin Ming was fighting with Maher and Kaiyang just now. He was thinking about tactics. He must be afraid of Lin Ming's weird space state. Lin Ming's steps are elusive and unpredictable. Yan Kai has been prepared for this. It's hard to say who will win this battle. Yan Kai had indeed been waiting here for a long time. He calculated carefully and took every step carefully just to gain this advantage. Soul-breaking sword. Yan Kai roared, and a grey-white flame burned on the black sword tip, 10 times more vigorous than before. Go to hell. With a sword slash, the magic essence burst out, as if to cut the mountain apart. So that's how it is. It's a pity that one force can defeat 10 skills. In the face of absolute power, your calculations are useless. Lin Ming didn't care at all. Between his eyebrows, the blood of the ancient phoenix burned, and on the purple spear, thunder and fire intertwined, piercing the rainbow, pouring all his will and potential into the spear move. The attack that combined the thunder and fire artistic conception was the killer move that Lin Ming created to replace the thunder and fire killing. This move was the first time he used it in public. Boom. The spear light intertwined with thunder and fire collided with the grey-white flame, and a terrifying airwave burst out. The entire metal ring was flipped up, and the 1-foot-thick metal layer was completely rolled back, like layers of waves. This piece of the ring was completely destroyed. The surrounding warriors were forced to retreat step by step in such a terrifying explosion. Horrible. With this level of attack, if we go up and are just hit by the aftermath, we will probably be seriously injured. After Yan Kai entered the Emperor's Road, his strength has indeed greatly improved. The sword just now seemed to have chopped my heart, but the terrifying thing is that Lin Ming has only entered the king's cage, but his strength has increased more than Yan Kai. Such a talent is far beyond our imagination. Yan Kai's body flew backwards close to the ground, and his long sword carved a deceleration on the metal ring, shooting out a series of sparks. Even with such a deceleration, he retreated dozens of feet in one breath, knelt on one knee, and his blood was surging. Lin Ming, on the other hand, only took a few steps back and stood firm. Blocked. Lin Ming was a little surprised. The power of Guan Han was far better than Zhu Ri, and the previous Guan Han, a head-on collision, did not seriously injure Yan Kai. At the moment, when the moves touched, he clearly felt a sharp breath cutting through his thunder and fire realm, which greatly reduced the power of his moves. What was that sharp breath? When Lin Ming was surprised, Yan Kai was even more shocked. He never thought that the killing move he had carefully planned out, using that kind of power, would be blocked by Lin Ming so easily. How could this be possible? Yan Kai felt a chill in his heart. At the honorable seat, Feng Shen looked solemn, as expected. That grey-white flame is the war spirit. I didn't expect Yan Kai to have a war spirit. Although it is not his own, he does have it. In this regard, he has walked ahead of me. As Feng Shen said, the power from will is not just a soul attack, it can also form other forms of power. When the will is strong to a certain extent, it can be transformed into a real material attack. This is the condensation of the war spirit. The reason why the Emperor's Road has the Emperor's Willies, because the war spirits condensed by the great emperors during their lifetime have not dissipated after 10,000 years. They condensed on the Emperor's Road and were captured and refined by later generations, becoming the Emperor's Will. The war spirit is the true face of the Emperor's Will. Battle spirit and martial intention. These two things have become the two auxiliary artistic conceptions of warriors, but the requirements of battle spirit are higher than those of martial intention. Feng Shen had to admit that the dwarf demons have a natural advantage in understanding souls and wills. So Matter failed to comprehend the will of the Emperor, but Kai did. However, Kaiang's strength and talent were limited, and he could only use the will of the Emperor as a weapon for soul attack, which was ineffective against Lin Ming. However, Yanqi has been able to integrate the will of the Emperor into his attack and restore it to a real battle spirit. Yanqi's battle spirit is not his own, but the battle spirit of a certain emperor he captured, which is only a tiny trace. However, even so, it has unpredictable power. Battle spirits can attach to anything and turn it into a sharp weapon. For example, if the battle spirit is attached to a dead leaf, then this originally fragile dead leaf can break the treasure. The stronger the battle spirit, the stronger the power of the dead leaf. If the battle spirit of the powerful in the god realm, it is not difficult for the dead leaf to break the heavenly rank top grade treasure. By attaching the war spirit to the empty air, the air can be transformed into a deadly wind blade, killing people invisibly. Even more, the war spirit can attach to the momentum and energy field released by the warrior. The momentum is fused with the war spirit, and the power is even greater. In this way, the warrior does not even need to make a move, and can kill the opponent with the empty war spirit alone. The above examples only prove the power of the war spirit. If you want to kill people with dead leaves and air, you can only do it when the difference in cultivation is very large. When the difference in cultivation is not large, the role of the war spirit is to attach to the treasure and moves. Yan Kai's sword was originally a top grade earth level sword. After the fusion of the war spirit, the power can be imagined. In addition, he used the killer martial arts of the soul breaking sword. The three combined into one are unstoppable. However, such a sword was blocked by Lin Ming. Lin Ming even just shook his body and stepped back a few steps. On the other hand, Yan Kai retreated more than 10 feet away and was slightly injured. The difference is immediately judged. It is hard to imagine how powerful Lin Ming is. This was the first time that Feng Shen felt fear for a person of the same age. Living in the same era as Lin Ming was a kind of sadness. The warriors around were still discussing excitedly, but their discussions were basically centered on the completely destroyed arena. That was the Black Gold Foundation blessed by the formation, and the aftermath of the explosion rolled into waves. The power of the attack could be imagined. In fact, they still greatly underestimated the level of the fight just now, because they did not know the battle spirit. The battle spirit is something that only the emperor level powerhouses, at least those with high level life full, can touch. It is too far away for ordinary warriors. Whether or not to comprehend the battle spirit varies from person to person. Some warriors with amazing talents and soul and will can comprehend the battle spirit with only the 4th level life full. On the contrary, many people have not been able to comprehend the battle spirit until they are crowned as emperors. For example, the emperor level powerhouses of the trolls, orcs, and barbarians are born weak in soul and will. Many of these people have not comprehended the battle spirit. Yan Kai's so-called war spirit was only extracted from the will of the emperor left behind by the emperor level strongman. It was not his own comprehension, and could not grow or improve. Even so, the power of the things belonging to the emperor level strongman, applied to the level below the death, is beyond doubt. However, such a carefully calculated attack was completely unable to do anything to Lin Ming, and Yan Kai's heart began to tremble. Even the war spirit was blocked by him. At this time, Lin Ming held the Zixuan spear, and the tip of the spear pointed directly at Yan Kai, and Yan Kai's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Chapter 608. Don't you want to come down and play? Lin Ming held the purple spear. The tip of the spear pointed directly at Yan Kai, and Yan Kai's face suddenly became extremely ugly. The carefully arranged tactics and the war spirit was used. The strongest attack has been used, but it failed. If it continues, the result is predictable. Lin Ming, stop here, don't force me. Yan Kai said with gritted teeth holding the black sword. Force you? Lin Ming smiled. Are you kidding? When the three of you joined forces to fight me in a round-robin battle, did you ever think that you were forcing me? At that time, you should have thought of this moment. It was a battle of life and death. If I lost, would you stop here at the moment of winning? Now that I have won, you ask me not to force you. Is there any reason for this? Lin Ming sneered, shook the purple spear, and on the tip of the spear, electric light and flames intertwined. Don't think I'm really afraid of you. If I detonate the war spirit obtained from the Emperor's Road, I can fight you to the death. A trace of madness flashed in Yan Kai's eyes. No one who can reach this step of Yan Kai is a coward, and he will definitely do what he says. War spirit? Oh. Lin Ming pondered for a moment. So that thing is called a war spirit? I seem to have some impression of it. The soul fragments that Lin Ming inherited from the magic cube were incomplete, but he also had some vague memories of war spirits. War spirits and martial intentions are known as the two major martial arts realms of warriors. However, martial intentions are generally auxiliary, and very few can be directly converted into attack power, while war spirits are just the opposite. Most of them are used to directly increase attack power, and can be attached to anything to increase the warrior's attack to the extreme. I say it again, if I detonate the war spirit, I will suffer great losses, or even die directly, but you can't think about it. I will also drag you down with me when I die. While Yan Kai was speaking, grey-white flames began to burn on the black sword edge again, and the flames became more and more vigorous. Just looking at it made the soul feel cold. Yan Kai has made a desperate move, and he has called up all the war spirits in his body. Lin Ming didn't care at all. He laid his spear horizontally, with the tip of the spear pointing directly at Yan Kai's throat. The purple tip of the spear was cold and hissing, and the electric light pierced through the air. That's it. I will tell you everything I know about the battle spirit. Yan Kai used his true energy to transmit his voice. Although he felt humiliated, he could only endure it, since it concerned his life. Heh. Lin Ming laughed. Tell me your understanding of the battle spirit, plus 3 pigeon egg-sized pieces of demon god's bones, and I will spare your life. 3 pigeon egg-sized pieces of demon god's bones? Yan Kai was angry. Do you think demon god's bones are cabbages at the market? I have been in the Tower of Babel for so many years, and I have only obtained 2 Langan-sized pieces of demon god's bones, and I have used them myself. How could I have 3 pieces left? Really? In that case, then go to hell. Lin Ming shouted coldly, and stabbed out with a spear. The meaning of thunder and fire intertwined together, piercing the rainbow. Asshole, if you insist on dying, then I will die with you. A crazy look flashed in Yan Kai's eyes. Burn. Emperor War Spirit. Ha. On Yan Kai's black sword, grey-white flames spurted out like a volcanic eruption. His face was twisted with blue veins, and blood vessels in his arms burst. With a wild shout, Yan Kai held the sword with both hands, and slashed at Lin Ming. Grey-white flames exploded in the air, and in the explosion, one could seem to hear the groaning of the dead souls. That groaning was obviously illusory, but for some reason it seemed to echo in people's ears, drilled into the brain, and shook the sea of spirit. Facing the overwhelming fire of the war spirit, Lin Ming's pupils shrank slightly, and the compressed true essence of the evil god's power exploded to the extreme, and the blood of the ancient phoenix burned. The space under his feet was strangely distorted. Lin Ming and the gun became one, and the power of thunder and fire rotated rapidly like a jet of steel needles, rapidly bouncing away the surrounding war spirit power. Boom boom boom. Like a stream of flying light, Lin Ming held the purple spear, slashed through the void, and tore apart the flames of the war spirit. However, it was an emperor's war spirit after all. Even if there was only a trace of it, when it shone its last light, its power was terrifying. In the fierce energy collision, the fire of the war spirit slashed through Lin Ming's body, protecting true essence like a bayonet, and pierced into his flesh. However, after Lin Ming's marrow was fully tempered, he opened the 8 gates of Dunjia, and his body's defense was incomparably strong. Even if the power of the war spirit pierced into his body, it only hurt the skin and flesh. Crack. Lin Ming broke through the flame curtain and stabbed Yan Kai's face. What? Yan Kai was shocked. At this time, he had consumed more than 70% of his true essence. He gritted his teeth and used his last strength. Yan Kai made a desperate move and stabbed Lin Ming's throat with a sword. It was a move that only attacked, but did not defend. Yan Kai knew that he would die, and he wanted to drag Lin Ming down with him. Innocent. The 2 words echoed in Yanqi's ears. This was the last sound Yanqi heard. The next moment, his head exploded like a watermelon. Lin Ming's gun pierced through Yanqi's head like a flying meteor. The powerful impact force and the explosive force of thunder and fire directly blew Yanqi's head to pieces, and the brain and blood evaporated instantly. The remains of the skull and flesh were thrown into the air. Lin Ming had already fallen dozens of feet away. Behind him, Yanqi's black sword had only stabbed halfway, but it stagnated forever. The absolute speed difference. It's over. Lin Ming put away the purple Zuan gun. In this battle, he did not win easily without opening the 8 gates of Dunjia. His clothes were torn, and his body was cut with dozens of bloody wounds by the power of the war spirit. After all, Yanqi's war spirit came from an emperor-level strongman. The power that burst out in the end was extremely terrifying. After all, it cut through Lin Ming's body protection essence. In fact, these dozens of bloody wounds were not even considered injuries to Lin Ming. They just made him look a little embarrassed. Perhaps some arrogant warriors would care about their image and strive to win beautifully, but for Lin Ming, these were all clouds. Boom. The headless body of Yan Kai fell to the ground and died. In the 3rd and final round, Yan Kai died, and Lin Ming won all the games. The audience was silent. After 3 rounds of continuous round-robin battles, Lin Ming fought to the end. From his appearance, although he was injured, he obviously still had strength to spare. These were 3 of the 7 stars of the heavenly demon. Moreover, they had entered the Emperor's Road before, and their strength had been greatly improved. No one was optimistic about Lin Ming at first, and they all thought he was too reckless. However, the real result was unexpected. All 3 masters were killed by Lin Ming. At the beginning of the battle, who would have thought that Lin Ming's strength would be improved to this extent, just by passing the king's cage? Horrible. I think Lin Ming still retains at least 50% to 60% of his strength, and his total amount of true energy is unimaginable. Fighting 3 games in a row, all opponents are 7 stars of heavenly demons, and there are even top-notch figures like Yanqi and Maha, but Lin Ming only suffered minor injuries after 3 games. Some flesh wounds, let alone Lin Ming, are nothing at all, even for other warriors of the 3rd level, and they recovered in 1 or 2 hours. As expected of the title Shura, as expected of the first genius in the history of the Holy Demon continent in 10,000 years, he has such a cultivation level at the peak of innateness, and when he is crowned as an emperor, it will be terrible. You think? How many times will Lin Ming survive? Someone asked, and the warriors present were silent. Humans are weak, but that was before they were crowned as emperors. Humans have good comprehension, and their affinity for the laws is second only to the goblins. The main thing that limits their strength is their physical strength. Their weak bodies make humans very limited in both defense and attack power. But the heavens are fair. Before humans can be crowned as emperors, they must experience the death of life. Death of life is the gate of hell for humans, and the mortality rate is extremely high. This also makes the birth rate of human crowned emperors much smaller than that of other races. However, correspondingly, once they have survived the death of life and reshaped their bodies, the strength of the human race will advance by leaps and bounds. If they can survive the 8-fold death of life, their strength will far exceed that of other races. Lin Ming is now so strong that he is abnormal. If he also survives the 8-fold death of life in the future, how strong will he be? Thinking of this, these warriors dare not think about it anymore. In the honorable seat, Feng Shen listened to the surrounding warriors expressing their opinions and shook his head slightly. They did not know the horror of the last fight. That was the explosion of the Emperor's war spirit, but it was still blocked by Lin Ming. The Emperor's war spirit, even if there is only a trace, the power of its explosion is extremely terrifying. It's a pity that Qianxue can't control this kind of power. He can only let the energy of the war spirit explosion vent everywhere, most of which is wasted, and very little falls on Lin Ming. Lin Ming and his spear merged into one, and he used spiral force to sweep away the power of the war spirit, so in the end he was only slightly injured. Feng Shen had extraordinary eyes, and naturally saw the mystery of Lin Ming's avoidance of the power of the war spirit, which made him admire him even more. While Lin Ming was terrifyingly powerful, he also had a calm mind and chose the most appropriate tactics at the critical moment. I am not his opponent. Feng Shen felt ashamed of himself. He was confident that he could defeat Yan Kai, but it was impossible for him to defeat Lin Ming in his prime. Not to mention his prime, even if he was allowed to go on the field now and fight against Lin Ming, who had consumed a lot of physical strength, he believed that the probability of winning Lin Ming was only 50 to 50. On the ring, Lin Ming calmly put away Yan Kai's Zumi ring and the treasured black sword. At the same time, half of the bloody evil spirit on Yan Kai's body flowed into Lin Ming's body. The fourth pair of wings of the demon tattoo on his shoulder stretched out again, reaching the peak of the 8-winged demon, and was only one step away from the 10-winged demon. However, it is not easy to cross this one step. Unless you kill a 7-star demon, the demon tattoo will not grow at all. What a pity. Lin Ming shook his head. It was just a little short. Humph. On the honored seat, the Dark Lord snorted coldly. He had thought of what Feng Shen could think of. He stood up with a gloomy face. He had no interest in staying any longer and turned around to leave. At this moment, Lin Ming raised his head and said with a smile, "Darkness, are you leaving now? Aren't you going to come down and play?" What? The Dark Lord was shocked and stood still on the spot. The other warriors present were all stunned and looked at Lin Ming in disbelief. What did he say just now? Chapter 609, Blooming Force Field. Come down to play? Lin Ming wants to challenge the Lord? Question mark? Such a casual tone. Clearly he doesn't take the Dark Lord seriously. Too arrogant. The 12 Lords, although their talents are not as good as the conferred gods, or even as good as the Salt Maniac, their rage is there, and the weakest among them can beat all the trial participants. It was rumored that the conferred gods could be compared to the weakest lord, but it was just a comparison. In a real life and death fight, the conferred gods would most likely lose. What's more, the Dark Lord is not the weakest lord at all. He has been a lord for many years, and his strength can even be ranked in the upper middle of the 12 lords. On the other hand, Lin Ming is indeed strong, but he has just experienced 3 battles, and has consumed a lot of his true energy. Isn't it courting death to challenge the Dark Lord at this time? Lin Ming wants to fight the Dark Lord again, after going through the round-robin battles. Is he crazy? Through the injuries from the 3 battles, he will consume at least 40% or 50% of his true essence. Is he looking for death? Do you think Lin Ming is a fool? In the past year, Lin Ming has accepted so many battles. When have you ever seen him lose? Someone said unconvinced. Not losing is indeed amazing, but it is not an exaggeration. He has never lost in the conferred god. Most of those who have lost on the 3rd floor are already dead. Do you think that he can beat the Dark Lord just because Lin Ming has never lost? After this question, the warrior who spoke earlier was silent. In the Tower of Babel, the status of the Lord is deeply rooted. They have been at the highest point of the Tower of Babel for many years. They control a large amount of resources, special training grounds, the road to the Emperor, and even a large amount of demon god bones. With these resources and the accumulation of time, their strength can be imagined. The 12 lords have not taken action for many years. Challenge them? No one dares to think so. The Dark Lord looked at Lin Ming for more than 10 breaths. He never thought that Lin Ming would dare to challenge him. He was worried that he had no legitimate excuse to kill Lin Ming, but he came to him. Did this kid hide his strength in the previous battle? The Dark Lord's mouth curved up. He was not worried about this at all. As a lord, he could use almost all the resources of the Tangshan Tower, including the Emperor's Road, at will. With his age and cultivation, how could he lose? You want to challenge me? Yes. After killing Yan Kai, my heavenly demon tattoo still failed to break through the 10 wings. The heavenly demon tattoo failed to break through the 10 wings? Did he mean to use the Dark Lord to complete his heavenly demon tattoo? The surrounding warriors were stunned. How arrogant. Heavenly demon tattoo? Ha 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 ha. The Dark Lord laughed wantonly. In that case, I will fulfill your wish. He took a step forward casually. No one could see the Dark Lord's movements. The next moment, he had appeared on the ring. Lin Ming held the purple spear. The tip of the spear pointed directly at the Dark Lord, his face calm. When fighting with Yan Kai and Maha, he always held back, just for this battle. In this battle, he will go all out. Intellectually, it is a bit rash to challenge the Dark Lord now, because Lin Ming does not know the full strength of the Dark Lord, but he cannot suppress the will to fight in his heart. He wants to fight to his heart's content, in his peak state, to truly test his strength improvement, after passing the King's Cage. At this moment, the atmosphere in the martial arts arena is extremely solemn. All the audience held their breath and stared at the two people on the stage, fearing that they would miss something. In the seat of honor, Feng Shan subconsciously gripped the hilt of the sword and challenged the Lord. He had this idea before, but that was only for the two lords who had just been promoted for less than 3 years. As for challenging the Dark Lord, he was not so crazy. On the stage, the Dark Lord just stood with his hands behind his back, without any weapon, and looked very casual. Let's see if you can force me to draw my sword. As he spoke, an invisible aura emanated from him, like rolling waves, wantonly. This aura. Terrible. The aura is not directed at us at all, but I feel like I'm caught in a storm and can't breathe. Just being enveloped by this aura, I'm afraid I won't have the courage to resist. How can I fight this way? The Dark Lord hasn't made a move yet, but his aura is so strong. How much pressure should Lin Ming bear when facing this aura head on? Force you to draw your sword? Lin Ming smiled slightly, unaware of the aura that enveloped him. He held the purple Zuan spear diagonally in his right hand, and the tip of the spear slowly drew a full moon on the ground, and the Shura force field of the demonic martial will was activated. Boom. The demonic force field suppressed in Lin Ming's body exploded. Lin Ming had long been accustomed to the pressure of the heavenly demon force field in the Emperor's cage. What was the Dark Lord's momentum? The heavenly demon force field was like heavy mercury, tearing apart the Dark Lord's momentum completely. It swallowed up the Dark Lord's momentum with an unstoppable force, and enveloped the entire martial arts arena. Not only the Dark Lord, but also the warriors in the front row of the martial arts arena were enveloped in this force field. Puff. A warrior with the weakest strength spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, his face as pale as paper. Quickly retreat. What's going on? My heart is about to stop beating. In the heavenly demon force field, no matter the soul, spirit, true essence, or body, they all have to bear the terrifying pressure. It is not surprising that warriors with too weak strength are directly killed by the heavenly demon force field. The warriors closest to Lin Ming retreated with pale faces. Even the warriors ranked in the top 50 of the third floor could not stay. Although they were not injured under this pressure, they could not bear it for a long time. It's the heavenly demon force field. Feng Shan looked at Lin Ming, with a complicated look in his eyes. Having entered the King's Cage, he certainly would not forget the heavenly demon force field. At the beginning, Feng Shan had to leave the King's Cage, because the heavenly demon force field was getting stronger and stronger, and he could not bear it. I didn't expect that after Lin Ming entered the King's Cage, he actually comprehended the heavenly demon force field. Feng Shan shook his head slightly. Others who entered the King's Cage had to try their best to resist the pressure of the heavenly demon force field, but after Lin Ming entered the King's Cage, he was able to comprehend the heavenly demon force field and use it for himself. What a monster. Although they both entered the King's Cage, he only lasted for 28 days, but Lin Ming could endure 108 days. In addition to repeatedly breaking through the limit and increasing his strength, he had no other gains. While Lin Ming not only comprehended the artistic conception of time and space, but also comprehended the heavenly demon force field. This is no longer a level. If Lin Ming enters the Emperor's path in the future, to what extent should his strength be improved? Thinking of this, it was a pity that conferred God, Lin Ming would not be able to enter the Emperor's road. The 12 lords would not allow this to happen. After this battle, if Lin Ming could survive by chance, he would probably have to leave the Tower of Babel. There was no place for him here. On the ring, the Dark Lord was in the heavenly demon force field. His face was as gloomy as water. The warriors around him were only affected by the force field, and he was the first to bear the full pressure of the heavenly demon force field. Even in this environment, he felt that the flow of magic energy in his body was not smooth. Entering the king's cage, you can comprehend the heavenly demon force field. I admit that you are qualified to force me to draw my sword. The Dark Lord stroked the zoomy ring with his fingers and pulled out a dark red long sword from the ring. The sword body was only 2 inches wide and less than 3 feet long. The sword spine was not straight, but with a strange twist, looking like a swimming red venomous snake. This sword. Lin Ming's pupils shrank slightly after seeing this dark red long sword. The quality of this sword is definitely higher than the purple Zuan spear in his hand. You know, the purple Zuan spear is made of 10,000-year-old holy fire Wutong, 10,000-year-old purple lightning god bamboo, plus various rare materials, by the red flame ancestor, with the assistance of ancient formations. Even so, it is not as good as the quality of this sword. Could it be a heavenly treasure? The only treasure above the heavenly level that Lin Ming has seen is the Qianxue furnace. Of course, the Qianxue furnace may even exceed the scope of heavenly treasures. At least it should be a heavenly upper grade treasure. Lin Ming has never seen a true heavenly lower grade treasure, so he cannot judge the level of the dark red short sword in front of him. Unfathomable cultivation, arbitrary use of training grounds, a large amount of resources including the bones of the demon god, plus a dark red snake sword that is suspected to be a heavenly treasure. The strength of the Dark Lord can be imagined. In the audience, even Emogu, who always believed in Lin Ming's strength, felt insecure. Facing such a powerful Dark Lord, how could Lin Ming win? You should be satisfied with dying at the hands of my crimson dark snake. The Dark Lord pointed his sword directly at Lin Ming. He moved. No one could see how he made the move. With a light kai sound, the space seemed to be torn apart, and the Dark Lord's sword appeared in front of Lin Ming. A strange sword. There was no surging magic essence, no gorgeous sword light, just a simple sword. However, even if he was a god, he would not be able to block this sword. Lin Ming's eyes condensed, and he stepped on the golden peng breaking void body technique. His figure disappeared like a puff of green smoke. After integrating the increasingly proficient space artistic conception into his body technique was like a ghost, unpredictable. The Dark Lord stabbed Lin Ming's afterimage with a sword, sneered, and turned the snake sword in his hand, and the artistic conception contained in it burst out. Destructive artistic conception. In an instant, the air was shattered. With another stab, the Dark Lord's speed exploded to the extreme. As soon as Lin Ming's figure appeared, the Dark Lord had already stabbed in front of Lin Ming. Lin Ming's pupils shrank slightly, and as he thrust out a spear, he once again used the golden rock breaking void body technique. Lin Ming appeared dozens of feet away in an instant, and then, on his right arm, the green cloth sleeve silently turned into powder and dissipated into nothingness. In the lightning fast fight, the Dark Lord only used her swords, without any gorgeous collision of true essence, but all the warriors present felt a breathless feeling. The fight just now was obviously just a test, and it was impossible to imagine how intense the real battle would be. Chapter 610 Contracted Beast, Fenglang. Lin Ming dodged both of the Dark Lord's swords, but the sleeve of his right arm turned into powder, which was caused by the state of destruction. Not bad. Let's see how long you can dodge. The Dark Lord formed a sword gesture with one hand, pointed at the void, and then a black stream of light shot out, wrapping around the Dark Lord. After a few breaths, it condensed into a black python. The python was as thick as an adult's arm, and was covered with red patterns. The strange thing was that these patterns were constantly changing, and the color and shape were changing, making people look dizzy. On the head of the python, there was a devil-like mark, which was somewhat similar to the sky demon tattoo. In the center of the mark was a single horn, a spiral horn, with a cold light. Contracted beast. Some warriors would cultivate a contracted beast to enhance their combat power, such as Mu Qianxue Suzaku and the eye taper left by the witch god in southern Xinjiang, both of which were contracted beasts. It is not easy to cultivate a contracted beast. First of all, you have to find a contracted beast with a very high growth level, which is already very difficult. Secondly, if you want to make it grow up, you also need to invest a lot of energy and resources. Otherwise, the contracted beast cannot keep up with the pace of the master, and then it will be useless. What is the contracted beast? I haven't seen it in the classics. I haven't seen it either. More than 90% of the warriors present came from large sects, and they were all people with extraordinary eyes. However, they still had never seen the python wrapped around the hand of the Dark Lord, including the conferred god. At the level of the Dark Lord, sitting on the Tower of Babel with so many resources, the contracted beast he has is naturally not an ordinary one. Generally, those legendary top-level contracted beasts will be more or less described in the classics. Even if it is not accurate, you can still see the general idea. But no one has seen the contracted beast of the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord has not taken action for many years, and few people know what his methods are. Lin Ming looked at the black python, and he also didn't know what kind it was. He could clearly feel the rolling evil spirit emanating from the python, which was somewhat similar to the bones of the demon god. Demon tattoo, demon bone, could it be? Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat. He inexplicably thought of the eternal demon pit. Could this be a creature that appeared in the eternal demon pit? The eternal demon pit is isolated from the world, and there is a terrifying and rich evil spirit in it. It is not surprising that some top-level monsters are bred. The Dark Lord has ruled the Polester Babel Tower for so many years, and every 10 years the Babel Tower will organize some people to explore the eternal demon pit. If some wild and exotic beasts are obtained, it is also a very normal thing. What is so powerful about the ancient beasts bred in the eternal demon pit? Lin Ming couldn't help but be on guard secretly. The Dark Lord smiled and suddenly stretched out his hand. The black python flew out along the Dark Lord's arm. The next moment, a scene that stunned the audience happened. The black python let out a sharp and piercing scream, and its body melted like liquid, and it actually merged into the void and disappeared. This is. Lin Ming suddenly felt that the space force around him was blocked. With his understanding of the law of space, he could not call upon the power of space. Not only that, even his demon force field was suppressed to a certain extent. That was the pressure from the black python that disappeared in the void, which offset his demon force field. Blocked space? Lin Ming was extremely shocked. The wisdom of fierce beasts was limited. They could hardly comprehend the artistic conception, especially the illusory artistic conception law of the power of space. Then there was only one possibility, that this black python was born to understand the law of space. Lin Ming had never heard of such a fierce beast before. The 12 lords, who have guarded the Tangshan Tower for so many years, have accumulated a lot of knowledge that is really unfathomable. At the seat of honor, Fengshan was secretly shocked. Although the 12 Tangshan Tower was not a sect, it could actually be regarded as a special holy place. Moreover, compared with other holy places, the resources of the Tangshan Tower were much more terrifying. This was an unfair battle. In this battle between Lin Ming and the Dark Lord, age, cultivation, weapons, and contracted beasts were all disadvantages. Lin Ming is in danger now. His space is sealed, so he can only fight head-on. There were many goblin warriors in the audience, and they could easily detect the change in the power of space. Lin Ming, who could not use the power of space, was like a bird with half of its wings broken off. How could he fight? On the stage, a grim smile appeared on the face of the Dark Lord, which was full of black wrinkles. The space is sealed by my contracted beast Fenglang. Now let's see how you use your space realm. Without that strange body movement, how can you dodge my sword? While the Dark Lord was speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared, and the dark red snake sword cut a crack in the air. The sword's movement was extremely mysterious and there was no trace to be found. When the sword's blade whistled towards Lin Ming, the magic energy that had been hidden finally bloomed, and the magic energy was extremely condensed, like a red aurora. Facing this sword, Lin Ming's face was calm. Since he couldn't dodge, then he didn't dodge. Lin Ming suddenly recalled the process of fighting with a troll quasi-emperor when the 8th Fallen War Emperor was still at the 8th Lifeful Realm. That sword was earth-shattering. Taking a deep breath, the Zeman between Lin Ming's collarbones set off a vortex storm of heaven and earth energy. After returning from the king's cage, Lin Ming used the power of the 8 gates of Dungia for the first time. Boom. The vast and unparalleled heaven and earth energy infused the meridians of his body. At that moment, Lin Ming's momentum exploded to the extreme, and even the space blocked by the black python began to tremble, as if it was about to collapse. A spear stabbed out, rolling up the vast and unparalleled true energy. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. The spear light and the sword light collided with each other, like the sound of broken glass, without any brilliant explosion light. The sword light of the Dark Lord was shattered inch by inch, and Lin Ming's spear light was also constantly being melted. Thunder Fire Realm, explode. At the moment when the spear light dissipated, Lin Ming shouted loudly, and the Thunder Fire Realm contained in the purple spear burst out. The terrifying true essence raged and swallowed up the sound. The entire ring was covered with dazzling light. In such an explosion, the black gold foundation was completely blown away, and metal blocks several feet in size flew out, melting and shattering. Key energy flew in all directions, and Lin Ming couldn't stop his body, and was shaken dozens of feet away. The Dark Lord was also in a bad state. He was almost completely covered by the explosion of the Thunder Fire Realm. The protective magic essence exploded, and the power of thunder and fire poured into the body of the Dark Lord and raged. He used all his magic essence to suppress the power of thunder and fire in his body. A trace of blood flowed from his shoulders and chest. What? When the light dissipated, after seeing the situation on the ring, all the audience present were so surprised that they couldn't speak. The black gold arena where the two fought had already disappeared for the most part, and the Dark Lord standing on the broken arena was injured. The High and Mighty Lord, the strongest person in the Tower of Babel, was actually injured by Lin Ming. The warriors present didn't know how to express their shock. They originally thought that Lin Ming's strength lay in his elusive space realm, his moves and combat skills. In terms of frontal combat ability, he was not much stronger than Yan Kai and Maha. At the beginning, Lin Ming defeated Kai Yang by relying on his powerful soul defense, defeated Maha by relying on the sudden attack of Space Realm, and defeated Yan Kai by head-on confrontation. But Lin Ming also suffered a minor injury. In this situation, no one could have imagined that Lin Ming would have such a terrifying power in his body. At the moment, when the 8 gates of Dungia was opened, the momentum that erupted from Lin Ming was like an unreachable mountain, making it impossible for people to look up. The Dark Lord's face was as gloomy as water. He never thought that Lin Ming could actually take his full strength attack. This is impossible. Why didn't I notice his hidden strength before? Where did the true energy that he was pouring into his body come from? Holding the crimson snake tightly in his hand, the Dark Lord frowned. The cultivation level of a Jueyuan warrior can be seen at a glance. As for the degree of the concentration of the true energy, although it cannot be seen, it can be roughly felt. However, facing Lin Ming now, the opponent's true energy seemed to appear out of thin air, which was unexpected. At this moment, Lin Ming suddenly moved his feet and crossed the distance of several dozen feet in one step. The thunder and fire state of mind merged into the purple Zuan gun. Lin Ming aimed at the void and stabbed it out. This shot was not stabbed at the Dark Lord, but at the audience. The dozen or so spectators who were the first to bear the brunt were shocked. Like Lin Ming, a monster, they could not withstand half a move. If they were affected, they would be seriously injured. If they were stabbed directly, they would definitely die. What is he crazy about? Be careful. The dozen or so warriors urged their true energy to the extreme and fled in all directions. However, compared to Lin Ming, their speed was too slow. My life is over. A warrior's face turned pale, and he was in despair. Just when Lin Ming's spear was 20 feet away from him, something strange happened. The spear seemed to hit something invisible and exploded. The brilliant light blinded people, and then a heart-wrenching scream suddenly sounded. It was not a sound that a living creature could make. Not good. On the stage, the face of the Dark Lord changed drastically. At that moment, his contracted beast Fenglan was stabbed by Lin Ming's spear. How could this be possible? His Fenglan merged into the gap in the void and disappeared. In this case, how could he be stabbed by Lin Ming? Go to hell. The Dark Lord stabbed Lin Ming with a sword, and the red snake sword swallowed the light. Lin Ming was completely unaware of this. He uttered a few cold words with an expressionless face. The power of thunder and fire. Explode. Boom. In the void, blood was splattered, and the screams of the contracted beast resounded throughout the entire fighting arena. A black python was blasted out from the gap in space, bleeding profusely, and almost broken into 2 pieces. Chapter 611. Brilliant shot. The black python flew out, dead or alive, and Lin Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He flicked his finger and more than 100 blood-drinking seals swarmed towards the seriously injured black python like locusts, killing it all. The audience in the martial arts arena was completely stunned. The dozen or so warriors who thought they were going to die under Lin Ming's gun were dumbfounded. In a flash, they had no time to think about what had just happened. At this moment, the Dark Lord had already arrived. The contracted beast was severely injured, and the Dark Lord's eyes were bloodshot. Die. The sword that pierced the void, carrying the Dark Lord's whole body of true energy, stabbed towards Lin Ming. The speed of this sword was extremely fast, and at this time, because Lin Ming was attacking Feng Long, Lin Ming had his back to the Dark Lord, and his back was wide open. The Dark Lord's sword had already stabbed Lin Ming's back, and the sword energy tore through the protective true energy. Lin Ming's mouth curved, and the power of space had been unsealed. The true energy under his feet flowed, and the golden rock broke through the void. Snap. The Dark Lord pierced Lin Ming's back with a sword, but then Lin Ming's figure disappeared like light smoke, leaving only a residual image. At the same time, in the air more than 10 feet away, the black python Feng Long was strangled by the blood-drinking seal and bled profusely. At this time, Feng Long couldn't even scream, and was not far from death. Seeing the black python flying in the air and spilling blood, the warriors around were shocked and speechless. Although none of them understood the realm of space, they still had basic vision. Lin Ming had just stabbed Feng Long, who was hiding in the gap of space, with a gun, breaking the confinement of space. Too strong. In such a fierce fight, Lin Ming was able to use his perception to find the hiding place of the black python. Perception? Don't be silly. The black python Feng Long is hiding in the gap of space. It is almost another space, which is isolated from all perception. How can he perceive it? Then how did he find the black python? How should I know? If I can find a way, I will also understand the space conception. The warrior who spoke earlier curled his lips in disdain and said disapprovingly, the gap of space can indeed isolate all perceptions. Even Lin Ming's perception is no exception. However, Lin Ming found a place in the void that was not run through the fluctuation of the power of space. If the power of space is compared to water waves, then there is a small vortex in the gap of space, where the black python is hiding. It is this vortex that exposed the location of the black python. Lin Ming captured the exact location with his high sensitivity to the power of space, and then integrated the space conception into the gun move, piercing the void with one gun, and thus blasted the black python out. If he had not entered the king's cage, Lin Ming's comprehension of the realm of space would never have reached this level. Swoosh. The Dark Lord stretched out his hand and the black python, which was only breathing, turned into a stream of light and sank into his body. After checking the condition of the black python, the Dark Lord's face suddenly darkened. This black python was already useless. The physical injury was nothing, and the meridian injury could be cured. However, the crystal core in the black python was shattered, basically declaring that this black python was no longer valuable. Once the crystal core was shattered, there was no room for growth. Lin Ming's guess was correct. This black python was indeed the ancient beast that the Dark Lord brought out from the eternal demon pit. It was born with the ability to use the laws of space. However, it had been raised for less than 10 years and its strength was limited. This was its first battle. The Dark Lord never thought that Lin Ming could actually attack Feng Long hiding in the void and destroy it. Feng Long is a rare contracted beast. It is not strong in combat itself, but has excellent auxiliary ability. It has been raised for 10 years and invested a lot of resources. Once it was abandoned, the Dark Lord's heart was bleeding and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Lin Ming, I will kill you. No point in talking more. Just use any moves you have. I will follow. Facing the murderous aura of the Dark Lord, Lin Ming didn't care at all. In fact, up to now, he has not yet completely erupted the power from Zuman. It was the first time he used the 8 gates in actual combat, and his body had a process of adaptation. And most importantly, Lin Ming thought that, even if he erupted with all his strength now, he would not be able to kill the Dark Lord. At most, he could barely defeat him. To kill the Dark Lord, he needed to create an opportunity. Swoosh. The figure of the Dark Lord disappeared in an instant and appeared beside Lin Ming. Don't think that you are the only one with fast speed. I'm also confident in my speed. I wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Since you want to compete in speed, then come on. Crack. The Dark Lord stabbed out with a sword. Lin Ming's figure once again dissipated like light smoke, and the spear beams intertwined into a net, covering the Dark Lord. Are we going to fight a war of attrition? Let's see who can afford it. The Dark Lord laughed grimly and stabbed out the deep red dark snake in his hand, directly tearing the spear beam apart. The fierce collision of the magic energy and the true energy, the originally broken arena under their feet, had long ceased to exist. Boom boom boom. The two fought fast, countering each other's moves, or dodging, or fighting hard, and the energy that came out recklessly set off a surging wave, forcing the warriors on the stands to retreat again. Too amazing. He fought the Dark Lord on equal terms. But if they continue to fight like this, I'm afraid Lin Ming won't be able to hold on to the end. After all, his cultivation isn't sufficient, and the previous 3 battles have consumed a lot of his true essence. In people's opinion, although Lin Ming's true essence is much thicker than other warriors of the same level, it is still a little worse than the Dark Lord. Lin Ming can fight the Dark Lord on equal terms because of his understanding of artistic conception, sharp moves, and strange skills. If he can't hold on to the end, he will still lose. His combat power in all aspects is not inferior to the Dark Lord, but the total amount of true essence is slightly insufficient due to his cultivation. Such a Lin Ming is no longer easy to measure with common sense. Give Lin Ming another year, no, just half a year, he will probably be able to defeat the Dark Lord. A warrior said with emotion. Lin Ming's rise is already unstoppable. On the ring, the Dark Lord and Lin Ming have been fighting for half an incense stick and have exchanged nearly 100 moves. Wind rolls up the devil cloud. The Dark Lord calculated Lin Ming's landing point and thrust out with a sword, the devil essence like rolling red clouds. Blood seal spin kill. Lin Ming attacked, using the moves of Great Wilderness Halberd art. Attacking with the blood drink seal can save the true essence to the greatest extent, while the thunder and fire elm consumes too much physical strength. Lin Ming's total true essence is indeed not as good as the Dark Lord, but with Zuman, his endurance is definitely far greater than that of the Dark Lord. However, persisting to the end of the victory is not what Lin Ming wants. What he wants is to kill. Save the true essence to the greatest extent, cooperate with Zuman's terrifying recovery ability, and maintain his peak state. Bang! The spear and sword intersected, the true essence exploded, Lin Ming's body flew backwards, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and the Dark Lord was not feeling well either. After Lin Ming's spear light broke through his sword light, there was finally a whisper left, which pierced into his chest, breaking through the body's protective true essence, and shooting out a stream of blood. The battle between the two had reached a tragic level. Lin Ming was wounded in several places, some light and some serious. He was not afraid of being wounded. He was willing to leave scars on the Dark Lord, even if he was injured. At this time, some people gradually felt that something was wrong. Lin Ming's total amount of true energy was obviously not as good as the Dark Lord's, but for some reason, he could always maintain his extreme speed and the power of his moves. Instead, the Dark Lord was a little exhausted. Oh my god, 200 moves, although they are all small moves, they can't withstand such consumption. Is he a mechanical puppet? Don't forget that he had 3 fierce battles before, defeating Kaiyang, Maha, and Yanqi in a row, but he can still fight the Dark Lord to this extent now. The Dark Lord's aura is already weakening. What's going on? Is Lin Ming really a congenital warrior? The warriors in the audience all noticed this situation, an incomprehensible scene. The Dark Lord naturally discovered it. He stopped attacking Lin Ming. After slashing with a sword, his body retreated dozens of feet and stood still. The Dark Lord's face was gloomy, his eyes were full of doubt. He had consumed nearly half of his magic essence, but Lin Ming had not consumed much. His true essence was still very thick. How could this happen? What kind of freak was this kid? How could he recover his true essence so well? We can't drag it on like this. We must end the battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will lose if we continue like this. The Dark Lord had never thought that there would be such a day when he would lose to a human boy who was at most in his 20s. Lin Ming, I never thought you could force me to this point. I don't know what kind of skills you have practiced to have such strong endurance, but I won't give you another chance to consume my physical strength. The Dark Lord shouted at this point, bit his tongue, and sprayed a mouthful of blood on the sword. The short sword, which was originally like a curved red venomous snake, suddenly became more charming. Then an abnormal red flashed across the face of the Dark Lord. He overdrew all his strength to perform the strongest attack. Blood stains the blue sky. The sword stabbed out, and the void trembled. The entire space seemed to be stained red with blood, and everyone's vision was filled with dazzling scarlet. This was an extremely depressing feeling, as if they were instantly in a blood pool hell, facing the blow of the god of death. Just looking at this sword, there was an illusion, as if the heart was split open. Is it the last blow? What a pity. Lin Ming sighed in his heart. He wanted to consume the power of the Dark Lord to the minimum, while maintaining about 90% of his strength, and burst out the full power of the 8 gates of Dungia at the last moment, to kill the Dark Lord in one fell swoop. However, the Dark Lord no longer gave him a chance, and he had to advance the final battle. Demon Force Field. Full open. The surging energy field erupted from Lin Ming's body. Although Lin Ming used the demon force field at the beginning, that was without opening the 8 gates of Dungia, and only used ordinary true energy to drive it, otherwise it would consume too much true energy. Now Lin Ming is in peak condition and bursts out the strongest demon force field. The pressure of the tide spread out in all directions. With a crisp sound, the ground under Lin Ming's feet was completely cracked under this pressure. The black gold fragments flew away, and the cracks spread like a spider web. The audience who were hundreds of feet away instantly felt this pressure that was several times more terrifying than before. Those with weaker cultivation vomited blood directly, and those with stronger cultivation turned pale. How could this be possible? After fighting to this extent, how could Lin Ming burst out with such momentum? Most of them did not understand the heavenly demon force field at all, and just thought that this was the momentum burst out by Lin Ming. Thunder and fire interweave, piercing the rainbow. The power of the 8 gates of Dungia was running to the extreme, and the blood of the ancient phoenix between his eyebrows burned. Lin Ming's strength instantly doubled. The thunder spirit and fire spirit in his body trembled violently, and the power of thunder and fire erupted like a volcano. On the purple Zuan spear, thunder and fire contended, and thick arcs of electricity danced wildly like pythons, interspersed with red flames, burning the void. Lin Ming took a step forward. The tip of his spear pointed directly at the Dark Lord. Man and spear became one. The horrifying sound of thunder and fire echoed in the air, and Lin Ming shot out like a meteor wrapped in fire and thunder! Exclamation mark. What? The Dark Lord was horrified. He never thought that Lin Ming could still burst out with such a terrifying fighting power at this moment. Just the sudden burst of momentum alone reduced his demonic essence, which was originally as surging as a flood, by 20%. This kid has been hiding his weakness all the time, just for this last blow. He not only wants to defeat me, but also kill me. Suddenly realizing this in his heart, a trace of madness flashed in the eyes of the Dark Lord. The last move, if it doesn't succeed, he will die, and he will go all out. The Dark Lord's demonic essence was running to the extreme, and he spurted out another mouthful of blood. The deep red dark snake in his hand burst out with a blazing light, and the sword tip made an excited hum. The sword light and the spear light collided with each other, like a meteor hitting a meteorite. Not good. The warriors who had retreated 100 feet away saw this scene, and continued to flee without saying a word. Boom. At that moment, a dazzling flash burst out, and the entire martial arts arena was blinded. The wanton true energy swept out, and the metal seats in the first few rows of the audience seats were completely blown away. The melted and hot metal shot out like a cannonball. Several powerful warriors attacked together, and used treasures to knock these metal seats away. The impact of the seats alone made their arms numb. Terrifying power. The flash lasted only a breath and disappeared. The entire arena was completely razed to the ground, and even the fragments of black gold could not be found. Lin Ming and the Dark Lord crossed each other. Lin Ming half knelt on the ground with the purple Zuan spear, covered in blood. On his right shoulder, there was a shocking wound that almost split his right shoulder and broke his collarbone. Behind Lin Ming, the Dark Lord stood there blankly, and his left half of his body disappeared. The left lung, heart, left arm, all were shattered by Lin Ming's desperate attack and turned into ashes by the fierce thunder and flames. The warriors present were all stunned. They looked at the Dark Lord in the center of the field in disbelief. The left half of his body disappeared. From the cross-section of his body, one could see the internal organs on the right side of his body, which had been scorched by the flames. The Dark Lord died. The unfathomable and arrogant Lord of the Tower of Babel actually died at the hands of a human boy like Lin Ming. 4,000 chapters. Chapter 612. Become the Lord. In the center of the arena, Lin Ming was covered in blood and his collarbone was broken. He stood on the messy arena with the purple zoo and spear, just like a demon crawling out of the Shura field. At this time, Lin Ming was so frightening that people dared not look at him. In exchange for the death of the Dark Lord with his own serious injury, Lin Ming's ruthlessness and decisiveness shocked the warriors present and sent chills down their spines. Originally, everyone thought it was a battle of equal strength. Even if such a battle was decided in the end, it would be unlikely to kill the other party. Generally, it would end with one side admitting defeat and the other side winning miserably. No one expected that at the last moment, the Dark Lord would be shot dead by Lin Ming. In the Tower of Babel, the Lord has always been synonymous with the king, high above, inviolable, and his will cannot be violated. The death of such a powerful Dark Lord at the hands of Lin Ming brought a shocking impact. Lin Ming has been hiding his abilities the whole time. If he had unleashed all his strength from the start, he might have been able to overwhelm the Dark Lord. However, he kept enduring, just to shoot the Dark Lord to death at the final moment. In other words, he was fighting to kill the Dark Lord from the very beginning. How terrifying. We can understand the tactics, but who can implement them? Even if we are as strong as Lin Ming, we don't have his endurance. Originally, Lin Ming was only slightly stronger than the Dark Lord, but as time went on, the Dark Lord's condition and combat power were declining. However, Lin Ming maintained 80% to 90% of his strength until the final outburst. He is simply not a human being. He had gone through 3 fierce battles before. At the beginning, people thought that Lin Ming would not be able to survive the round-robin battle of Kaiyang, Maha, and Yanqi. In the end, Lin Ming easily killed the 3 of them. However, that was not the end. After killing the 3, Lin Ming killed the Dark Lord in one breath. He formulated a tactic from the beginning. In order to ensure the killing of the Dark Lord, he did not hesitate to seriously injure himself. Powerful strength, terrifying talent in human endurance, calm and ruthless mind and tactics, decisive killing, leaving no trouble behind. Such a terrifying person, coupled with his age of no more than 20 years old, I don't know how far he will go in the future. In the eyes of the audience, for Lin Ming, being crowned as an emperor is no longer a problem that needs to be considered. The question is whether Lin Ming can maintain his momentum, how many lives he can experience in the future, and whether he can become the strongest person in the Holy Demon continent. Looking down on the heroes in youth does not mean that he can dominate the continent in the future. After all, the opportunities and potential of geniuses in the future are difficult to guess. Killing the Dark Lord, Lin Ming is going too far this time. Although after the fight in the fighting arena, killing anyone is in line with the rules of the Tower of Babel, the other lords may not let it go. This is a challenge to their authority. Not necessarily. The relationship between the 12 lords may not be harmonious. Without a Dark Lord, the other 11 lords will get more resources, power and wealth. When the warriors present were discussing, they suddenly saw a black evil spirit rising from the dead Dark Lord and transformed into a hideous demon in midair. This demon had 5 pairs of wings, and it was a 10-winged heavenly demon. At this moment, the warriors present suddenly realized something they had just missed. Lin Ming was already at the peak of the 8-winged heavenly demon. If he killed the Dark Lord again, swoosh, the 10-winged heavenly demon rushed towards Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming was seriously injured, and his combat power was less than 30%, but even so, he would not be defeated by a wave of evil spirit. The heavenly demon force field was activated, and the pressure like a tide spread all around. Boom. The 10-winged demon's body shook violently, and half of its body was shattered. Lin Ming's right shoulder was cut off. He held the gun in his left hand, and stabbed it out with the gun, and thunder burst out. Swish! The 10-winged demon was pierced through the body by Lin Ming's gun, and turned into pure evil spirit, which merged into Lin Ming's body. Then, the 8-winged demon on Lin Ming's arm finally slowly unfolded its 5th pair of wings. The wings became clearer and clearer, larger than the previous 4 pairs of wings, and the sharp feathers looked like swords. The 10-winged demon. He is the Lord. Lin Ming has become the Lord. The warriors present did not react for a while. This was really hard to accept. The Polestar Babel Tower had not seen a human lord for many years, and Lin Ming was younger than all of them present. Just half a year ago, Lin Ming was just a newcomer on the 3rd floor of the Babel Tower. Lord, this is terrible. What will the other 11 lords do? According to the usual practice of the Tower of Babel, before a warrior becomes a lord, it is not surprising to win over, suppress, threaten, bribe, or even force the other party to leave the Tower of Babel. However, once a warrior becomes a 10-winged demon, he is a lord. This is the rule of the Tower of Babel. In fact, in a sense, most of the geniuses who are suppressed and forced away are also insufficient in strength. For example, Dagu, who ranks 4th among the 7 stars of the demon of the Tower of Babel. If he ignores the warning of the Lord of the Tower of Babel, then his opponent in the next competition may be arranged to be a salt idiot, and the result can be imagined. However, for a monster like Lin Ming, his strength has surpassed the Lord of Darkness. In this case, the Lord of the Tower of Babel is no longer able to threaten Lin Ming. Even the round-robin battle of Kiang, Maha, and Salt Idiot was easily defeated by Lin Ming. Who else can do anything to Lin Ming? If you want to kill Lin Ming, unless 4 or 5 lords act together, and then fight to shake the world, by then, everyone in the Tangshan Tower will know that killing other lords without any reason is simply untenable. It can be said that the Polar Star Tangshan Tower has no way to deal with Lin Ming now. Could it be there really is going to be another human lord? The warriors present felt as if they were dreaming. This was probably the fastest and youngest lord born in the entire blood killing plane in the past thousands of years. And it was a human. Lin Ming swallowed a healing pill. Under the dual effects of the pill and his powerful recovery ability, the wound on his arm was already healing. He could even feel the tingling caused by the rapid growth of muscles. The healing of the clavicle would be slower, but it would only take more than 2 hours. Lin Ming stretched out his hand and the Dark Lord's Sumeru ring fell into Lin Ming's hand. The black and simple Sumeru ring was heavy and a circle larger than the ordinary Sumeru ring. This was surprisingly a top-grade Earth-level Sumeru ring. Zumi rings are more valuable than treasures of the same level. The value of this Earth-level top-grade Zumi ring is not even inferior to Lin Ming's purple spear. The Lord of Tangshan Tower. I don't know how much wealth he has accumulated over the years. Lin Ming sighed in his heart. The Dark Lord's cultivation is only equivalent to that of a human Zuundan strongman, and his combat power is not as good as that of a life falling. Under such circumstances, he can own a black sword that is suspected to be a heaven-level treasure and an earth-level top-grade Zumi ring. You know, Mu Fengxin was a life falling, and she was also the supreme elder of Shenhuang Island. The weapon she used was just an ordinary earth-level top-grade treasure. The ring alone is so valuable. What will be inside it? Lin Ming was full of expectations. Lin Ming naturally would not miss the dark red snake that was suspected to be a heaven-level treasure. He collected it. If the Kyankan melting sun furnace is not counted, this is the best treasure Lin Ming has seen now. Although he can't use it, he can exchange it for a lot of resources. Seeing Lin Ming put away the Dark Lord's wealth, the eyes of the warriors present were a little red. This was the wealth of the blood-killing Lord Yuan, which had been accumulated for more than 10 years. Its total value was definitely more than the wealth of a 5th grade sect master. Such a large amount of wealth would be of great help to his future martial arts path. Even figures like Feng Shen could not ignore it. After Lin Ming put away everything, he did not rush to leave the martial arts arena, but meditated on the spot in the center of the martial arts arena. His current physical condition was very bad, and his combat power had declined greatly. If another Dark Lord level figure came, he would be killed. Although this possibility was very small, Lin Ming had to be on guard. It was the safest to recover to 70% or 80% of his strength in a crowded place in the martial arts arena, and then return to the training ground. As long as he recovered his strength, no one could do anything to Lin Ming, not to mention that Lin Ming also had the elusive golden pen breaking void body technique. If he really tried his best to escape, even 4 or 5 Dark Lords might not be able to stop him. Even if they could keep up with Lin Ming, their endurance was not as good as Lin Ming. Lin Ming could maintain his peak speed all the way, while others would become slower and slower, even if they took drugs while flying. In this case, Lin Ming no longer had any fear of the Polyster Babel Tower. Seeing that Lin Ming had no intention of leaving, the other warriors did not leave, and sat in their seats to discuss. At this time, on the first and second floors of the Babel Tower, many warriors were still gathered in taverns and tea houses, talking about the round-robin battle between Lin Ming and Qianxue, Maha, and Kaiang. The warriors on the first and second floors were not as stressed as the warriors on the third floor. They could freely choose the time of the game. If they did not want to compete, they could stay there and have relatively leisurely time to chat. The battle between Lin Ming and Qianxue, Maha, and Kaiang had spread throughout the Babel Tower like a storm 10 days ago. All warriors wanted to see such a peak duel, but those who could really go to the third floor to watch the game were the best on the second floor and the rich. As for these low-level warriors, not to mention that they are not qualified, even if they are qualified, they cannot afford to buy tickets. In a restaurant on the second floor, a mixed-race storyteller was holding a wake-up stick in one hand and gesturing something in the air with the other hand. He was making up a story about the battle between Lin Ming and Qianxue, Maha, and Kaiang. The warriors on the first and second floors were not qualified to watch the battle on the third floor, so they could only imagine it. The storyteller discovered this business opportunity and began to make up a story about the battle between Lin Ming and the 3 people. For mortals, the reward money for a blood evil crystal is enough for them to live in the Tower of Babel for a year. Bang! The old man said in a rhythmic voice. It happened in a split second. Kaiang slashed with his sword, using his best skills. At this time, Lin Ming stood still, just holding his spear horizontally and thrusting it out. At that moment, the sky collapsed, and the earth cracked, and the gods wept, and the ghosts wept. Kaiang spat out blood and flew out, and Lin Ming took advantage of the victory to pursue him. Fuck. What the hell are you making up? A warrior from the dwarf demon tribe slammed the table. The storyteller said that Kaiang was beaten to a pulp by Lin Ming. He and Kaiang were from the same dwarf demon tribe, so naturally he didn't want to listen. Chapter 613 The Dark Lord's Legacy. The storyteller was startled and apologized hurriedly. I'm sorry, I just saw everyone saying that, so I made it up. You're just a mortal, you don't know shit. The dwarf demon clan warrior said angrily. Forget it. The dwarf demon clan warrior's companion waved his hand. Kaiang is probably not Lin Ming's opponent. Lin Ming has been in the Emperor's Road for 108 days this time. After he comes out, he will probably have the strength of the top 7 stars of the Heavenly Demon. It's been a few quarters of an hour since the start of the game. The result of the game is probably out. Lin Ming should be able to beat Kaiang. I wonder how he will play against Maha. Damn, I can't watch the game. I'm really itchy. The warriors in the tavern were talking about it, and the storyteller didn't know whether he should continue to make it up. At this moment, the warriors in the tavern suddenly heard a quarrel outside, which became more and more fierce. What are you quarreling about? Several warriors were confused and were about to walk out of the tavern to take a look. Suddenly, a warrior rushed in and almost bumped into them. Several warriors were about to get angry when they realized that the man was their companion. Big thing, big thing. The warrior shouted as soon as he entered the door. What's the matter? Why are you so panicked? The Lord of Tangshan Tower has been replaced. Lin Ming replaced the Dark Lord and became one of the new 12 lords and was given the title of Evil God Lord. The warrior said with a shudder. What did you say? The warriors present were all stunned. Their first reaction was to disbelieve. How could Lin Ming replace the Dark Lord? What about the Dark Lord? The Dark Lord seems to be dead. The warrior said uncertainly, and everyone present was stunned. The Dark Lord died. Outside the Tangshan Tower, the news that Lin Ming killed the Dark Lord was spreading at a terrifying speed. Almost all the warriors on the third floor were in the fighting arena. They knew the moment Lin Ming killed the Dark Lord, the warriors on the second and first floors would naturally be much later. But it didn't take more than half an hour. The Lord was killed. This was a major event that had not happened in Tangshan Tower for decades. When people got the news, they were all in disbelief because it was a rumor, but later it spread throughout the Tangshan Tower, and the Tangshan Tower's top leaders seemed to have no intention of coming out to clarify the rumor. At this time, they had to believe it. Originally, 10 days ago, the news of Lin Ming's round-robin battle against Yan Kai, Maha, and Kiang had spread throughout the Tangshan Tower, but compared to today's news, the previous news was simply child's play. At first, people thought that Lin Ming might die in these 3 round-robin battles, but they never expected that the result would be so incredible. Lin Ming not only killed Yan Kai and others, but also killed the Dark Lord in one go, and became one of the new lords. The Lord, that is a legendary existence. The warriors on the first and second floors of the Tangshan Tower basically have no chance of seeing the Lord. As for the mortals of the Tangshan Tower, the Lord is like a godlike figure, and they can't even look up at him. At this time, in the training ground on the third floor of the Tangshan Tower, Lin Ming was sitting cross-legged on the stone bed. He was not aware of the discussion outside, nor did he care. In fact, even the title of the evil god lord was given by a third-level warrior, and then it spread. This naturally came from the title of the evil god Shura that Lin Ming left on the king's stele. Lin Ming meditated for a while to adjust his breath, allowing his body to recover to its best condition, and then took out the 4 Sumeru rings on his body one by one. These were the Sumeru rings of Kiang, Maha, Yanqi, and the Dark Lord. 4 Sumeru rings. 3 of the middle grade earth level, and 1 of the upper grade earth level. Lin Ming first took Kiang's Sumeru ring. Kiang was the weakest among the few people, and naturally the poorest. After taking out all the things, Lin Ming took a rough look at the elixir jade slips. There was nothing valuable, so he put them away directly. In addition, there were more than 9,000 top grade blood evil crystals and more than a dozen precious treasures. Although these were valuable, Lin Ming didn't look down on them. He sorted all the things one by one, put the things he didn't need into a Zumi ring, and put the blood evil crystal into another. Kiang's Zumi ring didn't give Lin Ming any surprises, which was also expected. Then Lin Ming took out Maha's Zumi ring. The things inside were similar to Kiang's, but more abundant. There were 15,000 top grade blood evil crystals, which was a huge fortune. Some of the elixirs were of decent value, so Lin Ming picked them out and kept them for future use. Next, Yan Kai's Zumi ring. He took out all the things inside, which was a full 20,000 top grade blood evil crystals. In addition, various elixirs and treasures were also top grade among the top grade. After scanning all the things, Lin Ming picked out a piece from the chaotic jade slips, and his consciousness sank into it. He was immediately moved. This turned out to be Yan Kai's record of his experience on the battle spirit. Battle spirit. Lin Ming pondered for a moment. When the road of martial arts reaches a high level, battle spirits will become an indispensable part of a warrior's combat power. Battle spirits can grow with the growth of warriors, and can slowly become stronger, so the earlier you comprehend the battle spirit, the greater the growth space of the battle spirit. However, there are also warriors who are either unlucky or have poor comprehension. They have reached a very high level in martial arts cultivation, but they are still unable to comprehend the battle spirit. The battle spirit itself is illusory and mysterious. Sometimes, the more you want to comprehend the battle spirit, the more difficult it is to do it. The more you do it unintentionally, the more likely you are to comprehend it. Some of them are hard to explain. Lin Ming inherited incomplete memories and had only a superficial understanding of battle spirits. There were records of Yan Kai's experience, even if there were many errors and roughness in them, but they also had a reference value, which was better than nothing. He put this jade alone, and Lin Ming waved his hand and put all the others into the Zumi ring. The 3 Zumi rings contributed more than 40,000 high-grade blood evil crystals to Lin Ming, which was enough for Lin Ming to squander 4 decades. The last part was the highlight, which was the Zumi ring of the Dark Lord. Holding the Zumi ring in his hand, Lin Ming's consciousness sank into it. The next moment, he took out all the things in the Zumi ring. For a moment, the secret room of the entire training ground was filled with various jade slips, treasures, and dozens of large boxes. These boxes were surrounded by strong evil spirits and blood power, which were obviously blood evil crystals. One large box was 5,000 yuan, and dozens of large boxes were 200,000 or 300,000 high-grade blood evil crystals, which was 7 or 8 times more than the wealth of Kiang, Maha, and Yanqi combined. It is no exaggeration to say that the master of the Tangshan Tower, his wealth alone can match that of an entire sect. Well, that is. Lin Ming felt that the blood evil power in one of the dozens of boxes was particularly strong. He stretched out his hand and the box fell into Lin Ming's hands. This box was only 1/3 the size of the other boxes. The whole box was made of jade, and there was a sealing formation engraved around it. This formation was obviously used to prevent the loss of energy. There is a sealing formation, and I can still feel such strong energy. What's inside? Lin Ming unsealed the formation of the box and opened the lid. Suddenly, a strong energy that seemed to be condensed into substance escaped. In the box, there was only a thin layer of grape-sized red crystals covering the bottom. Each crystal was crystal clear and shiny. Could this be the best blood evil crystal? Above the top grade blood evil crystal, there is also the best blood evil crystal. This kind of blood evil crystal can only come from the best blood evil crystal vein, and the number of best blood evil crystals produced in a vein is not much, so it is extremely precious. This kind of thing is too wasteful if used for cultivation. Even the master of Tangshan Tower is reluctant to be so extravagant. The best blood evil crystal is mainly used to break through the bottleneck. For example, if Lin Ming is now cultivating to the bottleneck of the innate extreme and needs to break through the Zuanden, he can use the best blood evil crystal, which can greatly shorten his breakthrough time. Good stuff. Lin Ming roughly counted and found that there were dozens of top grade blood evil crystals in this box. This was not something that could be obtained with money. Even Yan Kai and others did not have a single one in their Zumi rings. However, the Dark Lord had obtained dozens of them in one go, which showed how wealthy the Lord of the Tower of Babel was. The Dark Lord collected so many top-grade blood evil crystals. I'm afraid he is preparing to break through to the 4-star Demon King. For a demon warrior, going from a 3-star Demon King to a 4-star Demon King is equivalent to a human warrior going from a Zuandan to a Mingan. This is a big hurdle. Generally, the Tower of Babel Lord would choose to leave the Tower of Babel after breaking through to the 4-star Demon King. Otherwise, if they stayed in the blood killing plane for too long, they would also be killed by the mysterious power in the eternal demon pit. Just as he was about to put away these dozens of top-grade blood evil crystals, Lin Ming suddenly had an idea. It seems that there is something else here. After removing this layer of top-grade blood evil crystals, Lin Ming found that there was a secret compartment at the bottom of the jade box. He pulled open the lid of the secret compartment, revealing a space of several inches in size. In the space, there were 2 round beads, one black and one white, that looked like glass. Seeing these 2 glass beads, Lin Ming took a breath of cold air. These were the bones of the demon god. 2 bones of the demon god, and each one was bigger than the one in Crossing Shan's hand. Lin Ming was secretly shocked. The value of the bones of the demon god could no longer be estimated with blood evil crystals. Every 10 years, the eternal demon pit would have a relatively quiet period of time, and at this time, the Lord of the Tower of Babel would send people, or even personally search the edge of the eternal demon pit, just for the bones of the demon god. The devil god's bone is the concentrated energy that has almost condensed into liquid in the eternal devil pit after tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years of condensation. It is far from being comparable to the blood evil crystal. It is of great benefit to the cultivation of warriors of any race. Even the devil god's bone can help the demon king and the life-destroying strongman to break through the bottleneck of the emperor level. From this point of view, it has a similar effect to the Brahma dragon root. In fact, the value of the devil god's bone is indeed comparable to that of the Brahma dragon root. Although the Brahma dragon root is rare, it is only something from the demon emperor's medicine garden after all. The demon emperor was just a powerful emperor level strongman at the beginning. The devil god's bone comes from the eternal devil pit. The mysterious existence in the eternal devil pit is far from being comparable to the demon emperor when he was in the Cheyenne continent. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 614, Either Leave or Fight. When Lin Ming swallowed the Devil God's bone, the Devil God's bone merged with the heavenly demon force field, and the energy collided with the nameless divine pill refined from the Brahma dragon root. By chance, the human gate was completely opened. It seems that a single Devil God's bone is still inferior to the Brahma dragon root and the nameless divine pill. However, you should know that, whether it is crossing Shire or the Dark Lord's Devil God's bones, they all come from the periphery of the Eternal Demon Pit, and are the most common Devil God bones. And those inside the Eternal Demon Pit have higher grade Devil God bones, which are legendary things, that no one can get. Lin Ming flipped through the jade slips left by the Dark Lord again. In addition to some top level exercises, there was a jade slip that attracted his attention. The content inside was surprisingly about the record of the Eternal Demon Pit. The Eternal Devil Pit. Lin Ming muttered to himself. Mysterious places always make people eager to explore, especially places like the Eternal Devil Pit, which have unlimited resources and dangerous desperate places. Some powerful emperors choose to enter the Eternal Devil Pit when their deadline is approaching. In addition to looking for resources, they may also be yearning for the mystery of the Eternal Devil Pit and want to see with their own eyes what is in the Eternal Devil Pit. When his consciousness sank into the jade slip, the first thing that came into Lin Ming's mind was a map, the map of the Eternal Devil Pit. In the map, the 12 towers of heaven were marked with red dots, and under the 12 towers was the Eternal Devil Pit, which was tens of thousands of miles wide. The map of this part of the Eternal Devil Pit was completely blank. However, there were detailed markings for the thousands of miles around the Eternal Devil Pit. Various dangerous places and desperate places were carefully depicted, and there were text annotations. In addition, the places where the bones of the demon god were easily excavated were also marked on the map. If you want to explore the Eternal Devil Pit, the reference value of this map can be imagined. Looking down, there are all kinds of descriptions about the Eternal Demon Pit. The content is similar to what Lin Ming knows. For tens of thousands of years, all the people who entered the Eternal Demon Pit, whether they were peerless geniuses or powerful emperors, all died without exception. Not to mention the interior of the Eternal Demon Pit, even the 1,000 miles around its edge, is a life-restricted area, and entering it will be fatal. All warriors, including the Lord, who want to explore the Eternal Demon Pit can only stay 1,000 miles away, or even 2,000 miles away. The closer you are to the Eternal Demon Pit, the higher the grade of the Devil God bones you can discover, but the more dangers you encounter, and the greater the probability of falling. According to the records of the Jade Slip, in the past 1,000 years alone, more than 170 lords have fallen in the Eternal Demon Pit. On average, 1 or 2 lords will fall every time the Eternal Demon Pit is opened. Lin Ming saw the data recorded in the Jade Slip of the Dark Lord, and was secretly shocked. Every time the Eternal Demon Pit was opened, the Lord would personally take action for those high-grade Devil God bones. After all, the strength of ordinary people at the level of 7 stars of Heavenly Demon is far inferior to that of the Lord. At most, they can just hang around the periphery and find 1 or 2 ordinary demon god bones. It is impossible to get a higher grade. If you think about it carefully, there are nearly 150 lords in the 12 Tangshan towers. 1 or 2 of them fall every time they are opened. The probability of falling is 1%, which is not too exaggerated. For the sake of the martial arts path, if you dare not even take this risk, then there is no need to practice martial arts. Just enjoy your old age. The Eternal Demon Pit. If I have the chance, I also want to go there. Lin Ming is still very interested in exploring this place where danger and opportunity coexist. Of course, he absolutely dare not go to the life-restricted area within 1,000 miles of the Eternal Demon Pit. He does not think that his life is harder than that of the ancient emperor. Continuing to read, the Jade Slip also describes the eruption of the Eternal Demon Pit. The Eternal Demon Pit will erupt like a volcano every few decades to hundreds of years, spewing out a large amount of evil spirits and some demon god bones hidden inside the Eternal Demon Pit. For tens of thousands of years, People have been able to find scattered demon bones outside the eternal demon pit, all thanks to the natural eruption of the eternal demon pit. After each eruption, warriors who enter the eternal demon pit will have great gains, but correspondingly, the danger is also higher. After the eternal demon pit erupts, the restless energy will form various GD, leaving no trace of people. Moreover, in this case, the map will change on a large scale, and the old map will no longer be applicable. Only the new map can be used, which also makes it easier for people to stray into the GD. It can be said that half of the more than 170 masters who have fallen in the past 1000 years have fallen because of the eruption of the eternal demon pit. Lin Ming read the jade slip in one breath. At this time, a light flashed in his practice ground, and a voice came into Lin Ming's mind. I'm the Blood Flame Master, young Master Lin. Please follow the waiter to the 4th floor. Go to the 4th floor. Lin Ming's heart moved. The 4th floor is the exclusive place for the Lord of the Tower of Babel. 11 lords, all are there. Lin Ming pondered for a moment, pushed the door, and walked out of the practice ground. Outside Lin Ming's training ground, a pair of beautiful fairy maids were waiting. Both girls were the same height, with perfect figures and looks, and their cultivation was also at the postnatal stage. In Cheyenne country, such a young age to have postnatal cultivation, and such a perfect appearance, can be called the most proud of the proud girls of heaven. But in this Tangshan tower, they are just maids. My lord, we are here to take you to the 4th floor, to meet all your needs. The fairy girl said softly. Lead the way. Lin Ming's voice was calm and indifferent. Between the 3rd and 4th floors of the Tangshan tower, there is also a teleportation array connected. The white teleportation array requires a token to enter. Lin Ming walked here and stopped, patiently studying the structure of the teleportation array. It was indeed an ancient teleportation array, and it was the same lineage as the teleportation array in the God realm. Seeing this familiar teleportation array, Lin Ming felt more relieved. In this way, he would at least not be trapped on the 4th floor. With his erratic golden peng breaking void body skills and the ancient teleportation array, he was confident that, even if the 4th floor's lord went crazy and besieged him, he could still escape unscathed. He stepped into it, and the light flickered. The next moment, Lin Ming and 2 fairy maids arrived at the 4th floor of the Tower of Babel. The legendary Emperor's Road is also on this floor. Following the dim corridor, the maid finally brought Lin Ming to a towering hall. The heavy hall door was 10 feet high, and it was carved with various mysterious and simple patterns. It was unknown what material it was made of. When Lin Ming walked to the hall door opened by itself. The bearings seemed unable to bear the huge weight, and made a squeak sound. In the gate, 10 black-robed people, wearing black cloaks, of different heights, sat behind a black conference table. 10 people stacked together. The aura they exuded was terrifying. And this aura was aimed at Lin Ming alone. Lin Ming's heart trembled, and the demon's martial spirit burst out, immediately offsetting the pressure. His body just shook slightly, and he did not retreat a step. There is no doubt that these 10 black-robed men are all the masters of the Tangshan Tower. Facing Lin Ming, they just subconsciously exuded their aura to shock Lin Ming. There are only 10 people, and there is still a master? Lin Ming was slightly puzzled. He scanned the 10 people one by one. Among these 10 people, the strength gap between each other was not small. Among them, several people were unfathomable. Lin Ming believed that he was not a match. As expected, heroes emerge from youth. The tall black-robed man sitting in the first seat laughed. His voice was low and loud. Evil God Master, is this your title? Lin Ming said calmly. The title is meaningless to me. It's up to you. The tall black-robed man who spoke was, as expected, the strongest among the 10 masters. Lin Ming believed that he had no confidence in his words. Okay. I like straightforward conversations. I don't want to beat around the bush with you. I only ask you one question. What does it take for you to leave the palace to Babel? Lin Ming frowned. You are a 10-winged demon, and I'm also a 10-winged demon. Why do you want me to leave the Babel? Just because I'm human. Do you think the Babel belongs to you barbarians and trolls? Not just because you are human. The black-robed man at the head stood up, his eyes in the darkness like stars in the night sky. I'll let you leave, because of the unspoken rules of the Babel for nearly 10,000 years. The Babel does not allow the appearance of a 12-winged demon, and if we'll let you grow, I'm afraid that in just 1 or 2 years, we will not be your opponent. By that day, who can stop you from becoming a 12-winged demon? The lesson of the 8 meteorite war emperor is enough once. We don't want any unstable factors to threaten the status of the Babel. Lin Ming sneered and said nothing. After all, the current rulers of the Babel have regarded the blood-killing plane as their private property. Indeed, who wouldn't be tempted by a place that can gather terrifying resources and wealth, and has many high-level training grounds? If it weren't for the mysterious power of blood-killing field that would kill all high-level warriors who set foot here, then blood-killing field would have been on the mind of many emperor-level powerhouses and holy places in the Holy Demon continent. At that time, a great war would surely unfold around blood-killing field, and the winners would divide blood-killing field. And such a war would probably break out every 1,000 years to redistribute the pattern. Now, blood-killing field has formed such a pattern because of its mysterious rules. In a sense, the current blood-killing field is a special sect, and these lords are all elders in the sect. You can let me leave, but I have no intention of becoming a lord, nor do I intend to stay in the blood-killing plane for too long. I only need to stay in the blood-killing plane for 3 months, and then enter the path of the emperor. After I come out, I will leave immediately. Lin Ming made a concession. With his current strength, it would be irrational to confront the blood-killing plane head-on. You know, the blood-killing plane has more than just the Pole Star Tower and 1 tower. There are 11 other towers, and there are many masters. The black-robed man laughed. Sorry, I can't agree to your request. You either choose to leave now, or fight with us. Chapter 615, Master of the Pole Star Tower. Either leave now, or fight with the 10 masters? Lin Ming's pupils shrank slightly, and his right hand subconsciously touched the zoomy ring. Under the watchful eyes of the 3rd floor, no one would dare to do anything to Lin Ming, but if it was the 4th floor, the warriors on the 3rd floor might not know if a real fight broke out. Don't be nervous. The fight I'm talking about is a fight in the martial arts arena. Unless I'm pushed to a certain extent, I won't use some means that break the rules. The black-robed man said slowly, implying that if Lin Ming insisted on staying in the Tangshan Tower, and insisted on entering the Emperor's Road, he would not hesitate to break the rules and the reputation of the Tangshan Tower, and kill Lin Ming. A fight in the martial arts arena. Lin Ming was silent. He was not confident enough to think that the Polaris Tangshan Tower was invincible. Not to mention a possible round-robin battle. He had no confidence in winning against the black-robed man in front of him. The black-robed man stared at Lin Ming. His star-like eyes seemed to see through him. Lin Ming, if I'm not mistaken, the energy field emanating from you is a kind of martial spirit similar to the heavenly demon realm. Lin Ming's heart trembled. This old fox had good eyesight and could see through it at a glance. The black-robed man did not know about the sure force field that could only be obtained after passing through the king's cage, but he had seen the killing god force field, which was the force field possessed by the 12-winged heavenly demon. The two were similar, so he saw through it. Lin Ming pondered for a moment, then admitted frankly, that's right. The black-robed man raised his lips. Although I haven't obtained the heavenly demon martial intention, I know a lot about it. I don't know how you obtained this force field, but I know that it was obtained after you entered the Tangshan Tower, and it is similar to the heavenly demon martial intention. The more martial intention a warrior obtains, the stronger he will be, especially after being able to fuse them. The martial intention you obtained is similar to the heavenly demon martial intention. I don't believe you don't want to obtain the heavenly demon martial intention and fuse the two into one. And to obtain the heavenly demon martial intention, you can only achieve the 12-winged heavenly demon, which is absolutely not allowed, so don't dream of entering the Emperor's path. The black-robed man blocked Lin Ming with one word, leaving no room for him. Now he can still deal with Lin Ming. If Lin Ming enters the Emperor's path, he will no longer have the confidence to deal with Lin Ming. By then, no one in the Polaris Tangshan Tower will be Lin Ming's opponent. Who can stop him from becoming the 12-winged heavenly demon? Lin Ming, your killing of darkness was a life and death fight that both parties were willing to fight, and it complies with the rules of the Tower of Babel. We will not pursue it, but if you don't leave the Tower of Babel today, we will not hold back. the black-robed man said as he suddenly stepped forward, his aura bursting out like a blood-red flame, surrounding his body and burning fiercely. The black-robed man was the Blood-Flamed Lord. His nickname came from the martial arts he practiced and the blood flames surrounding his body. After Lin Ming killed Blood Barbarian on the second floor of the Tower of Babel, he saw the Blood Flame Lord on the jade slip left by Blood Barbarian. Even though Blood Barbarian was a cruel and arrogant person, he was always respectful when he mentioned the Blood Flame Lord. It was a kind of respect from the bottom of his heart, and even with fear. Now it seems that the Blood Flame Lord is one of the most powerful among the 12 lords, so it is not surprising that Blood Barbarian is afraid of him. The atmosphere in the entire hall became solemn and tense. Lin Ming gently stroked the Zumi ring, and his true essence flowed through his body. He could not enter the path of the Emperor, nor could he become a 12-winged demon. He was missing 2 of the 3 demon martial intentions, so what was the point of fusion? If you are willing to leave the Tangshan Tower, I can give you some compensation in private. The Blood Flame Lord gave in. He was also very wary of a person like Lin Ming. If he could not kill Lin Ming, but offended Lin Ming instead, he would be remembered by a pervert who might become the strongest person in the Holy Demon Continent in the future. This would make anyone feel uneasy. Lin Ming frowned slightly. Naturally, he was unwilling to accept this condition. At this moment, a flame lit up in the hall, which was particularly dazzling in the dark environment. It was a sound transmission note. After receiving the sound transmission note, the Blood Flame Lord was obviously stunned for a moment, and then looked Lin Ming up and down with a puzzled look. Lin Ming, the Grand Master has agreed to let you enter the path of the Emperor, but you need to agree to one condition. Grand Master? Lin Ming was slightly stunned. Who is the Grand Master? Is it the Grand Master of the Polar Star Tangshan Tower? Or maybe it was the Chief Master of the 12 Towers? Lord Bloodflame said, the Chief Master is the Master of my Polar Star Tower. He is also one of the 12 Masters. A few hours ago, he was already rushing back to the Polar Star Tower. He should be there in 1 stick of incense. So that's it. Lin Ming had noticed that there were only 10 Masters present. Counting the dead Dark Lord, there was still 1 Master missing. It turned out that the one missing was the Master of the Tower. Thinking of this, Lin Ming secretly guarded himself. Lord Bloodflame was already so strong, so how strong would the Master of the Polar Star Tower be? In front of such a person, Lin Ming's heart trembled and asked, what conditions do you want me to agree to? I don't know about that. You need to talk to the Chief Master. Lord Bloodflame said expressionlessly. Lin Ming frowned even more tightly. Lord Bloodflame just sat in his seat without saying a word. The atmosphere fell into complete silence. After only half an incense stick of time, another sound transmission note was ignited in the hall. Lord Bloodflame stood up and said, follow me, Lord Chief wants to see you. Lord Chief. Lin Ming was silent, and a feeling of uneasiness surged in his heart. This uneasiness came from his lack of strength. He had talked with Dagu before about the Tangshan Tower and the Eternal Demon Pit. Dagu didn't know that there was another Tower Master in the Polaris Tangshan Tower. Dagu once said that the conferred god was comparable to the average lord. This sentence made Lin Ming subconsciously think that the strength of the 12 lords was not out of reach. After he rushed out of the king's cage and broke through the 8 gates of Dungia in one fell swoop, Lin Ming had great confidence in his own strength, so he fought against Yan Kai, Yang, Maha, and even killed the Dark Lord. In the Polaris Tangshan Tower, strength is everything. Lin Ming's killing of the Dark Lord in one fell swoop was a great deterrent. In this case, Lin Ming thought that with his own strength, even if he was not defeated by some lords in the Polaris Tangshan Tower, he could still retreat unscathed and come and go freely. However, what he didn't expect was that the strength of the 12 Masters of the Tangshan Tower was very different from each other. The weak ones were almost as strong as the gods, while the strong ones were ridiculously strong. The cultivation of the Dark Lord was equivalent to the middle stage of the human Zuundan, and his strength was second only to the Mingayan. The cultivation of the Chief Master of the 12 Masters was probably close to the Mingayan, and his strength was definitely above the first level of Mingayan. Facing such a person, Lin Ming really couldn't remain calm. What? Don't you want to enter the path of the Emperor? The corner of the mouth of the Blood Flame Lord had a playful smile. The chief master was originally in seclusion in the blood evil temple to practice, and for you, he rushed back to the polar star Tangshan Tower. Don't you dare to see him? The blood flame lord deliberately provoked Lin Ming. Lin Ming didn't care about the childish thing of provoking, but the current situation. Lin Ming turned his head and looked around, and the 9 masters around him also stood up. Although they seemed to be standing casually, if Lin Ming really broke out of the siege now, these 9 masters could kill Lin Ming in the first place. With the illusory space conception, Lin Ming had a certain degree of confidence to rush out of the hall, but the key was that there was another tower master whose strength was unfathomable, and whose location was unknown. Lin Ming took a deep breath and quickly analyzed various possibilities in his mind. If you want me to enter the Emperor's path, I need to agree to a condition. What will it be? Lin Ming was not naive to think that the Tower Master of the Pole Star Tower allowed him to enter the Emperor's path because he appreciated him. Then this condition was intriguing. Was it a soul contract? What if he disagreed? The best case scenario was that Lin Ming could leave the Tangshan Tower, and the worst case scenario was that he would take action directly. In this case, Lin Ming felt that his hope of escaping the 4th floor was a little slim. Reckless. Lin Ming had to admit that he underestimated the strength of the 12 Tangshan Tower Masters. He made this wrong judgment, first because of the conversation with Dagu, and second because the 8 Meteorites War Emperor had achieved the 12-winged heavenly demon. There is no doubt that the 8 Meteorites War Emperor was weaker than Lin Ming in strength and talent. Logically, if the 8 Meteorites War Emperor could become a 12-winged heavenly demon, it should not be difficult for Lin Ming to do so either. However, the development of the matter was beyond his imagination. How did the 8 Meteorites War Emperor become a 12-winged heavenly demon? Lin Ming could not imagine that under such circumstances. There were many obstacles. When it came to the 8-winged heavenly demon, those lords began to take action. There were even tower masters above the lords who could grow into a 12-winged heavenly demon under such circumstances. Lin Ming, what's wrong? You don't want to leave? The Blood Flame Lord had a slightly playful look on his face. Do you want the Tower Master to come to you? Lin Ming touched the Sumeru ring with one hand and sensed the purple zoo and spare in the Sumeru ring. He did not have the habit of leaving his fate to others. Today, he could not step into the path of the Emperor and could not become a 12-winged heavenly demon. Then he would wait until the day when he became a Zuundan and returned to the blood-killing plane. He did not believe that by then, who could stop him? Hey, Kit, you are very cautious. The speaker was another lord, Lord Shengong, who was born in the troll tribe. He was also crossing Xian's immediate superior. Lin Ming glanced at Lord Shengong, and a cold light flashed in his pupils. At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded in Lin Ming's mind. Go with him to see the master of the Tangshan Tower. Huh? Lin Ming was shocked. The magic light. Has your damaged soul recovered? Lin Ming asked in surprise. The magic light was sleeping in his sea of spirit. The two of them did not need to transmit the true essence at all, and they could communicate directly. In a blink of an eye, Lin Ming had been in the Holy Demon continent for nearly 2 years. The magic light had been sleeping so much that he almost ignored it. Recovered. Mo Guangayan laughed twice, and his voice sounded a bit evil. Speaking of which, the rich bloody aura of the Tangshan Tower is just right for this saint to recuperate. And this heavenly demon tattoo is also a good thing. It is very beneficial to this saint's soul. Boy, you must achieve the 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo. Running away now is not my style. Chapter 616 The only way out of despair. Is the heavenly demon tattoo also helpful to you? Lin Ming asked in astonishment. This saint originally cultivated magic. The heavenly demon tattoo can condense evil spirit. The more demon wings there are, the better the effect of condensing evil spirit will be. Of course, it is of great benefit to this saint. This saint could have awakened a year ago, but because the evil spirit is so strong here, this saint chose to slowly recover his strength in a dormant state. This saint knows roughly what happened in the past year. This 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo must not be missed. This saint is still counting on it to restore his strength. If he escapes now, the heavenly demon tattoo will slowly dissipate, and the accumulation of the previous few years will be all in vain. The two of them have been communicating directly with their spiritual consciousness. Although the meaning expressed is very complicated, the communication is only a matter of a moment. Lin Ming asked anxiously. To what level has your soul power recovered? Mo Guang smiled proudly and said, now this saint's soul power has recovered to the level when it was just sucked into the magic cube space. The level when it was just sucked into the magic cube space? Lin Ming was stunned. This old dog was also a figure when he was in the god's domain, or it should be said that he was a dog figure. After all, he must be capable to be able to follow the demon emperor. According to the old dog's boasting, it was originally a three-headed demon dog. It was once called the Lord of Magic Light and cultivated into a diamond indestructible divine body. Later, the divine body was destroyed and the soul was sucked into the magic cube. The trinity of souls was reduced to a single body. 3 heads became 1 head. The soul was originally incomplete and it was sealed in the magic cube for countless years. The weakness of the soul power can be imagined. Now Magic Light said that it can be restored to the level when it was just sucked into the magic cube space. Although the soul is still incomplete, it is also quite terrifying. Can you deal with the master of the Polar Star Tower? Lin Ming asked expectantly. If this is true, it can be said that there is a way out. Magic Light shook his head and said, I can't deal with it. Then do you want me to go with you to die? Lin Ming was speechless. The impression left by this old dog on Lin Ming has always been that he likes to show off and boast and is not reliable at all. Didn't you have the title of Holy Lord in the divine realm? How can you not deal with such a small minion from the mortal world? Humph, this saint only has a broken soul left, not even a body. Where does the attack power come from? If this saint is in his prime, this saint would just sneeze, and the spit sprayed out would be enough to shoot the tower master into a sieve. Hearing Liu Gao's boasting, Lin Ming collapsed. This guy was still in the mood to say these things at this time. What should I do now? Although the saint's body is gone and has no attack power, but the soul is still there, and I can do something to the soul, such as, when you sign the soul contract. Liu Gao laughed evilly here. After the saint's soul power has been greatly restored, my perception of the soul is much sharper than yours. You don't know yet, among the 10 lords present, 2 have been planted with slave marks and are controlled by others. What? Lin Ming was shocked. Slave marks and soul contracts are 2 different things. Soul contracts are to write each other's requirements on special animal skins with magic circles drawn on them, and then willingly leave a drop of blood on the contract and swear with the soul. This kind of contract generally does not require too much. No one will sign if it is too much, and the warriors can still act according to their personal preferences after signing the contract, so as not to lose their personal freedom. Moreover, soul contracts generally have a time limit. For example, the contracts signed by Yanxi, Maha and others are all 50 years. Once the 50-year period is up, the contract automatically terminates. But the slave seal is different. The slave seal is a kind of magic technique. It is a means for warriors with deep cultivation and strong strength to control other weak warriors. Once the slave seal is planted, unless the owner takes it back on his own initiative or the owner dies, the slave seal will always accompany the enslaved warrior until the warrior dies. Enslaved warriors not only have no personal freedom, but also no freedom of thought. They are usually no different from normal people, but once they appear in front of the caster of the slave seal, they will completely obey the orders of the other party. Even if they are asked to die, they will not blink an eye. Who was enslaved? Lin Ming felt a chill in his heart. Among the 12 lords of the Tangshan Tower, 2 of them were planted with slave marks. And judging from the situation, the other lords might not even know that their companions had been planted with slave marks. Who had the ability to quietly plant the slave mark on the lord? Could it be the lord of the Jixing Tangshan Tower? What did he want to do? Lin Ming was shocked to find that the Tangshan Tower was far more complicated than he had originally imagined. The enslaved people are Lord Bloodflame and the little old man of the dwarf demon floating in the air. Lord Bloodflame was planted with a slave mark. Lin Ming's heart trembled. Lord Bloodflame was the strongest among the 10 lords. As for the little old man of the dwarf demon clan, he was actually a middle-aged man, but the dwarf demon clan warriors had wrinkles on their faces, which made them look old. He wore a round hat and sat cross-legged in the air. He was less than 5 feet tall. This old man is not good looking, but Lin Ming can feel an unfathomable power in him, and his soul power is like the deep ocean, deep and mysterious. This is also a top master. Even if he is not as good as the Blood Flame Lord, he is not much different. In other words, the strongest of the 10 lords have been planted with slave marks. Most of the other lords are, because the number of slave marks that can be controlled is limited, and they cannot be controlled one by one. If it is really the owner of the Polar Star Tangshan Tower, it is very likely that he has used slave marks to control the lords in order to consolidate his position and obtain the greatest benefits over the years. Even these lords have been controlled when they were still trialers. He naturally dare not touch warriors with backgrounds like Feng Shen, but people like Yanqi and Maha may have been controlled. When the time comes, use these people to explore the eternal demon pit, and the harvest will naturally belong to the owner of the Tangshan Tower. It can not only consolidate the rule, but also obtain huge benefits. It is really a good thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Ming, if I guess correctly, the Tower Master came to see you this time just to control you. He values your potential, and it would be a great help for him if he could use you for his own benefit. Once you are controlled, you will never be able to get rid of it unless your cultivation is several realms higher than his. However, when he finds out that your cultivation is close to his, as long as he gives the next order that your cultivation can never exceed his, your strength will stagnate, and you will not be liberated until he dies. Before he dies, he might kill you to keep it secret, and you will not resist. After Mo Guang's words, Lin Ming felt his scalp tingling. This result is definitely more terrifying than death. Thinking of this, a strong murderous intent surged in his heart. If his inference was correct, he would definitely kill the Tower Master of the Polaris Tower to get rid of the harm in the future. Mo Guang, can you remove the slave mark without being discovered by the Lord of the Polar Star Tower? Don't you see who I am? Mo Guang snorted complacently. I'm the ancestor of the magic way. All these magic ways of the Holy Demon Continent are what the Demon Emperor used to play with. They have been passed down for so many years, and each generation is weaker than the previous one. It's true that I don't have offensive power now, but I'm more than capable of playing some tricks on the soul. How could I be discovered by a junior? When I was a powerful figure in the divine realm, the great-grandfather of this junior had not yet been born. Lin Ming's forehead was filled with black lines when he heard this. This old dog sounded unreliable, no matter how he listened, but at this point he could only choose to believe it and try his luck. Kid, what's with that expression on your face? With the saint here, I promise to make the master of the Pole Star Tower run around in circles. By then, you can pretend to obey but secretly disobey, act crazy and stupid, and then no one will target you. Slowly, that old thing will relax his vigilance against you, and may even allow you to enter the Emperor's Road. As long as you endure for a year or 2, cultivate to great success in the Emperor's Road, break through the Zuundan level, kill this guy, and even achieve the 12-winged heavenly demon. By that time, you will have obtained the killing god's martial intent. As long as you have the 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo, you will not be killed by the mysterious power of the blood-killing origin, and you can return to the Tower of Babel at any time. When you have enough cultivation, you can cross the Emperor's Road, break through to the end, and achieve the Emperor's martial intent. By then, the 3 martial intentions of Shura, Killing God, and Emperor will be complete. If they can be integrated into one, this will be another big killer of yours. Damn it, all good things will be yours. Even this saint is jealous of you. All that Mo Guang described, turning the impossible into the possible, is the only possible way for Lin Ming to obtain the 3 martial intentions at the same time, when he is still weak and surrounded by enemies. Originally, even Lin Ming himself thought that it was almost impossible to obtain the 3 martial intentions at the same time. Now he finally saw the direction clearly. Mo Guang, if this plan is successful, I will definitely help you reshape your body in the future. You could still have a conscience. To be honest, this saint also thinks that you have some future. If you train well, you may reach some of my level in the past. That's why I spared no effort to train you. Of course, it is also for you to really be able to help me recover in the future. I'm really tired of the days when my soul was sealed. Lin Ming laughed and didn't care about Mo Guang's boasting. He would fight back when the enemy came and cover up when the water came. This time might really be a great opportunity for him. Lin Ming, are you going to leave or not? Where did your momentum go? Why are you afraid to meet the Tower Master just once? The sarcastic voice of the Blood Flame Lord sounded in his ears, interrupting the spiritual communication between Lin Ming and Mo Guang. Their communication just now only took 10 breaths. Lin Ming looked at the Blood Flame Lord deeply, with a bit of pity in his eyes. This Blood Flame Lord seemed to be no different from an ordinary person, but in fact he was just a puppet. As long as he saw the Tower Master of the Polar Star Tower, he would obey his orders. For such a person, Lin Ming would naturally not waste words with Daoqi. Let's go, lead the way. HMM. The Blood Flame Lord looked at Lin Ming in surprise, and an imperceptible arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. This kid is really stupid, but then again, it is also an honor to be the servant of the Lord General. Chapter 617, Magic Light. Walking forward along the dark passage, all the way to the deepest part of the 4th floor of the Tower of Babel, there was a dark hall. Lord Bloodflame pushed open the door, and with a creaking sound, the door opened suddenly with just a slight touch. The hall was pitch black, like the mouth of a wild beast. Please come in, Lord Evil God. Lord Bloodflame had a playful smile on his face. Behind him, several other lords also followed, and they blocked Lin Ming's retreat. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, and the voice of Mo Guang sounded in Lin Ming's mind. Go in, it's okay. Lin Ming stepped into it, and his vision instantly became completely black. Squeak, the door slammed shut, and Lin Ming seemed to fall into an absolutely independent space, without sound, without light, without everything. Don't worry, everything you saw was an illusion, including the hall at the beginning, including that door. In fact, when you stepped into that door, you just stepped into the illusion array set up by the old guy. The old guy was watching you in front of you. He was going to plant the slave mark while you were in a good mood. Illusion array? Lin Ming's heart moved. He was very familiar with the array, and he had the reincarnation martial will to stick to his heart, so it was not impossible to break the array. Just relax, don't really break the array, otherwise if the old guy thinks that the illusion array can't deal with you, it will be troublesome to start a fight. You just try to struggle a little, and then, we will join hands, to act out a play. Well, Lin Ming nodded and calmed down. At this moment, there was a sharp scream of, and a 10-winged demon holding a trident appeared out of thin air, and rushed towards him. Lin Ming's eyes showed a flash of panic, and then he stabbed out with a gun, chasing lightning. The power of thunder is specifically designed to defeat ghosts and evil spirits. With a whistling sound, the 10-winged demon turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. He is not afraid of danger in the chaos, and can stick to his original intention. He deserves to be called Shura. Outside this illusion array, only 10 feet away from Lin Ming, a tall man wrapped in a black cloak said silently. His eyes were as deep as the stars in the night. Judging from his appearance, he did not belong to any race, but looked like a hybrid of the trolls and barbarians. He was the master of the Pole Star Tower and the 12 Tangshan Towers. Wano. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too low, and it is impossible to break this illusion array of 10,000 ghosts. The moment you are devoured by the 10,000 ghosts, you will be mine. In the illusion array, the illusions of the 10-winged demons appeared more and more, and became more and more dense. Not only were there 10 winged demons, but there were also a large number of 12 winged demons. Lin Ming was getting more and more tired to deal with them. Puff. With a light sound, Lin Ming finally failed to avoid the attack of a 12-winged demon. A ray of soul power pierced into Lin Ming's spiritual sea like a spike. Lin Ming's heart sank, and he activated the reincarnation martial spirit to crush the spike. However, the attacks of other demon illusions followed one after another. Hahaha, so what if you are the first genius in 10,000 years? You are still my hawk dog. I really look forward to your growth. You will become my best tool in this trip to the eternal demon pit. Soul Slave Seal, go. The middle-aged man pinched a black seal in the air, pointed his finger, and rushed straight to Lin Ming. This seal was integrated into the attack of a 12-winged demon, and Lin Ming couldn't see it at all. Ha. Broke my seal. Good. Very good. It's getting more and more interesting. Such a fierce tiger is worth surrendering. Soul Slave Seal. 3 seals at the same time. The middle-aged man flicked his fingers, and 3 black seals flew towards Lin Ming, and merged into Lin Ming's body, while the 12-winged demon attacked. The three marks merged into one, and Lin Ming intentionally weakened the defense of the Samsara martial will. Crack, crack, crack. Two of the three black slave marks were crushed, and the remaining one flew straight to Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Mo Guang, it's up to you. Alright. Over the years, the trust between Lin Ming and Mo Guang has increased a lot. First, their interests have common ground, and second, because of the shock of the main spirit in the magic cube, Mo Guang has long given up the idea of devouring Lin Ming's spiritual sea. When the mark flew into the sky above Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Mo Guang transformed into a three-headed demon dog and pounced out of the spiritual sea. Only in the soul world can it maintain its most heroic appearance. Mo Guang roared and separated a ball of pure soul energy from his body. This ball of energy quickly transformed into a ball of light in the air. Puff! The black slave mark sank into the ball of light, instantly dyeing the ball black. This saint has divided some of his soul energy to create a small replica of your spiritual sea. This slave seal is actually planted in the spiritual sea of the replica. It has no effect on you at all. Don't touch this slave seal rashly, and the old guy will never know. As for the order issued by the old guy through the slave seal, I will tell you. Just act well. I know. Using part of his soul power to create a fake spiritual sea in order to deceive the master of the Polar Star Tower, Lin Ming had to admire Mo Guang's means. Although this old dog boasted a lot, he was still a big bull in the god realm who was qualified to participate in the siege of Qianxue Holy Land. Although his soul body is injured now, it is still no problem to deal with a small minion who has just passed the death of the mortal world. The illusion array slowly disappeared, and a confused light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. Haha, congratulations to the Lord General for adding another general. Outside the illusion array, Lord Zuan said. Well, Zuan, you did a good job this time. In about 3 years, the eternal demon pit will open again. At that time, I will let you and Lin Ming enter the location 1,000 miles from the edge of the eternal demon pit. Yes, master. Then should Lin Ming enter the Emperor's Road now? Zuan thought for a while and asked. Lin Ming's heart moved. The Emperor's Road. Although he was pretending to be controlled, Lin Ming didn't like his current state. Being controlled by others made his thoughts unclear. He was now thinking about entering the Emperor's Road as soon as possible, gaining the ultimate strength as soon as possible, and ending the matter of the blood-killing source as soon as possible, and then returning to the Qianxue continent. The situation in the Qianxue continent has always made Lin Ming anxious. It has been nearly 2 years. I don't know how Mu Qianxue and Qin Xingxuan are doing, and whether Shenhuang Island has survived. When Lin Ming left the Qianxue continent, he was in the early stage of Xianshan, and his strength was probably comparable to that of an average peak powerhouse in the early stage of Zuandan. As for killing Lei Jingshan, it was under the suppression of the rules of the Demon God Emperor Palace, which was not his real ability. Now that Lin Ming's cultivation is extremely innate, coupled with breakthroughs in other aspects, his strength is infinitely close to the level of life and death. As long as he breaks through the Zuandan, Lin Ming has the confidence to defeat a powerful person of the first level of life and death, or even kill him. Only by reaching the Zuandan can Lin Ming return to Qianxue continent, otherwise it is meaningless for him to go back. The Emperor's Road is undoubtedly a shortcut to breakthrough. Lin Ming is not sure whether he can achieve the Zuandan on the Emperor's Road, but at least his strength will be greatly improved. By then, even if he cannot break through the Zuandan, he may be able to fight against a powerful person of the first level of life and death. The Emperor's Road. The master of the Polar Star Tower pondered for a moment and looked at Lin Ming. Do you want to enter the Emperor's Road? Lin Ming said expressionlessly. Lin naturally wants to enter the Emperor's Road, but I will follow the orders of the Grand Master. The master of the Polar Star Tower thought for a while, shook his head and said, wait for another 2 or 3 years before entering the Emperor's Road. It's too early to enter now. 2 or 3 years. Lin Ming's heart sank. He would probably be able to break through to Zuandan in 2 or 3 years, and the master of the Pole Star Tower would most likely monitor his cultivation, and would not allow him to break through easily. If he could not enter the path of the Emperor, then what was the point of staying in the Tangshan Tower? This old fox is really careful. In Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Mo Guan cursed. Will he find any abnormalities? Humph, if such a junior finds abnormalities in the virtual spiritual sea created by this saint, then this saint will just crash to death. He is afraid of your progress speed, afraid that you will progress too fast and surpass him by too much strength. At that time, he will not be able to control you. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He has been in the Polestar Tangshan Tower for 1 or 2 years, and he has really encountered many obstacles. I really don't know how the 8 meteorites war emperor became the 12-winged heavenly demon. As if knowing what Lin Ming was thinking, Mo Guang said, according to my guess, when the 8 meteorites war emperor was born, the 12 Tangshan towers did not have a unified management organization, nor did they deliberately prevent the birth of the 12-winged heavenly demons. Otherwise, the 8 meteorites war emperor would not have achieved the 12-winged heavenly demons, and it would have been great if he could leave the Tangshan tower alive. Over the years, the blood-killing origin had tried its best to prevent the birth of a 12-winged heavenly demon warrior. Lin Ming was fighting against the 12 Tangshan towers alone, and the resistance he faced could be imagined. Lin Ming, from today on, you will practice on the 3rd floor of the Polar Star Tangshan Tower. Remember, without my order, you cannot break through the Zuanden. The Lord of 10,000 Demons gave this order coldly and turned away. Lin Ming responded in silence, his brows furrowed. The difficulty of entering the Emperor's path was beyond his imagination. Lin Ming, don't worry. Although you can't enter the Emperor's path immediately, at least you can continue to stay in the Polar Star Tangshan Tower. As long as your strength is gradually improved, all obstacles will be solved, and the owner of the Polar Star Tower can't always watch your cultivation. If I guess correctly, he can't stay in the Polar Star Tangshan Tower for a long time, but must go to the Blood Evil Temple he mentioned before and accept supervision. Otherwise, the owner of the Polar Star Tangshan Tower will also have the opportunity to become a 12-winged demon, which is something the supreme ruler of the blood-killing plane cannot allow. Mo Guang's words made Lin Ming's heart move. Indeed, the owner of the Polar Star Tower is already at the peak of the 10-winged demon. It is not difficult for him to become a 12-winged demon. Naturally, this kind of thing is not allowed to happen. The blood-killing plane is really strict in rules, and there are many restrictions even for the tower owner. Mo Guang, even if the master of the Polestar Tower won't detect my cultivation, I can't wait that long. It may take another year or 2 for me to break through the Zuanden stage step by step. It's too late. I promised 10 years at that time, but now I think about it, I don't know what the situation in the Southern Sky region will be like in 10 years. I want to rush back to the Southern Sky region within 3 years. I only have 1 year left. Chapter 618, Demonic Pit Eruption. Lord Evil God, this is the Blood Evil Crystal for you. An impeccable fairy girl with a delicate figure and appearance knelt in front of Lin Ming and presented a tray with both hands. In the tray was a jade box. In the box was the top grade Blood Evil Crystal that the Lord could receive once every 2 months. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ming had been the Lord for 2 months. After Lin Ming pretended to be planted with the slave mark, his days in the Tower of Babel became peaceful. No Lord targeted him anymore. Lin Ming became the real Lord of the Tower of Babel and moved into the 4th floor of the Tower of Babel. Normally, all the servants on the 4th floor would salute Lin Ming when they saw him. I know, you can go down. Lin Ming left the jade box and said calmly, yes. The fairy girl bowed and left. In the Tower of Babel, each lord had 10 fairy girls with such excellent figures, appearances, and talents to serve him. If he wanted, he could also visit them at will. In the past 2 months, your cultivation has been consolidated a lot. In Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Mo Guang said with a grin. Indeed, although I cannot enter the Emperor's Road, the other resources that can be enjoyed on the 4th floor of the Tower of Babel are also quite good. Lin Ming has used the past 2 months to consolidate his cultivation. After coming out of the king's cage, Lin Ming made a lot of breakthroughs in his realm at one time, but his cultivation was not very stable and needed time to accumulate slowly. Lin Ming said, I will wait for another half a year at most. If there is no chance, I will find a chance to force my way into the Emperor's way. Lin Ming, if you force your way into the Emperor's way, the 10,000 Demons Lord will know that there is a problem with the slave seal in your Sea of Spirit. Well, then you know. Lin Ming said indifferently, I have explored it clearly in the past 2 months. The Emperor's Way is similar to the King's Cage. It is an independent world. As long as I enter the Emperor's Way, the 10,000 Demons Lord can't do anything to me, even if he finds something. If he wants to deal with me, he can only wait until I come out. By then, I may not be a match for the 10,000 Demons Lord. You are right, but the 10,000 Demons Lord may find help by then, or he may set up a killing array outside and wait for you to come out. You don't have to do this desperate move if you can. Mo Guan was talking when the ground suddenly shook violently. The stone bed, tables, and chairs in Lin Ming's training ground all trembled, which made Lin Ming's heart horrified. What's going on? Question mark? The Tower of Babel is a building left behind by an unknown god in ancient times. It contains formations and is extremely solid. When Lin Ming and the Dark Lord fought, the Black Gold Arena was destroyed, but the ground on the third floor of the Tower of Babel was not damaged at all, which shows how stable the Tower of Babel is. How could such a stable Tower of Babel suddenly tremble? The tremor continued and became more and more violent. Lin Ming was shocked. What on earth was going on? Walking out of the training ground, Lin Ming found that even the corridors, halls in the distance, and squares were trembling. In other words, the entire Tower of Babel was trembling. What happened? Not only Lin Ming, but also the servants of the Tower of Babel were panicking. This kind of vibration gave people a feeling that the Tower of Babel was about to collapse. This was thousands of feet high. When Lin Ming was confused, he happened to see the Blood Flame Lord. Brother Blood Flame, what happened? The Blood Flame Lord's face was actually full of joy at this time. Brother Lin, I didn't expect that our chance has come. The Tower of Tangshan is shaking. It should be. The Eternal Demon Pit erupted. Eternal Demon Pit erupted. Lin Ming was stunned. He had seen the record of the eruption of the Eternal Demon Pit in the Jade Slips left by the Dark Lord after his death. Every few decades or even hundreds of years, the Eternal Demon Pit will have a large-scale eruption similar to a volcanic eruption. At that time, a large amount of evil spirits will be erupted. At the same time, some of the bones of the demon gods hidden inside the Eternal Demon Pit will also be ejected with the evil spirits. For tens of thousands of years, the bones of the demon gods that people have been able to find outside the Eternal Demon Pit are all due to the natural eruption of the Eternal Demon Pit. After each eruption, the warriors who enter the Eternal Demon Pit will have a great harvest, but correspondingly, the danger is also higher, because the energy turbulence formed after the eruption of the Eternal Demon Pit will form various GD, which will kill people here. Lin Ming still remembered the Dark Lord's record. Half of the 170 lords who fell in the Eternal Demon Pit over the past 1,000 years died in the exploration after the eruption of the Eternal Demon Pit. Brother Lin, the eruption of the Eternal Demon Pit will last for several months or even a year. During this period, anyone who enters will die. After the eruption ends, the Eternal Demon Pit will enter a stable period. At that time, we should enter the Eternal Demon Pit together, to seek opportunities for the Lord Chief Lord and for ourselves. These days, you should prepare well. Lord Bloodflame said excitedly. Seeking opportunities for the Lord Chief Lord? Lin Ming looked at Lord Bloodflame with pity. He risked his life to seek opportunities for others, and he was so excited and impatient. This is the horror of the slave mark. Being planted with the slave mark is really worse than death. At this moment, suddenly two sound transmission notes lit up in front of Lord Bloodflame and Lin Ming at the same time. The content was similar. They were all about the eruption of the Eternal Demon Pit. They asked the two to prepare well, improve their strength as much as possible, and enter the Eternal Demon Pit in a few months to a year. At the end of the voice transmission, there was a piece of news that made Lin Ming overjoyed. That was to let Lin Ming enter the Emperor's Road, to improve his strength and fully prepare for this trip to the Eternal Demon Pit. Emperor's Road. Lin Ming took a deep breath. I finally waited for it. After a sudden turn of events, because of the eruption of the Eternal Demon Pit, I finally have the opportunity to enter the Emperor's Road. As long as I enter the Emperor's Road, even if I can't break through the Zuanden, Lin Ming believes that he doesn't have to be afraid of the 10,000 Demons Lord anymore. Haha, Brother Lin, congratulations. As long as you are loyal to the adults, I won't treat you unfairly. Do you want to prepare? Or I will take you there now? The Blood Flame Lord obviously received the same news. No, just go now. Lin Ming suppressed his excitement and said calmly. He always had food and water in his zoomy ring, so he didn't need to prepare anything special. Okay, let's go. Lord Bloodflame led the way. The Emperor's Road was located in the center of the third floor of the Tower of Babel. After passing through several corridors, Lord Bloodflame led Lin Ming to a hall. This hall was made entirely of obsidian. Stepping into it was like stepping into a completely independent space. Inside the hall, hideous demon statues could be seen everywhere. These statues were all 12-winged demons without exception. And among these statues, there was a huge red altar. This altar constantly exuded a strong bloody aura, as if it was completely carved out of bloody stone. The entrance to the Emperor's Road is on that altar. Climb up the altar and shed your own blood, and you can enter the Emperor's Road. Brother Lin, I wish you good luck. Chapter 619, The Road to Becoming an Emperor. Lin Ming walked onto the dark red altar, feeling the blood evil aura emanating from the altar, and was secretly surprised. This altar was indeed carved from pure blood evil crystal, and it was a top-grade blood evil crystal. Generally, in the blood evil crystal veins, the blood evil crystals mined were small pieces, and a whole piece of blood evil crystal as big as the altar was particularly rare. Lin Ming stood in the center of the altar and cut his wrist. He believed that the Blood Flame Lord would not set any traps. He was planted with a slave mark and obeyed the Tower Master's orders completely. The gurgling blood flowed into the altar and was instantly absorbed by the altar. After a few breaths, a huge red totem lit up at Lin Ming's feet. It was also a pattern of a 12-winged demon. The next moment, a dazzling red light shot up into the sky and directly swallowed Lin Ming. The evil, vicious, and violent aura rushed straight into Lin Ming's spiritual sea, and with it came a huge soul pressure. If he had not passed the king's cage and got used to the heavenly demon force field, this pressure alone would have made Lin Ming dizzy. In fact, many warriors, including Yan Kai and Maha, were dizzy when they first entered the Emperor's Road, and it took a long time for them to wake up. The heavenly demon Wu was accidentally released, and Lin Ming used the power of the Shura force field to resist the pressure of the Emperor's Road. The next moment, he had arrived in another dimension. The place where Lin Ming was still a red altar, exactly the same as the altar at the entrance of the Emperor's Road. Below the altar, there was a deep abyss. A stream of thick evil spirits erupted from the abyss, making Lin Ming wonder if the source of the evil spirit was below. If he fell all the way down, would he fall into the eternal demon pit? Above this abyss, there is a straight plank road with a width of 1 zang. The long plank road has no support, but it is suspended steadily in the air. On both sides of the plank road, every 10 zang, there is a group of lights. The base of the lights is carved from obsidian. The base has no support, and is suspended in the air under the action of mysterious force. Looking at the quietly burning orchid flame, Lin Ming can feel the rich soul power in it, as if it is not a flame at all, but a burning soul fire. What a weird place. Lin Ming was secretly shocked. He tried his flying ability a little bit, and it was indeed forbidden to fly. In other words, once he fell into the abyss, he would most likely fall directly. The Emperor's Road is the same as the King's Cage. Although it is just a training place, since ancient times, there have been warriors who have bad luck or misjudged their own strength and fell in it. There is no doubt that this 10-foot wide plank road is the Emperor's Road. Lin Ming did not rush to step onto the Emperor's Road, but meditated for a while to adjust his state to the best. Then, he stepped onto the plank road. As soon as he entered the Emperor's Road, Lin Ming immediately felt a kind of pressure that seemed to be there and not there. This pressure was completely different from the pressure of the heavenly demon force field. It was the pressure from the spirit and will. Lin Ming was not unfamiliar with this pressure. It was the Emperor's will. When fighting with Yan Kai and Ke Yang, Lin Ming had felt this Emperor's will. After the death of an Emperor-level strongman, the will left behind would not dissipate after thousands of years. This is the so-called war spirit. The war spirit is the will condensed by a warrior after practicing martial arts to a certain level. This will can be attached to any object to kill people in the air. For example, if it is attached to the air, a boulder can be easily crushed into powder. If it is attached to a move or a treasure, the power of one's move can be increased by a certain amount or even several times. Emperor's battle spirit. I don't know when I can comprehend the battle spirit. Lin Ming was full of expectations. Generally, warriors have their own battle spirits after reaching the emperor level. Those who are unlucky do not have them, even after reaching the emperor level, while those who are accompanied by great luck can often comprehend the battle spirit after a high death. This is still the situation in Qianxue continent. If it is the god realm, it may be even more abnormal. There may not be no Zuundan who comprehends the battle spirit. Thinking of this, Lin Ming asked, Mo Guang, in the god realm, at what level can the top geniuses comprehend the battle spirit? Mo Guang, who had been staying in Lin Ming's spiritual sea, did not answer, as if he did not hear it. This surprised Lin Ming a little. Since he entered the Emperor's Road, Mo Guang has been very silent, and did not make any sound. Mo Guang? Lin Ming asked again. Lin Ming, this Emperor's Road, I seem to have been here before. After a long silence, Mo Guang spoke faintly. Lin Ming was slightly startled. To be precise, my eldest brother has been here. Mo Guang's voice was a little sad. This kind of emotion rarely appeared on it. Your elder brother? My body is a three-headed demon dog, and my soul is also a trinity. My elder brother was born first, and then as his strength grew, my second brother was born, and finally I was born. When we were besieging Qianxue Holy Land, my elder brother and second brother were torn to pieces in the soul storm to protect me. Only some of their residual souls are left in my body. Mo Guang sighed here. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Thinking back, it was really sad. After hearing what Mo Guang said, Lin Ming was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind. Yes, how could he forget that thing? When he was on the second floor of the Tower of Babel, Lin Ming killed Zhu Man, and found an unnamed atlas from his Zumi ring. The atlas was full of rubbings of characters, which were lifelike and even had the momentum and majesty of these characters when they were alive. Next to the images were text annotations, recording the characters' lives. Lin Ming read all the way, and found that all these people were emperor-level powerhouses in the Holy Demon continent for tens of thousands of years, or at least the top emperor-level geniuses. Among them were the Nether Emperor and the Demon Emperor. Lin Ming immediately looked through the atlas, and found the location of the Demon Emperor in the atlas very skillfully. The Demon Emperor in the atlas was holding the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd, with his black hair flying freely, and even the Demon Emperor's terrifying momentum and majesty were vividly displayed. Next to it was the text annotation of the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor, the year of birth is unknown, the year of death is unknown, and the cause of death is unknown. This is... Mo Guang was slightly startled, and then sighed. This rubbing image is exactly the same as the Demon Emperor himself. Yes, exactly the same, and the Demon Emperor died in the god's domain, and he was a figure tens of thousands of years ago. Who carved the image of the Demon Emperor, and how did they know that the Demon Emperor was dead? Lin Ming was full of doubts. Mo Guang said, Lin Ming, look at the base of the lamp. Following Mo Guang's voice, Lin Ming looked up, and was immediately shocked. On the base of the lamp not far in front of him, there was a relief of a fairy warrior. This fairy warrior had a handsome face, and held a long sword. He looked elegant. Lin Ming immediately remembered that this fairy warrior was one of the warriors in the atlas. Opening the atlas, Lin Ming indeed found a rubbing pattern that was exactly the same as the relief, and next to it was a record about this fairy warrior. Lion Ku, born in the 26,720th year of the Holy Demon calendar, died in the 26,700th year of the Holy Demon calendar. This person was extremely gifted and brilliant. He achieved the realm of Demon King at the age of 24. No Demon King of the same level could rival him. It was inevitable that he would become a Demon Emperor. Unfortunately, he lacked luck, and died in a desperate situation while seeking opportunities. His lifespan was between 30 and 40 years old. The Demon King is equivalent to the Zuundan realm of humans. Achieving the Demon King at the age of 24 means Zuundan at the age of 24, which is 5 or 6 years faster than Mu Qianxue, even faster than Lin Ming himself. It would not be much different. For such an extraordinary person, it was inevitable that he would become an emperor. Unfortunately, he died halfway. Lin Ming, I remembered something. It was the memory of my elder and second brothers. Each of these lights you saw represented an emperor level powerhouse. Even if they were not emperor level powerhouses, they were all outstanding and should have easily become emperor level powerhouses. These people have two things in common. The first is that they are all dead, and the second is they all walked the path of the emperor when they were young. A light represents an emperor level powerhouse who once walked the path of the emperor. Lin Ming's heart shuddered. He looked at the quietly burning orchid-colored flame. He could not feel any heat from the flame. Instead, he felt a bone-chilling chill, as if it was a burning soul. Of course, this was Lin Ming's feeling. If it was really a soul, it would have burned out long ago. Mo Guang said, the Emperor's lights on the Emperor's Road were never artificially built, but formed naturally. Otherwise, no one would have the ability to carve every peerless figure on the lights over tens of thousands of years, and to do so vividly, perfectly expressing the character's aura and majesty. If I'm not mistaken, every peerless genius who has experienced the Emperor's Road will be remembered by the Emperor's Road. After they die, a light will be formed here to symbolize them. Hearing Mo Guang say this, Lin Ming felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. What exactly is the Emperor's Road? What is the mysterious curse power under the eternal demon pit? After each warrior dies, a light will light up to symbolize them. So what was it that they were remembered by the Emperor's Road? A will? Spiritual energy? Or a soul mark? Even a figure like the Demon Emperor, who was so handsome and powerful in the God Realm, could not get rid of the memory of the Emperor's Road. After his death in the God Realm, the Emperor's Road also formed a light corresponding to the Demon Emperor. Just as ordinary people cannot escape reincarnation, these peerless geniuses who have embarked on the road to becoming emperors have also not escaped their fate. After their unrivaled glory, they still return to dust and earth. Lin Ming took a deep breath and clenched his fists. No matter what the end of the road to becoming emperor is, no matter what is in the deepest part of the eternal demon pit, he will go on without hesitation. The world is so big, far beyond his imagination. Even the Demon Emperor is probably just a small figure before reaching the peak of the true martial arts. He died for the fight for the magic cube, and where did this magic cube that killed tens of thousands of God Realm masters come from? All these powerful and mysterious existences did not make Lin Ming feel depressed. He only had boundless fighting spirit and will to fight. He had made up his mind to go all the way to the peak of martial arts to see what the scenery at the peak looks like. Chapter 620, Battle of Wills. Lin Ming walked along the Emperor's Road, step by step. Every 10 feet around him, there would be a lamp, and the orchid flame burned quietly, ethereal. Gu Yu, a young hero of the troll tribe 9,000 years ago, named Shura in Linglang Tangshan Tower, died at the age of 30. After Lin Ming saw a new Emperor's lamp, the name of the warrior corresponding to the lamp holder relief naturally emerged in his mind. Linglang Tangshan Tower is also one of the 12 Tangshan Towers. It can be seen that this Emperor's Road not only includes the young heroes of the Polar Star Tangshan Tower, but also includes the other 11 Tangshan Towers. It is even possible that the Emperor's Road of the 12 Tangshan Towers is the same. The Emperor's will contained in the Emperor's Road always permeates the entire space, and it continues to strengthen as Lin Ming goes deeper. After Lin Ming passed Gu Yu's Emperor's lamp, the lamp went out naturally. Along the way, every time Lin Ming passed a lamp, the lamp would go out naturally. He passed 10 lamps, and 10 lamps went out. Xiao Yu, the proud daughter of the fairy clan 3,000 years ago, was named Shura in the Yangxiao Tangshan Tower. She died at the age of 36. When she died, she was a 5-star demon king. Lin Ming saw the 11th Emperor's lamp, and the information about Xiao Yu emerged in his mind. Passing by this lamp, the lamp went out again. Lin Ming found that almost all the warriors he had seen along the way had not lived past the age of 40. All of them died in the middle of the journey. The highest level of cultivation was a 5-star or 6-star demon king. Lin Ming had seen the nameless Atlas, and the warriors who were crowned emperors accounted for the vast majority. Could it be that the lights of the emperor level strongmen were all behind? Lin Ming thought so, and continued to move forward. Slowly, he began to feel the pressure of the emperor's will getting stronger and stronger. Lin Ming, be careful. Just as Lin Ming passed by another emperor's lamp, the voice of the magic light suddenly came from his mind. Then it seemed that a ray of light came out from that lamp and pierced Lin Ming. Boom. A huge pressure descended on Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Lin Ming frowned, took a step back, and immediately activated the reincarnation martial spirit to block the invasion of this pressure. However, at that moment, his body seemed to be separated from his soul. The will to fight filled his heart. This will to fight was not Lin Ming's own, but came from the light. The bloody battlefield, the endless killing land, the warriors in armor fought wantonly. Lin Ming was in it, and he could clearly feel the monstrous murderous aura of the battlefield. This is. Feeling that this place suddenly disappeared, there was only a whoosh sound, and the lights went out. Over? Lin Ming looked at the light, and Lin Ming also had an impression of the relief on the lamp holder. This person was named Chang Jun, a quasi-emperor strongman. He was extremely handsome when he was alive, but he died too early. When he died, he was only one step away from the emperor level strongman. What happened just now was, Lin Ming, what you just endured was the battle spirit left behind by the warrior in front of you after his death. These lights beside the emperor's road contain the will left behind by the strong after their death. Lin Ming walked along the way and experienced more than a dozen lights. The will contained in them was very small. However, when he just experienced the place where Chang Jun was, he felt a vast will rushing straight into his spiritual sea. Unprepared, Lin Ming took a step back. Lin Ming, I remember that the first half of this Emperor's Road is the test of enduring the will of the Emperor. The warriors of the dozen lights you experienced before were not strong when they were alive and did not achieve the will of the Emperor at all, so you can easily walk through them, and the next step will be more difficult than the next step. This Emperor's Road is paved with the will of countless Emperor level strongmen. If you can endure this will, you can go deeper. I know. Lin Ming glanced at the road he had walked. Obviously, after enduring the will of a warrior, the lights representing him will naturally go out. Next, Lin Ming's eyes were fixed on the light in front of him. He suddenly found that this light was burning much more vigorously than the previous lights. The flame was twice as high. To be precise, after this light, the lights in the future became more and more vigorous, which also symbolized that the will of the Emperor contained in it was getting stronger and stronger. This time Lin Ming was well prepared. He took a deep breath, adjusted his consciousness to an ethereal state, and at the same time, he activated the reincarnation martial will and walked towards the depths of the Emperor's Road. The moment he passed this Emperor's light, Lin Ming felt a huge pressure coming down, which was even stronger than the previous pressure. Kill. Kill. Lin Ming seemed to be separated from his soul and body in an instant, and came to a completely independent space. A demon 10 feet tall held a big axe and chopped at him. It's just a show. Lin Ming snorted coldly. The opponent's attack seemed to be fierce, but in fact it was full of loopholes and the speed was so slow that he didn't care at all. He took a step back slightly, unsheathed the purple Zuan gun, and was about to shoot the demon with a chasing lightning, but at this moment, Lin Ming was shocked. Not to mention sending out chasing lightning, even shooting the gun was extremely slow. This feeling was like Lin Ming returning to the physical training period. After getting used to the extreme attack speed and powerful strength, he lost all of this and was very uncomfortable. How could it be? Seeing this big axe coming, Lin Ming's pupils shrank and the golden rock broke through the void. Lin Ming retreated violently backwards, but his speed was only a few tenths of his peak speed. Too slow. Kai. Lin Ming watched the blood axe cut into his body and cut him in half. The intense pain seemed to come from the depths of his soul. At that moment, the feeling of death was so real. Since Lin Ming started practicing martial arts, he has faced near-death dangers several times, but they were only near death. It has never been like today, watching someone chop him in half. Blood spurted, Lin Ming's face was distorted, and a feeling of death spread to the sea of his soul. Reincarnation martial intention. Crack. Lin Ming forcibly crushed the black hair that symbolized death. Everything is just an illusion. I have practiced martial arts for nearly 8 years, and my martial arts heart has been tempered for a long time. How can an illusion kill me? This thought flashed through Lin Ming's mind. At that moment, he felt that a force seemed to emerge from his body out of thin air, several times stronger than before. His severed flesh reassembled out of thin air. Lin Ming held the purple Zuan spear and stabbed it out with a spear. Chase the lightning. A thin arc of electricity flashed around the purple Zuan spear. The arc was so weak that he still couldn't use the chase the lightning with this spear. My strength has been weakened by 99%. Lin Ming hadn't felt this kind of powerlessness for a long time. Even though he felt that his body's strength suddenly increased just now, he only made such a weak blow. However, what surprised Lin Ming was that the demon phantom holding the blood talisman seemed to have consumed all its strength in the previous attack. It was pierced by Lin Ming's weak shot, screamed, and turned into a pool of pus and blood. The illusion disappeared, and Lin Ming returned to the Emperor's Road. He was still standing on the plank road, and the Emperor's lights in front of him had gone out. Past. Lin Ming felt cold sweat on his back. The illusion just now was too real. He really thought he was dead for a moment. The pain of being cut open by the blood talisman penetrated his soul, as if his soul was torn apart. Lin Ming was sure that, even if he was really cut in half, it would never hurt so much. Was it a battle of wills just now? Lin Ming asked. Yes, it is a battle between wills. You feel that your strength has been weakened by 99% because your will has not yet taken shape, let alone condensed into a fighting spirit. Therefore, in the world of will, you are actually still a weakling. Indeed weak. Lin Ming nodded. The demon enemy he faced just now was already extremely weak. His attacks were slow, his moves were powerless, and he was just a show off. However, facing such a guy who usually could be killed by one shot by Lin Ming, he was actually cut in half in the first round. How could he not be weak? Mo Guang chuckled and shook his head, saying, when I said you are weak, it was relative to the true will of the Emperor. In fact, you are not weak at all, you are already very abnormal. Do you know that 99% of warriors, when facing a will attack for the first time, cannot fight back at all, or even move at all, and can only watch the enemy's attacks mash their bodies? This is still talking about top geniuses, not to mention ordinary warriors. They are not qualified to withstand this kind of trial at all, because their sea of spirituality will be crushed by the will of the Emperor as soon as it starts. Oh. Lin Ming was slightly stunned. Indeed, his willpower has always been his commendable point. If Lin Ming's talent is good, his willpower can definitely be ranked first, comprehension second, and aptitude third. Hey, kid, it's rare for this saint to praise someone. Why are you so cold? You are the most innate, and other warriors are often already Zuanden, Demon King, and Monster King. Those with poor comprehension, or even life-destroying warriors are not as good as you. There are always people better than you. Lin Ming shook his head. He had seen too much along the way. He knew very well that he was just a frog in the well. The biggest difference between him and other frogs in the well was that he knew how broad the world outside was. After the battle just now, my willpower seemed to have been tempered and became stronger. At the moment, when Lin Ming saw through the illusion just now, he felt a force surging into his will, making him much stronger. Although he has now exited the illusion, this force still remains in his will and has permanently become a part of his strength. Of course, this is the power of the Emperor's Road. It can sharpen your will. If you can bear it, you can even condense your own fighting spirit. Mo Guang said, at that time, you will not feel powerless in the world of will, and you may even be stronger than your real self. Telling a story. Some book friends, especially those who read the book at a glance, and then fill in the gaps they missed by themselves, saying that something is unreasonable and there is a bug in something. The author is really helpless to see similar comments. In addition, I will answer Brother G's question, which may also be a question for some book friends. Regarding the cultivation of the Dark Lord, the book says that it is equivalent to the middle stage of human Zuanden, and his real cultivation is actually not written by me. It is true that he saves the best blood evil crystal in order to break through the 4-star Demon King, but in fact, he has not reached the 3-star Demon King and can save the blood evil crystal for future preparation, just like Lin Ming gave the Brahma Dragon root to Mu Qianxue. The above is free. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 621 One Light, One World. The world of will is more powerful than the real world? Lin Ming was slightly stunned. Then what will happen if I kill someone in the world of will? Will he die in the real world? Or will there be any impact? Mo Guang said, if you destroy someone's will in the world of will, the other person will die in the real world. Lin Ming's heart trembled after hearing this, but I should have died just now. The blood axe has cut me in half, but I didn't die. Mo Guang smiled and said, this saint said that you can destroy someone's will in the world of will. I didn't say that you will die if you are cut in half in the world of will. It is not so easy to destroy will. I see. Lin Ming nodded. He fell into a fixed mindset, thinking that being cut in half would kill someone. In fact, the world of will is a completely different world of laws. Being cut in half might be the same as a minor injury in the real world. Mo Guang added, it is because the world of will not really die if one is cut in half, beheaded, or even shattered. So many warriors who have reached a relatively high level, such as your so-called emperors, if they have confidence in their willpower, their competition will be resolved in the world of will, which makes it less likely to get injured. However, when it comes to life and death battles, one still has to integrate willpower and actual combat power, fight in the real world, and exert the strongest strength. Every time Mo Guang mentioned the emperors and geniuses of Xianan continent and Shengmo continent, he would add a so-called prefix. Obviously, these masters were just honorific titles in the low-level planes, and going to the higher-level divine realms would not be in Mo Guang's eyes at all. The battles in the world of will only depend on the strength of willpower, and have nothing to do with actual combat power. In the world of will, you are God, and can transform into anything. For example, as long as your willpower is strong enough, you can transform into a heavenly treasure, a holy weapon, a powerful summoned beast, or a contracted beast. If your willpower is strong to the limit, you can even transform into a divine beast. As long as your willpower is strong enough, you can completely sweep away opponents who are actually much stronger than you. Transform into a holy weapon, a contracted beast, or even a divine beast. Lin Ming was stunned. Can a divine beast be transformed? Can it really possess the power of a divine beast? In the world of will, the divine beast you transform into can really possess the power of a divine beast, but it is limited to the world of will. This saint said that in that world, you are a god. Willpower is an important indicator to measure the strength of high-level warriors. The earlier you comprehend the war spirit, the greater the benefit to the warrior's future growth. Because the war spirit is not only related to the warrior's comprehension, opportunity, perseverance, etc., it will also grow naturally with the improvement of cultivation. Lin Ming, this Emperor's Road is your opportunity. Even if your strength has not improved at all, you must cultivate your own war spirit. The higher the level, the greater the proportion of willpower, that is, the war spirit, in the overall strength. And at that level, even if the overall combat power is the same, people will respect warriors with strong willpower more. Well, I understand. Lin Ming nodded. The same ability often has a very different status in other people's minds. For example, in Xianan country, landlords and merchants with the same wealth have a much higher status than merchants. Agriculture is considered orthodox, while business is considered speculation. As a result, many merchants will purchase large areas of land to become landlords and gentry after they become rich, even if the profit from land is far less than that from business. Lin Ming, continue. If you can thoroughly temper your will through this Emperor's Road, it will have a profound impact on your future growth. Don't miss this opportunity. I understand. Lin Ming was glad that he encountered the magic light in the magic cube space. With its guidance, it is easier to clarify the goal. Otherwise, if you come to the Emperor's Road and take improving your strength as the only goal, you will miss this rare opportunity. Continuing along the Emperor's Road, there is another lamp of the will of the Quasi-Emperor, burning more vigorously than before. Lin Ming strode into it, and the light flashed, and he came to the world of will again. Ha ha ha. A thunderous laugh resounded in Lin Ming's ears. This sound came from the world of will. The stronger the will, the more earth-shaking the sound. Crack. Between heaven and earth, a thunderbolt fell from nowhere. A barbarian warrior with red hair, holding a long halberd, stabbed at Lin Ming. Thunder artistic realm. Lin Ming suddenly discovered that even in the world of will, there was still a projection of the law. The thunder artistic conception combined with the mysterious spear moves made the moves of this quasi-emperor level strongman amazing, but the speed was a little slow. Obviously, the will left by the quasi-emperor in front of him was very weak. Perhaps it was after a long time of consumption. Perhaps there was not much will left in the lights. Otherwise, the attack momentum of these quasi-emperors would not be just this much. Lin Ming faced the spear moves of the barbarian strongman directly, and did not dodge. He stabbed out with a spear, because he knew that he could not dodge with his speed. Puff, puff. 2 puffs of blood rain burst out. The jewel of the will world, being pierced by the body is like the pain of tearing the soul. Lin Ming was not the opponent of this quasi-emperor's will. However, the power of the quasi-emperor's will cannot last long. It consumes a little bit, while Lin Ming's will can be endless. This is his biggest advantage. After a fierce fight, Lin Ming successfully destroyed the quasi-emperor of the barbarians, the corresponding will light suddenly went out, and Lin Ming withdrew from the will world. From the moves of these senior warriors, I can understand a lot of things. Putting aside the tempering of will, when the quasi-emperors will attacked just now, the moves and thunder realm used by it gave Lin Ming some inspiration. Because the will left by the quasi-emperor just now was already very weak, the attack speed was slow, and the power was small, so the mystery contained in the moves would be more clearly expressed, and easier to comprehend. If I'm not mistaken, most of the young talents who entered the Emperor's Road before, such as Matter and others, probably spent their main energy on studying the other party's moves and artistic conception. Even Yanqi and Yang, 2 dwarf demons who are proficient in soul power, are also focusing on comprehending moves, but they are also thinking about how to subdue some emperor's wills for their own use. After all, the subdued emperor's wills are others' wills, not their own, and have no growth value. The moves and artistic conception of quasi-emperors and emperors are certainly valuable, but in comparison, it is more important to sharpen the will and cultivate the fighting spirit. Otherwise it will be like throwing away the watermelon and picking up the sesame seeds. However, it is not the fault of Yanqi, Matter and others for their short-sightedness. It is really that their own willpower is limited, and they are too far away from the goal of achieving the fighting spirit. Generally, warriors in the Holy Demon Continent are good enough to achieve the fighting spirit when they are crowned as emperors, while Yanqi and Matter are only 1-star or 2-star demon kings. In addition, Yanqi, Matter and others were only from relatively ordinary large sects, and there had never been an emperor-level strongman in the sect. The inheritance of war spirits was close to 0, so Yanqi and Matter had no idea how to cultivate war spirits and the importance of war spirits. Lin Ming carefully recalled the move of the powerful man just now, and after gaining some insights from it, he resolutely walked towards the next war spirit lamp. Compared with the previous flame, this lamp was too bright, so bright that it was dazzling, like a small sun in the dark. Lin Ming's heart moved slightly, and his eyes were fixed on the relief of the lamp holder. Sure enough, this was the will left behind by a true emperor-level strongman after his death. Guzhou, a troll, existed 6,000 years ago. He became a demon emperor at the age of 109, and died at the age of 130. When he died, he was a 1-star demon emperor. Lin Ming's mind was filled with information about Guzhou. There is no doubt that Guzhou could become a demon emperor, and he must have been an emperor-level genius at the beginning. However, after he became a demon emperor, he was just an ordinary figure among the demon emperors. Those who could become demon emperors were all emperor-level geniuses. It was naturally difficult to stand out from a group of monsters. Guzhou's achievement of becoming a demon emperor at the age of 109 was not considered early, and after becoming a demon emperor, he became just like everyone else. His talent was much worse than that of Xiaoyu and Guyu before. Those two had the honor of being named Shura. If they had not died early, they could have fought beyond their level. After becoming emperor-level strongman, Lin Ming took a deep breath and adjusted his state to the best. He was about to face a true emperor-level strongman. Even the most ordinary one among the emperor-level strongmen was an existence that he could not look up to. Naturally, he was extremely solemn. When he raised his foot and stepped into the range of Guzhou's will light, Lin Ming felt as if he had just stepped over a space barrier and suddenly came to a completely closed small world. One light, one world. The will of a true emperor-level strongman was enough to condense into a world. Lin Ming's will in this world is like a mortal standing naked in the cold wind in the cold winter, with ice and snow everywhere. The coldness is freezing to the bone. A murderous intent suddenly spread, and with a rustling scream, a huge python appeared out of thin air, and pounced on Lin Ming. Transform? Lin Ming remembered what Mo Guang said, in the world of will, warriors are gods, and can transform, and visualize anything to kill the enemy. The python in front of him is most likely the will of the emperor. The python is 10 feet long, and its thick body is thicker than Lin Ming's waist. It opened its bloody mouth and bit Lin Ming, much faster than the previous warriors who attacked. With Lin Ming's speed, it is impossible to dodge this attack. He gritted his teeth, and threw the purple spear into the giant python's mouth. The purple spear with the thunderous spirit, was like a flash of lightning, piercing directly into the upper jaw of the python. Blood spurted out, but the python still bit down on Lin Ming. Bang! The ground was cracked by the impact of the python's huge head, and Lin Ming was swallowed into the python's belly. Lin Ming, you are no match for the will of this emperor. Retreat immediately. The voice of Mo Guang sounded in Lin Ming's mind. Chapter 622. Brilliant Will. The abdomen of the giant python seemed to be another space. Lin Ming was locked in it. He felt that his body was like a leaf swaying in a storm. Boom. His consciousness was shattered. Lin Ming groaned, as if he could not feel his own existence in an instant. His mind was in a daze. His 5 senses suddenly seemed to be cut off from this world in an instant. Lin Ming, quickly exit the world of will. If you are severely damaged in the world of will of the Emperor's Road, you will not die, but your will be damaged. The magic light shouted, but in this case, its voice could not reach Lin Ming's ears at all. There was chaos all around. After an unknown amount of time, a weak vortex suddenly twisted in this chaos. After the vortex appeared, the range gradually expanded, and it spun faster and faster. In the center of the vortex, a blue light appeared. It was the brilliance of Lin Ming's endless will. After the birth of this blue-green will, it split the chaos like a sharp sword. With a swish, the space barrier was torn apart like cloth. The blue-green light pierced through everything, and pierced out from the back of the giant python. Reorganize the body. This strong thought flashed through Lin Ming's mind. In the world of will, as long as the willpower is strong enough, then he is a god, and can control everything. In the space, countless blue-green lights appeared out of thin air and quickly gathered to a point, condensing into Lin Ming's body. His perception was instantly restored. Seeing the reappearing Lin Ming, Mo Guang's dog eyes were wide open. It never thought that Lin Ming could break through the giant python's body and escape. This was a fierce beast visualized by an emperor-level strongman. Ah! The giant python screamed wildly and rushed to kill again. Zizuan. Lin Ming stretched out his hand, and the Zizuan gun reappeared in his hand. Thunder and flames roared on the gun body. Guanhang. Man and gun became one, and Lin Ming stabbed straight at the giant python. After the transformation of will just now, Lin Ming's attack power increased dramatically, while the giant python was seriously injured. Bang! Lin Ming pierced the giant python's upper jaw with his gun. The whole giant python screamed, and the blood on the huge snake head spurted out like a fountain. The giant python's body twisted violently, and the more it struggled, the weaker it became. Finally, it slowly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The next moment, Lin Ming withdrew from the world of will. In front of him, the light symbolizing Gu Zhao's will was still burning, with no intention of extinguishing, which meant that Lin Ming could not withstand Gu Zhao's will. Lin Ming just destroyed a giant python visualized by Gu Zhao's will. Lin Ming failed to kill Gu Zhao's will. Now, it was too difficult for him to deal with the will left by the emperor-level strongman. This is the will of the emperor-level strongman. Lin Ming took a deep breath, and his back was soaked with sweat. The battle just now consumed too much of his will. Boy, you are such a monster. In Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Mo Guang had to praise. It's only been one day, and your willpower has made such amazing progress. If you continue to grow like this, you may really be able to condense the battle spirit before the Xuanden. Putting aside other talents, just talking about willpower, you are the best among all the young warriors I have seen. Condensing the battle spirit before the Xuanden. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a fiery look. As he understood the battle spirit more and more, he no longer had a strong desire to break through the Xuanden in the Emperor's Road. What he hoped to do now was to condense the battle spirit, which would be of great benefit to his future growth. It seems that even the Guizhou just now did not condense the battle spirit? Lin Ming asked. Yes, Guizhou is a very weak level among the demon emperors. The emperor level strongmen who truly possess war spirits will have even more terrifying wills. If you face the will of an emperor with a war spirit, you will be smashed into pieces as soon as you go up. If you can sharpen your will to withstand this impact, you may be able to cultivate a trace of the seeds of war spirit in your will. In the blood-killing plane, which covers an area of tens of thousands of miles, in addition to the 12 main cities, there is a blood-red temple called the Blood Evil Temple. In this temple, the owner of the blood-killing plane, who is also the only emperor-level strongman in the blood-killing plane, lives Luosha. This person calls himself the Lord of Gods and Demons, and is also the only 12-winged demon in the 12 Tangshan Towers. The tall blood-red door was pushed open, and Luosha walked out of the hall, his red cloak dragging on the ground, and the empty hall echoed his footsteps. The height of the Lord of Gods and Demons is 15 feet, as tall as 2 adult human men. Even among the trolls and barbarians, he is a giant. Father. When the Lord of Gods and Demons walked out of the hall, a middle-aged man who had been waiting outside the hall for a long time knelt on one knee. This middle-aged man was wearing a dark blue robe and his eyes were as deep as the stars in the night. If Lin Ming was here, he would be able to recognize him at a glance. This man was the Lord of the Polaris Tower, Wanmo. Almost no one knew that the Lord of the Polaris Tower was the son of Rakshasa. Father, I have followed your instructions and controlled Lin Ming. Yes. The Lord of Gods and Demons nodded. Even if Lin Ming is planted with the slave mark, he will shine in the future, and he will be a great help to us. Father, I have sent Lin Ming into the Emperor's path. If he reappears in a few months, his strength will definitely be further improved. The Emperor's path. Luosha smiled slightly. This time when the Eternal Demon Pit erupted, each Tangshan Tower sent a lot of people to the Emperor's path to gain experience. These people all wanted to improve their strength and then get a share of the Eternal Demon Pit. Lang Kim from the Linglang Tower, Duan Mukwon from the Yangxiao Tower, and Zuanaiu from the Five-Colored Tower. They are all descendants of the Holy Land and can be called the sons and daughters of saints. These people entered the Emperor's path together. Among them, Duan Mukwon has entered for the second time. I don't know how much of the road they can walk. When the God and Demon Lord said this, the Polestar Tower Lord frowned slightly. The few people his father just mentioned were not only gifted with monstrous talents, but also had extremely terrifying backgrounds. Some of the holy places they were in even had 4 or 5 emperor level powerhouses, some of whom were 2-star demon emperors, and even 3-star demon emperors. The blood-killing origin was also very wary of such superpowers, and had to open up some resources to the descendants of these top holy places, including the Emperor's Road and the Eternal Demon Pit. This was also a kind of compromise. The eruption of the Eternal Demon Pit this time is a rare opportunity. You should also enter it, said the God and Demon Lord. Yes, Father. After the eruption of the Eternal Demon Pit, the probability of falling into it often reaches more than 30%. The Polestar Tower Lord himself is strong enough, and coupled with his understanding of the environment of the Eternal Demon Pit over the years, the probability of his falling into it is much lower. After finishing the plots of the Emperor's Road and the Eternal Demonic Pit, it will be the plot of the Southern Sky region. Because the plots of these few days involve all kinds of foreshadowing, connection, transition, and the introduction of new settings, it is a bit difficult to write, a bit like squeezing toothpaste. I will try my best to speed up the plot, and shamelessly ask you to continue to support me with monthly tickets. Thank you everyone. Chapter 623 Lin Ming's Choice. The Path of the Emperor, the World of Will, blood rained all over the sky. Lin Ming stabbed a tiger-like beast to death with a sword, but his body was also smashed by the beast's claws. The right half of his body was completely shattered, and broken bones and flesh flew everywhere. This kind of battle can be called tragic, but it was only in the world of will. If it were the real world, even Lin Ming would need several months to recover from such a serious injury. Lin Ming exited the world of will, sweating profusely. Half of the reason for this cold sweat on his body was because of too much consumption, and the other half was because of the pain. The battle from the world of will, the feeling of being shattered to pieces was so real, as if the soul was shattered by a blow. This pain went deep into the bone marrow. Even if Lin Ming was determined, it was unbearable to endure this pain every day for so many days. After Lin Ming exited the world of will, he was completely stunned when he saw the path of the Emperor in front of him. The path of the Emperor, which originally led to the endless darkness ahead without hesitation, actually forked. In front of Lin Ming, there were two paths of the Emperor. On the first Emperor's road, there were still lights on both sides, while on the other Emperor's road, there were many stone tablets around. What's going on? A test? An illusion? It's not an illusion, nor a test. It's just giving you a chance to choose. The magic light said in Lin Ming's spiritual sea, you have failed many times in front of Guzao's will light. Guzao is just an emperor level powerhouse who has not yet condensed a battle spirit. He is the worst among the emperor level powerhouses. There are emperor level powerhouses who have condensed battle spirits, 2-star and 3-star demon emperors, and top emperor level powerhouses who have not only condensed battle spirits, but also comprehended the laws to a very high level. You have been trapped here for 10 days. Maybe the Emperor's Road believes that you can't go too far, so it gives you another choice, so that you don't go out with nothing. The magic light once accompanied the Demon Emperor into the Emperor's Road. This situation is just its guess, but it is almost right. In other words, lower the difficulty for me. Lin Ming felt an inexplicable sense of dejection in his heart. He had come all the way to where he was now, and there were many warriors stronger than him, but there was really no warrior more talented than him. But now, when he was passing the Emperor's Road, he was it. He had only been here for 10 days, and he was already asking for a lower difficulty. It showed how bad he was. Hey, kid, don't be ungrateful. After passing the Emperor's path, you will become an Emperor level powerhouse. What kind of cultivation do you have? You want to pass the Emperor's path? Don't dream. If that happens, won't you crush the 10,000 Demon Lord and the South Sea Demon Territory Master to death? Kid, although your willpower is strong, your cultivation is too low after all. Compared with the will of an Emperor level powerhouse, it is too far away. I'm very surprised that you can defeat the giant python, poisonous scorpion, and fierce tiger that Guzao visualized before. When Guzao visualized the giant python, Mo Guang asked Lin Ming to quickly exit the will world. He thought Lin Ming would definitely lose, but he didn't expect that he actually won. Compared with Lin Ming's cultivation, this is definitely a demon level record. It's really too far away. Lin Ming shook his head. For more than 10 days, he has been fighting against the remaining will of Guzao. However, he had not even seen the prototype of Guzao's will until now. Every time he fought with Guzao's will, the other party would visualize 3 ferocious beasts to deal with him, namely a snake, a scorpion, and a tiger. After 3 battles, Lin Ming's willpower was basically exhausted. Lin Ming, there are many top grade blood evil crystals and 2 demon bones in your Zumi ring, right? You have a solid foundation. If you use these top grade blood evil crystals and demon bones, plus the tempering of the Emperor's Road, you can break through the Zuundan in a short time. At that time, it will be much easier to cultivate a war spirit. At least, you can break through and defeat the will of ordinary Emperor level strongmen. Cultivation will affect willpower. The deeper the willpower, the easier it is to cultivate a war spirit. Although Lin Ming's will is tenacious, his cultivation is not deep, his foundation is insufficient, and his willpower is too easy to consume, making it even more difficult to cultivate a war spirit. Lin Ming shook his head and said, if I concentrate on breaking through the Zuundan stage, it will take a lot of time to build a solid foundation, and there is only half a year to a year left before the storm in the Eternal Demon Pit is over. I can't wait. After this journey of becoming the Emperor, I don't know what will happen to the Lord of 10,000 Demons and I must seize this opportunity. The sooner I condense the battle spirit, the greater the benefit will be to me in the future. Lin Ming was thinking of condensing the battle spirit when he was at the peak of his innate state. Compared to the battle spirit condensed after the Zuundan stage or the death of his life, this had more room for growth. That being said, there are many people who understand this truth, but too few who can do it. Who doesn't want to condense a battle spirit as soon as possible? However, the will is not like the body. Once damaged, it is difficult to recover. If you can't bear it, not only will you not be able to condense a battle spirit, but your will be damaged. Mo Guang shook his dog head, not quite agreeing with Lin Ming's choice. The Emperor's Road has given you another choice. This second road has Emperor Stone tablets on both sides. It is mainly aimed at improving cultivation and strength. If you choose this road, it should not be difficult to break through the Zuanden with your talent. Your strength and moves will be greatly improved. But the other road is only aimed at sharpening your will. If you can succeed, the benefits will be immeasurable. If you fail, not only will there be no benefit, but it will damage your will. Think about it carefully. Mo Guang said this, and Lin Ming roughly understood in his heart. There are two roads, one for the world of will, and the other for real strength. For warriors of low realms, real strength is of course more important, even for Lin Ming, Maha, Kiang and others, after failing the will challenge, mostly embarked on another path, to improve their cultivation and strength. Lin Ming could foresee that, if he took the second path, his strength would have a leap. However, if he took the first path, he would not see much effect in the short term, but the benefits to his future development were immeasurable. If he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult for Lin Ming to condense a battle spirit. There was no need to think about Xianshan. If Zuanden could not be condensed again, he could only wait until his life died. Condensing a battle spirit after the death of his life would naturally be a first-class achievement in Xianan continent and Shengmo continent, but it was nothing in the divine realm. Lin Ming's vision was far ahead. If he fell behind the geniuses of the divine realm at the starting point, how could he compete with them when he really ascended to the divine realm in the future? Can't I choose both paths at the same time? Lin Ming didn't have much hope in his heart, but he still asked. You wish, unless you can complete the Emperor's path. By then, you will experience all the mysteries of the Emperor's path, the fire of will, the Emperor's stele, and possibly things that even I don't know. However, after completing the Emperor's path, you will be crowned as an emperor. It is absolutely impossible for you to truly complete the Emperor's path now. Just choose one part of it. If you choose one path, the other will disappear. Which one do you choose? Mo Guang said three absolutes in one breath, and deliberately emphasized the word impossible, completely dispelling Lin Ming's unrealistic fantasy. Lin Ming took a deep breath, pondered for a moment, and resolutely said, I still choose the path of will. Mo Guang seemed to have expected Lin Ming to make this choice. He shook his head and said lazily, take care of yourself. This saint is going to rest. After Mo Guang's soul was damaged, he spent more than 90% of his day in deep sleep. Lin Ming ignored the magic light. He sat cross-legged on the spot and meditated. He took out a top-grade blood evil crystal from the Zumi ring and slowly absorbed the energy in the blood evil crystal. Lin Ming didn't know that when he was facing the choice of the Emperor's path, a tall fairy girl on the Linglang Tower's Emperor's path was also facing the choice of two Emperor's paths. This fairy girl had long sky blue hair and blue pupils. Her facial features were delicate and flawless. There were only a few tiny blue scales on her cheeks under her eyes. However, these scales not only did not destroy her beauty, but made her more mysterious. She was Lankin, the first genius of Linglang Tower. She was born in the blue-silver holy land of the fairy clan. At the age of 25, she broke through the realm of the one-star demon king, which was equivalent to the initial stage of human Zuanden cultivation, or even better. Although her cultivation was higher than Lin Ming, her willpower was much worse than Lin Ming's. When she faced the world of will of the quasi-emperor level strongman, she couldn't get through. She was trapped in front of a quasi-emperor level lamp for 12 days. The Emperor's Road gives each trialist the same amount of time, which is 12 days. If you cannot pass the road of will within this time, you will be deemed to be insufficiently qualified or insufficiently cultivated. In short, if you cannot pass the truly complete Emperor's Road, you will not be able to become an Emperor level strongman. Lankin did not know the mystery of this. She looked at the stone tablet of the second Emperor's Road with curiosity. At this sight, she was immediately deeply attracted by the stone tablet. This is. Lankin was shocked. There were strange and bizarre figures engraved on the stone tablet, but for some reason, as soon as she saw the figure, it was as if her soul was trapped in it, and could not extricate herself. What a mysterious stone tablet. Lan Qin hesitated for a moment and set foot on another Emperor's Road. At the moment he set foot on the Emperor's Road, the original Road of Will disappeared, and the series of lights like a long dragon also went out one by one. Lan Qin was stunned for a moment, and vaguely realized that she seemed to have made a choice unconsciously just now, choosing the Emperor's Stone Tablet Road, and giving up the Light Road. Although Lan Qin felt a little regretful about losing the Road of Will and Light, she would still do the same if she were given another chance to choose. She had spent more than 10 days in the Road of Will, and her strength did not improve much. However, the pain she had suffered still made her spine shiver when she thought about it now. Chapter 624 Emperor Force Field. Although Lan Qin is a woman, she thinks that her willpower is very strong, otherwise she would not have achieved today's achievements. However, facing the soul-tearing pain of the Will Road, she really can't stand it. She has to endure it every day, from morning to night. Enduring such pain, the improvement of strength is limited. Lan Qin can't accept it. As Lan Qin embarked on the second Emperor's Road, soon, the only regret in her heart that she couldn't sharpen her will disappeared, because this was the first Emperor's Stone Tablet, and she was completely attracted. This should be the true Emperor's Road. The section of the Will Road she walked before was not much better than the King's Cage. After Lan Qin made her choice, Duan Mukwon also welcomed his choice on the Yangxiao Tower. Duan Mukwon's origin is more terrifying than Lan Qin. Lan Qin was born in a holy land, but the holy land is also divided into levels. According to the default rules of the Holy Demon Continent, a 5th grade sect will be a holy land if an Emperor level strongman appears. Then the Holy Land with only one 1-star Emperor level strongman is naturally the weakest, and they can only be regarded as high level 5th grade sects. And the Holy Land with 5 or 6, or even double-digit Emperor level strongmen, among which there are 2-star and 3-star Emperor level strongmen who have condensed war spirits and comprehended the laws, is the top existence. This kind of Holy Land is already the top 5th grade sect. Going up, the 6th grade sect is a holy land of the same level as the Demon God Emperor Palace. Duan Mukwon was born in a super holy land close to the 6th grade sect. Unlike Lan Qin, Duan Mukwon already knew the Emperor's Road quite well before entering it. From the moment the Emperor's Road gave the second choice, Duan Mukwon knew that he had failed. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Duan Mukwon said to himself, "It seems that I'm still too arrogant. I want to condense the battle spirit as a 1-star Demon King. I'm too ambitious. I can't get past the second quasi-emperor. It's hard to imagine how difficult it will be to bear the will of a real emperor level strongman. It's meaningless to hold on." Duan Mukwon is also a man of extraordinary will, and his terrifying background also makes his talent even better than Lan Qin. Coupled with his super high comprehension and top-notch skills, Duan Mukwon has always been a child of destiny. Over the past 20 years, one young hero after another has been defeated in front of Duan Mukwon, and even the deacons in the sect who are more than a dozen years older than him are not his opponents. Over time, it is inevitable that a winning mentality is ingrained in Duan Mukwon's bones. This is the confidence and pride of a genius. So much so that he fantasized that he could condense the battle spirit in one breath when he entered the Road of the Emperor this time. However, reality still dealt him a heavy blow. The first quasi-emperor was also the weakest quasi-emperor. Duan Mukwon rushed over with great effort. However, he was completely helpless against the second quasi-emperor. The gap was too big. Shaking his head, Duan Mukwon said self-deprecatingly, "At the beginning, the Grand Elder also touched the threshold of the war spirit when he was a 4-star Demon King. When he was a 5-star Demon King, he officially condensed the war spirit. I'd better honestly walk the path of the Emperor's Stele. If I continue on the path of will, not only will my strength not improve, but I may get hurt." Duan Mukwon looked at the path of will reluctantly, and finally made up his mind, and stepped onto the path of the Emperor's Stele. Although he knew in his heart that, if he could continue on the path of will, he would get greater benefits, but no matter how great the benefits were, they would not be as real as the benefits in front of him, if he could not eat them. Calming down, Duan Mukwon began to comprehend the first Emperor's Stele. 1 month later, the Emperor's path of the Polar Star Tower, Lin Ming had already defeated the ferocious beast visualized by Guzao's will, and directly faced the body of Guzao's will. Boom. In the world of will, Lin Ming's will was shattered again. The pain of soul tearing came, making Lin Ming almost faint. Reorganize. Lin Ming shouted, and his body that had been shattered was reorganized. In the world of will, it is all about the strength of will. Lin Ming's mind emerged the scene when he was only in the physical training stage, fighting against the ownerless soul in the magic cube world. He recalled his fight against the magic light and the reincarnation he experienced in the witch god tower. My will is indomitable, my soul is indestructible. Even when facing the gods, I have never been devoured. Even when facing the reincarnation of 100 generations, I have never been confused. Although you are an emperor level strongman, in terms of strength, I'm far inferior to you, but in terms of will, how can I be willing to lose to you? Lin Ming shouted, holding a gun and stabbing Gu Zhao. Boom. A golden light flashed, and half of Lin Ming's body was directly pierced by the light. However, at the last moment when his will collapsed, he suddenly threw the purple Zuan gun in his hand. The purple spear surrounded by flames and lightning drew a dazzling arc and pierced Gu Zhao's body. Blood splattered. The next moment, Lin Ming had returned to the real world. I hurt him. For the first time. Lin Ming was sweating profusely from the pain. He wiped his sweat and sat on the ground helplessly. Taking out a top-grade blood evil crystal from the Zumi ring, Lin Ming began to meditate and regulate his breath. These days, his willpower would be tempered in the fight every day. After a long period of accumulation, the strength of his willpower had been greatly improved without knowing it. In Lin Ming's spiritual sea, Mo Guan woke up from his deep sleep, stretched and said, "Boy, you are too crazy. If you continue like this, your willpower will be easily damaged. Your pale face without any blood color now is a manifestation of overdrawn willpower." Lin Ming knew what Mo Guan said. He seemed to have returned to the period of physical training. He knew that excessive training would leave hidden injuries, but at that time he had to fight in order to break through the condensed vein stage. Now, the same is true. The only thing that was better than before was that Lin Ming now had enough resources and he didn't have to be unable to afford medicine like before. Lin Ming had killed many geniuses in the Tangshan Tower over the years and obtained a lot of soul nourishing pills. Most of those dwarf demon geniuses were masters of soul attack. Soul attack was the most dangerous, and if it was not handled well, it would hurt others and yourself. Naturally, a large amount of soul nourishing pills had to be prepared. Especially killing Yan Kai and Ke Yang. These two were two of the 7 stars of the Xianmo and the Tangshan Tower, and Yan Kai was the second ranked master in the Tangshan Tower, with a very rich family background. Lin Ming was very fortunate to have killed Yan Kai, otherwise he would not dare to fight so hard today. He took out a soul nourishing pill that Yan Kai treasured from the Zumi ring and swallowed it with his head tilted back. This pill was called the 9 transformation nourishing spirit pill. Yan Kai was usually very precious, and he was not even willing to swallow one in one breath, but swallowed it half by half. How could he be willing to waste it like Lin Ming did? After swallowing a pill, Lin Ming immediately felt the pure energy slowly nourishing his soul, and Lin Ming's originally broken will was also slowly repaired. As the most gifted race for souls, the dwarf demon soul nourishing pills are much better than those of the human race. 2 more days passed, and Lin Ming still failed to defeat Gu Zhao, but he successfully left 2 consecutive scars on his body. Then 3 and 4. After 5 days, Lin Ming was able to fight Gu Zhao for several rounds, and cut off one of Gu Zhao's arms with a fighting method of killing 1000, and injuring himself 800. On the 7th day, Lin Ming finally made a concerted effort and stabbed Gu Zhao 3 times in a row, and then he combined his body with a spear and used the rainbow spear technique to pierce Gu Zhao's will with one shot. After defeating Gu Zhao, Lin Ming's body was broken and reorganized several times, and his willpower was almost exhausted. At the moment, when Gu Zhao's will was shattered, the broken will of Gu Zhao turned into pure energy and slowly merged into Lin Ming's will. Lin Ming felt that at that moment, he felt like he had been enlightened. He felt a warm feeling all over his body, as if he had returned to the mother's womb, and he felt extremely comfortable and refreshed. Lin Ming was shocked. His damaged will and soul power were quickly restored under the nourishment of this warm current. After about a few dozen breaths, the warm current disappeared, but Lin Ming felt that his soul was much stronger, and the strength of his will leaped again. If he faced Gu Zhao now, he was sure that, after destroying Gu Zhao's will, he could still retain more than 30% of his soul power. If you kill the will of an emperor level strongman, you will gain his willpower. If you persist, the willpower will accumulate more and more, and it may not be impossible to condense a war spirit. Lin Ming muttered to himself, and the next moment, he had already exited the world of will. Boy, you really won. Mo Guan was extremely surprised. This was the first emperor level strongman. Lin Ming took more than a month to finally defeat him. Everything is difficult at the beginning, but it will be much easier in the future. At this rate, it is very likely that Lin Ming will condense a war spirit. Abnormal. Mo Guan muttered. He had to use these two words to describe Lin Ming. Lin Ming was not like a warrior from a small sect in the lower plane. He was simply a genius cultivated by a large sect in the god realm. Mo Guang, you said before that, if I can kill the will of an emperor level strongman with a war spirit, then I can condense my own war spirit? Mo Guang shrugged very humanely and said, this saint just said it casually. If you have high comprehension and good luck, you may be able to understand it very early. On the contrary, it is useless for you to kill the will of the emperor level strongman of the war spirit. This saint is going to sleep. Don't call me if you have nothing to do. Mo Guan turned around and sank into Lin Ming's sea of spirit. Lin Ming shook his head helplessly. In the following time, Lin Ming spent every day in the battle of the world of will, killing the second emperor level strongman. The opponent was also an ordinary emperor level strongman who had not condensed the battle spirit, and his own cultivation was only 1 star. Lin Ming fought hard to defeat him despite being seriously injured. Next, the third, the fourth. The opponents became stronger and stronger. However, after each ray of Emperor's will was killed by Lin Ming, a stream of energy would flow into Lin Ming's body, nourishing his will and soul. Time passed unknowingly, and Lin Ming spent 3 months in the fight. And on this day, when he stepped into the world of will of an emperor level strongman, he was suddenly shocked. This feeling, could it be martial will? In the world of will, Lin Ming clearly felt a terrifying force field suppressing, which greatly weakened the power of his will. The martial will, that only targets the world of will, could it be the Emperor's force field of the demon martial will? Chapter 625, 100 Flowers in Full Bloom. According to the temple spirit, there are 3 types of demon martial will, namely, the Shura force field through the king's cage, the god of death force field, after obtaining the 12-winged demon tattoo, and the emperor's force field through the emperor's road. Lin Ming did not know what the god of death force field was, but he had personally experienced the Shura force field, which was an all-round absolute suppression. Whether it was physical strength, the movement of internal organs, the flow of true essence in the meridians in the body, or perception, all were suppressed to only a few % of the peak state. The weaker the strength, the more suppressed it was. Even warriors with poor strength would be directly suppressed to the point of hard stopping, and the sea of spirit collapse, just by stepping into the field of the force field. This is also the reason why geniuses fell in the king's cage. Although the Shura force field is terrifying, it is only for the real world. After entering the world of will, the Shura force field is no longer effective. Now, Lin Ming felt a similar all-round suppression to the demon force field in the world of will. Lin Ming immediately thought that this was most likely the Emperor's force field among the 3 major force fields of the demon martial will. Just like the king's cage, passing all the tests will get the Emperor's force field. However, before passing, Lin Ming must endure the suppression of the force field. If I guessed correctly, this suppression will only get stronger. Thinking of facing the emperor level strongman with a fighting spirit under the suppression of this force field in the future, Lin Ming suddenly felt his powerlessness. The gap is too big. No wonder it is said that, as long as the emperor's road is passed, you can be crowned as an emperor. In the world of will, Lin Ming's will body will transform into a human form, with all the organs, meridians, and ancient that the human body should have. The will body in the world of will is the same as Lin Ming himself in the real world. Now, under the suppression of the Emperor's force field, Lin Ming's will body, from skin and flesh, internal organs, meridians, and ancient, is all shrouded in huge pressure, and the strength is weakened to less than 50%. In the past, when Lin Ming fought in the world of will. Even if his willpower was exhausted and his body was extremely tired, it was difficult to deeply temper every inch of his will body, and there were always omissions. But now under this omnipresent pressure, Lin Ming could feel every tiny part of his will resisting the pressure of the Emperor's force field in all directions just by standing still, and was thoroughly trained. The heavenly demon force field targets the real world, and the Emperor's force field targets the world of will. The two are like twins, complementing each other. This heavenly demon martial will is really amazing. Lin Ming admired in his heart, and then he had no time to think about it. In front of him, his enemy had appeared, a will body of an Emperor-level strongman. Although the opponent did not condense a battle spirit, he had the cultivation of a 3-star demon Emperor. If there was no suppression from the Emperor's force field, Lin Ming might still have a chance of winning, but now there was no chance of winning. No miracle happened. After just 3 moves, with a loud bang, Lin Ming's will body was shattered. The next moment, he withdrew from the will space, covered in cold sweat. It hurts so much. In the past 3 months, Lin Ming has consumed 60% to 70% of Yanqi Kiang's soul-nourishing medicine. If it weren't for the fact that every time he killed a ray of the Emperor's will, he would have received a stream of pure soul energy to nourish his will, Lin Ming would have been unable to hold on. These medicines should be used sparingly. Lin Ming swallowed half of the soul-nourishing pill, took out a top-grade blood evil crystal, and began to meditate and regulate his breath. Facing the Emperor's force field, he not only did not feel afraid, but was eager to fight. The Emperor's force field would be the best whetstone for him to train his will and cultivate his fighting spirit. Time passed quietly, and in a blink of an eye, it was already the 4th month since Lin Ming entered the Emperor's path. Outside the blood-killing plane, the eruption of the eternal demon pit continued, but the amplitude of the vibration was much weaker. Generally, there would be a large-scale vibration that shook the Tower of Babel every 2 or 3 days. If this continued, it was expected that the eruption of the eternal demon pit would end completely in another 3 months. After reserving another 2 or 3 months of stabilization period, you can enter the eternal demon pit on a large scale and explore this life-forbidden area famous in the Holy Demon continent. From the great masters to the top talents among the trialists, everyone is preparing for this trip to the eternal demon pit. I heard that the masters of the various Tangshan towers have planned the exploration range to within 1,200 miles. In the Yangxiao Tangshan Tower, several top 3 warriors were discussing the trip to the eternal demon pit. The 1,000 miles around the eternal demon pit is an absolute life-forbidden zone, where birds can hardly cross. Don't even think about going to this area. Anyone who goes there will die, and the masters are no exception. And the 1,000 to 1,200 miles is a red danger zone. The probability of falling into it is very high, but correspondingly, the harvest will be very rich. 1,200 miles? Incredible. These people are really courageous. If they want to achieve great things in the future, it is impossible without risking their lives. Even the descendants of holy places such as Zuanyu, Duanmukwon, Lankin, including some famous lords, such as the Blood Flame Lord of the Polaris Tower and the Three-Eyed Lord of the White Stone Tower, will enter this area. What else can we say? If we don't take risks, we will only be mediocre all our lives. The path of a warrior is full of dangers. Even an upper-class emperor-level genius, if he is timid in future training and hesitant in the face of opportunities, then his aura of an emperor-level genius will slowly be worn away, and he will eventually die, and it will be difficult to make any progress. Yeah, there's also Lin Ming from the Polaris Tower. This guy is simply a monster, with the title of Shura. Over the past 10,000 years, there have been only 30 or 40 titled Shuras in the 12 Tangshan Towers. I wonder if he will enter the 1,200 mile area. He should. I heard that he has entered the path of the Emperor. I wonder what his strength will be this time, and how he compares to Duanmukwon from our Yangxiao Tower. Lin Ming has entered the path of the Emperor, and Duanmukwon has also entered the path of the Emperor, including Lankin from the Linglang Tower, Zuanayu from the Five-Colored Tower, Hishi from the Giant Axe Tower, and some famous geniuses from other Tangshan towers. All of them have entered the path of the Emperor. These people are all first-rate monsters. I wonder who will have the biggest improvement after this time. The two warriors were discussing when suddenly a sound transmission note ignited, appearing exceptionally bright in the den hall. Oh. Blackstone from the giant axe tower has come out in advance. His cultivation has been upgraded from a 1-star demon king to a 2-star demon king. His cultivation alone has been upgraded so much, and I don't know how much his other moves and artistic conception have been upgraded. The Emperor's path has improved his moves and artistic conception even more. The warrior who spoke had a tone of obvious envy. In the Tower of Babel, the top killing geniuses from the entire Holy Demon continent gathered. It can be said that there are so many geniuses. Cultivation is not the only factor that affects combat effectiveness, but it is also an important criterion. A 2-star demon king is quite abnormal. What's more, Blackstone's moves and artistic conception are definitely not bad, so you can imagine how terrifying his combat effectiveness is. Before entering the Tangshan Tower, she was comparable to the weakest lord. This time, he can at least rank in the upper middle among the lords. Generally speaking, the lord's talent is far inferior to the top geniuses among the trialists, because most of these top geniuses come from the Holy Land. They will not stay in the Tangshan Tower in the future, nor will they become lords. Only those warriors who come from ordinary backgrounds and are willing to submit to the supreme ruler of the blood-killing plane can become lords. So as long as these descendants of the Holy Land are given some time, their strength will sooner or later surpass that of the Lord. It's really amazing. The talent of this generation of trialists in the blood-killing plane in the last 10 years is even better than that of previous years. There is also a god in the Polar Star Tower. It is said that he has also entered the path of the Emperor in other Tangshan towers. The sect behind him should have paid a heavy price for this. The warriors of the blood-killing plane are all looking forward to these top geniuses coming out one by one in a few months. That will be a time when 100 flowers bloom, and the trip to the eternal demon pit is a test for everyone. At that time, who is the real dragon will be known. After 4 months, the 5th month passed in the blink of an eye, and Fengshan came out of retreat. Then, Lankin came out of retreat. These peerless geniuses, each with a terrifying background. Fengshan is slightly inferior among them, but he is also from a legitimate Holy Land. Facing this group of people, the top leaders of the blood-killing plane naturally dare not do anything to them. Now that they have entered the Tangshan Tower, their strength has surpassed many lords, and the blood-killing plane can no longer control them. However, the major Holy Lands will not be unforgiving. After this trip to the eternal demon pit, they will let their descendants leave the blood-killing plane. At that time, the situation is that the descendants of the Holy Lands will leave, and those trialists with lower talents who have surrendered to the Tangshan Tower will replace the lords who fell in the eternal demon pit as the new lords. In this way, this generation will end, and the Tangshan Tower and the blood-killing plane will usher in a new generation of young heroes, and the cycle will repeat. 5 months later, on the 160th day, except for Duan Muguan and Lin Ming, all the trialists came out of retreat. Their cultivation has been significantly improved, and compared to their cultivation, their overall combat power has been improved even more. All the warriors are eager to fight, and can't wait to prove themselves in the eternal demon pit. Generally, top geniuses are a little arrogant. This time, they think that the mysteries they have comprehended are extremely mysterious, and have gained great improvement. They even want to find young heroes of the same level as them to compete with them to see who has gained greater improvement in the Emperor's Road. This is a proof of the degree of genius. Some warriors do what they want to do, and really learn from each other. Their combat power has indeed been greatly improved, but it is mainly reflected in their moves and cultivation. There is no doubt that these people have embarked on the Emperor's steely road when faced with a choice. None of them chose the will-light road. Even Duan Muguan is the same. In the Emperor's Road of Yangxiao Tower, Duan Muguan exhaled heavily, his face was pale, and he was weak all over. He took out a pill from the Zumi ring and swallowed it. He meditated and adjusted his breath for a long time, and his face finally regained a trace of blood. My path to becoming an emperor has reached its limit. Duan Muguan let out a long breath and shook his head slightly. He realized that this was the best he could do. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.